Long ago, a royal prince and his lover were tragically torn apart by death. Reborn in modern times, these fated lovers meet again but have no memory of each other. Jae-moon is an alpha and a CEO of an art gallery, and Yeon is an omega unable to find work on account of his social class. Can they rediscover their feelings for each other and finally be happy together, or will they become strangers? God, we use a tapestry of connections between all living things, from cranes to ducks to canaries and beyond. The most cherished bond among all living beings is the connection between a dragon and its pearl. A concubine dressed in a beautiful handbox sought her king's presence last night, eager to share her dream with him. The king was curious about her dream and listened carefully. She continued that in her dreams she saw a dragon, its scales woven from the darkest threads of the night, and eyes ablaze with a radiance outshining the sun. In her dream, she left her room to look up at the sky. In the cloudless night sky, she could see a giant dragon sparkling and flying around the moon. The dragon looked like it was drawn with ink. The dragon saw the concubine alone on the ground. At that moment, she didn't realize what she was doing, but the concubine extended her arms as if beckoning and welcoming the dragon. She was hit by the dragon, but it didn't hurt. It seemed like the dragon was going right inside her, becoming a part of her. However, one thing about the dragon that scared her was that she didn't see a pearl. She asked for confirmation from the king if all dragons should have a pearl as their pair. The king acknowledged that this dragon didn't have a pearl, but he didn't worry at all. He happily told the concubine they shouldn't worry about it since her dream was just a message from heaven. The concubine agreed and said their child would be healthy since the dragon looked strong and big. The reason why this dream is significant for the couple is because the concubine had a Korean conception dream. These dreams are often given by the cosmos or heaven to confirm pregnancy. A couple sat together and leaned on each other. They wore blue handboks where they could move around and had high ponytails. The one with hazel hair called his tall, black-haired companion his prince. The hazel-haired man asked his prince what dream came to his mother when she was expecting him. The prince said that his mother told him that she saw a black dragon in her conception dream. Looks like the king was right. He did grow up healthy. The hazel-haired man found the dream strange and added that if someone dreams of a black dragon in particular, then a gift will come from heaven. The prince probed the hazel-haired man's curiosity about his mother's dream, wondering if he had found it as strange as his own. The hazel-haired man said that his own mother had dreamt of a gigantic gold pearl. Hearing about the pearl, the prince blushed and reacted. It looks like he was told about dragons needing their pearl. The hazel-haired man's smile widened as he turned to the prince, his heart singing with joy. He said that since the prince was a dragon and his was a dragon's pearl, this means they're two of a kind. The prince called the hazel-haired man Yeon. He grabbed Yeon's hand and kissed it. He said that his heart couldn't handle seeing Yeon smile, especially when the smile was for him. Yeon and the prince were deeply in love. On this particular night, their lips whispered words of love and their bodies entwined in a passionate embrace. In a different environment, a man with shorter hazel hair and in modern clothes woke up in complete distress. He forced himself to sit upright on his bed. His labored breathing made it difficult to calm himself. He noted that he kept hearing the same voice again in his dreams. So this is the present day? Who is this guy with shorter hair? How does he relate to the couple earlier? At night, the couple retreated to a room tending to amorous congress. They shower each other with kisses. They would embrace each other tightly, savoring the warmth of each other's touch. Their whispers would echo through the silence of the night, filled with love and longing. The prince had a smile on his face as he took Yeon's hand and asked if they could do everything again. The prince was energetic as if he had just woken up. Yeon was lying in bed and crying that he was tired today after their activities. The prince found Yeon beautiful even when he was crying. His tears, like sparkling diamonds, contrasted with his radiant hazel eyes and soft, chestnut hair. His beauty is breathtaking. I would also stare at Yeon forever. The prince looked away and said he wouldn't push through with a repetition of their nightly activity. Yeon sat up and leaned towards the prince. With cold sweat, he asked if he had hurt the prince's feelings. The prince cupped Yeon's face in his hands and assured him that he was not upset. He drew Yeon closer. Yeon smiled, feeling reassured by his words and gentle actions. Green flags are everywhere. The prince knew in his heart that Yeon was the one for him, and he was determined to make him his queen. From the warmth and love of the bedroom to the violence and brutality of the battlefield, the prince held Yeon close as Yeon was crying and loosely grasping the prince's sleeve. Yeon asked the prince how he could do this to him. The prince couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. I just blinked, and now I'm crying. The prince waited for Yeon to open his eyes as Yeon's body was losing strength and slowly slipping out of the embrace. Yeon was struck by the sword and breathed his last breath. The prince's heart shattered as the light dimmed in his lover's eyes. He collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. He hugged Yeon tightly and pleaded with him to wake up. Once the prince had passed away, he was judged by a deity. He was found guilty of the sin of shattering his fated pair, the pearl and the young dragon within. A young dragon? Yeon was carrying their baby. Overwhelmed by the information about his lover, the prince stared blankly, tears streaming down his face. The deity explained that the prince's greatest sin deserved the punishment of burning in the flames of hell. However, the deity emphasized that the prince had not only reclaimed his kingdom, but also achieved significant progress in ensuring the welfare of his people. The deity decided that the prince should choose his own punishment. The prince held a shattered piece of his pearl, Yeon, and kept it close to his crying face. He answered the deity that he would accept any punishment, but for one request only. He wanted to meet Yeon again. Please, God, let the prince and Yeon be together and have a happy family. The deity asked the prince if that was his final answer. That being said, the prince could only remember Yeon's radiant smile. He longed to see it again. The prince kissed the shattered pearl and replied to the deity that this was his answer. The deity agreed to the deal and released the prince. The prince wept as he accepted his fate, scattering into pieces like torn paper flying through the air. I wonder where these two lovebirds would end up meeting. The prince's punishment was carried out in Seoul in 2018. Seoul is a bustling metropolis, and its streets are always teeming with people. Traffic is constantly present, and the sidewalks are packed with pedestrians rushing to their destinations. Train stations are a hive of activity. The man with black hair in the train station is speaking confidently into the phone. His manner of speaking conveys his professionalism and authority. Another man with hazel hair rushed to his destination, sweating and panting. His trail of sweat attested to his desperation to arrive. The man with hazel hair accidentally bumped into the man with black hair. Black hair with intense eyes, the prince. The hazel hair with pretty eyes, Yeon. The prince was sporting a white button-up. He had broad shoulders and a nice build like in his past life. Yeon was tinier and seemed more timid, but he's cuter here. Pocket size for the prince. The prince looked closely at a confused Yeon. He didn't look mad that his call was disturbed, but his eyes searched for answers to questions he couldn't yet articulate. Their meeting was cut short when Yeon realized that he was late for an interview. They didn't recognize each other. He apologized to the prince and resumed running in his original direction. Yeon sure is a ball of energy. Look at him go. The prince's hand reached out to the space where Yeon was. He commented on how quick Yeon ran. He was a bit annoyed that he couldn't get Yeon's number. The caller was forgotten, lost in the prince's thoughts. They must have spoken louder in order to get the prince's attention. The prince apologized to the caller and resumed their conversation. The deity permitted the prince to reunite with Yeon, but, as punishment, deprived them of their memories of each other. The story just started, but I'm already in love with both of them. I signed myself up for heartaches once again. How will they get to know each other here? The rain beats against the window, creating a soothing rhythm that fills the room. Yeon slumbers soundly in the middle of the afternoon, unaware of the rain outside. Yeon was trapped in his dreams. In his head, dark clouds engulfed him. A storm raged within as rain poured down in torrents. A child's cries echoed through the storm, haunting and pitiful. Yeon tried to move, but he was paralyzed with uncertainty. He was fixated, looking in one direction. As his eyes strained, the eyes of a black dragon popped into view. The dragon was crying and calling Yeon their mommy. Seeing the eyes, Yeon jolted awake. He forced himself to get up and look around his room. He notes that whenever it rains, he keeps having the same dream over and over again about the same dragon. The poor baby. He was calling for you, Yeon. Yeon would often announce that he wasn't the dragon's mother, and he added questions asking the dragon who they were and what was wrong. No matter how many times he asked the dragon, they refused to answer and insisted on calling Yeon their mommy. Yeon's alarm rang from his phone, and he had to manually turn it off. He had medicine on his desk. I wonder what those are for. The rain continued to be heavy outside, but this didn't stop Yeon from going out. Dressed in comfortable clothes, Yeon carried only his umbrella in his free hand and a spare hanging on his other arm. While walking to his destination, he heard his phone notification. He stopped walking for a bit to open his phone. He had received an email. Yeon's whole day was ruined because he just got a rejection letter from a job he applied for. This was not his first rodeo with a rejection letter, but that doesn't mean he isn't ticked by them. Getting rejected can be tough, but don't let it get you down. You're one step closer to finding the perfect job for you. He knows the reason for most of his rejections. It's all because he's an omega. In this world, there are two primary genders, male and female. And then there are three secondary genders, alpha, beta, and omega. Omegas experience regular heats, become pregnant, and give birth regardless of their primary gender. Betas are relatively unaffected by their secondary gender. Alphas are more dominant and aggressive, and experience a similar heat cycle as the omegas called rut. This allows them to reproduce. Yeon graduated from a top-tier college and specialized in a respected field of study. Yeon. What a beautiful name. Even with a good background. As soon as employers find out that he's an omega, they immediately back away. The heat cycles of some omegas are unpredictable, and most companies want to avoid dealing with it, especially when alphas are around. Why do omegas get the bad end of the stick? Moreover, each omega reacts differently to different heat suppressor medicines, which are costly, too. The government is more motivated to repress omegas rather than control the alpha conduct. Yeon admires the rain as he curses at life. Seeing him so overwhelmed makes my heart break. I just want to give him a hug. A voice called out Yeon's name. He turned to see a man in a gray suit and gray hair, a bag slung over his shoulder. He was under the roof of a big building. It was raining heavily, but the man had no umbrella. The older man noticed the extra umbrella on Yeon's arm, and Yeon handed it over to him. They decided to walk together with the older man using the umbrella Yeon gave him. The older man had to tell Yeon they didn't have to come to that building anymore. Oh, Yeon must pick him up every time this older man comes here. I wonder what happened. Yeon stopped in his tracks. He wasn't happy with this news. Yeon sternly asked the older man what he meant by what he said. The older man didn't look Yeon in the eyes. Disappointment was evident in his demeanor. He told Yeon that the people from that building decided to stop displaying his paintings in their gallery. The news struck Yeon like a thunderbolt to the chest, his heart stinging like a fresh wound. A heavy weight settled on his lungs, making it difficult to breathe. No exhibition meant there would be no money coming in. Without money, Yeon would be unable to purchase heat suppressor drugs. Living without heat suppressor drugs as an omega would likely land him in a world of jumping bones and relying on strangers to keep him satiated. No, this can't be Yeon's fate. Why is he getting dealt with a bad deck? Yeon's heart shriveled at the bleak prospect of his future, his mind plagued by visions of misery. Despite this, Yeon smiled warmly, embraced the older man's arm, and comforted him, assuring him that as his son, there was no need to worry because Yeon would always support him. Yeon's beautiful smile. The world doesn't deserve it. Yeon's dad smiled as he looked at his son. He agreed with Yeon and said they should look at the bright side and promised that he was cheering Yeon on as well. Yeon asked his dad not to push himself, and his dad acknowledged that. They're such a cute duo. Yeon was smiling on the outside, but deep down, he was very worried about what would happen to them in the future. Please let the good times come already. I sincerely hope Yeon gets good news soon. In the middle of a busy night, in a fancy restaurant typically with elegant and sophisticated decor, wealthy patrons chatted animatedly over their meals. Their voices echoed through the bustling dining room. Servers hurried to and fro, carrying trays of delectable dishes. A server asked Yeon to hand over his dirty plates, take table 6 order, and give table 10 a fork. Yeon didn't say anything in response. He just did his job despite feeling under the weather. You just told your dad to not push himself. You need to rest. Yeon. He walked towards table 6 and noted what this customer ordered. As Yeon scribbled notes, his consciousness flickered like a dying candle, his handwriting becoming increasingly illegible until he was reduced to drawing a single line. His vision wavered, and he told the customer in a weak voice that he couldn't see before fainting. Yeon, on the verge of fainting, caught the customer's eye. Wait, this customer looks familiar. The customer caught Yeon in midair. Yeon was diving in and out of consciousness, but he was concentrating on what he was smelling. The scent he savored filled his lungs, intoxicating him. He didn't see the face of the person that saved him from falling before he finally blacked out. A voice called Yeon's name, gently coaxing him back to the waking world. This reminded him of a familiar line, sweetly calling his name like honey. His heart remembers his sweet prince. I'm sobbing. Yeon jolted awake and felt his heart beating fast as his heart pounded like a trapped animal in his chest. He pressed a hand to his chest to keep himself calm. A coworker came in and saw that Yeon was awake. Yeon asked how long he'd been in the room and unconscious. His coworker responded that Yeon was out cold for around an hour and a half. He also added that their manager said that Yeon can leave early since Yeon wasn't feeling well. Yeon apologized for fainting. His coworker said he didn't need to apologize and asked Yeon to rest. In the end, Yeon got out of work early. He was walking himself home even though he was feeling weak. Yeon, please call your dad. Why are you outside in this condition? Yeon was leaning on the wall beside him to keep himself up. He was panting and feeling dizzy again. He blames the fact that he's been working all night for 3 straight weeks. His mind wandered, distracted by a pleasant scent. The realization dawned on him. He wasn't sick. He was in heat. He covered his nose with his hands tightly and then tried to look for the medicine in his bag. He didn't think there was no way his heat would come in early, especially when he kept track of it, and he knew it was not even the end of the month yet. He desperately looked for his medication in his bag and found the bottle. He hastily and hurriedly tried to open the pill bottle as he begged for even just one pill to pop up. However, he was more than disappointed, and anxiety started to come in when he realized his pill bottle was completely empty. He lets the empty pill bottle slip out of his hands. It crashes and breaks into pieces on the ground. A lot of people started to look at him. They were close enough that Yeon could hear their whispers. Some took pity on him. Some commented how Yeon's scent was making them dizzy, and some complained that his scent and his having a breakdown was a public disturbance. Can I please have a very stern talk with the last few people who complained? Don't worry. It's just going to be a talk. I swear. Yeon was on the floor with his hands covering his ears. He was crying and didn't know what else to do in this situation. 2 Omegas approached Yeon, offering him a variety of pills. They explained that they didn't know what specific medication he needed, so he could choose one of the readily available ones they were holding. These are good people. Yeon quickly scanned the pills and realized that none of them matched his own. He tried to explain this timidly, saying that these pills were not his type and thanking them for their help. The Omegas asked him if he needed to be taken to a center, but he kindly declined and said he called a friend to come and pick him up soon. The Omegas quickly understood what he meant. They realized that Yeon was acting as a beta in order to get jobs. They don't know how to help him in that situation. Yeon knew that they knew, so he thanked them for their efforts. Yeon lied. No one was coming to get him. He would go to his center. But he knew that his work would soon discover that he wasn't actually a beta. He just wanted to earn enough money to get his medicine, and hopefully that would help him blend in as a beta. Yeon being in heat was getting obvious as every second passed. He's already thinking that his world has crumbled. Suddenly, his whole focus was shifted when a man in a suit with good-looking hair knelt beside him and asked if he was Yeon. Yeon was all red and looked haggard, but somehow, this man knew him. He had no idea who the man was and asked who he was. Donning the distinguished suit, the prince said that he was the one who caught him when Yeon collapsed in the restaurant earlier. The prince must know when Yeon is in danger. Just soulmate things. The heart wants what the heart wants. The prince could confirm that he had seen Yeon's face before. He held his hand out to Yeon and asked if he could take him back to his place. Yeon was a bit hesitant to take that offer. He didn't want his dad to worry about him. He also wondered why this stranger wasn't affected by his scent as an Omega in heat. Yeon asked the stranger if he could smell this scent. The prince responded that Yeon's scent was strong, but he takes rut suppressors due to his job, so he'd hold himself back for now. As he was saying this, the prince just noticed that Yeon's scent got even stronger. The prince added another proposal that if Yeon found it difficult to go home, he offered his office as a good place to stay. Since this stranger helped him earlier when he fainted the first time, Yeon didn't hesitate to take his offer. The prince helped Yeon stand up. At that moment, Yeon wondered if he made the right choice of following his man. Since the prince is your soulmate, yes, but in any case, please call your family, close friends, or an emergency hotline for help. After arriving at the prince's office, the prince lets Yeon gently fall on one of the couches. Yeon's scent was becoming stronger, even stronger than before. Even though he had taken suppressors today, the prince was finding it difficult to remain calm now that it was just the two of them. He realizes he'll be in big trouble if he stays in the same room with Yeon any longer, so he dashes for the door. But before the prince could get out, Yeon weakly called for him with a big hint of desperation in his voice. He begged for the prince to help him. Help? Help how? With taxes? Where is this going? In the office, Yeon desperately asked the prince for help with his heat. Instead of going out as planned, the prince locked the door. He can't say no to Yeon even though they just met a few moments ago. The prince is a simp, and I love this for him. The prince explained how he would try his best not to make Yeon uncomfortable with anything he did. He wants to make it clear to Yeon that the Omega has control over their situation. Green flag, he's not aggressive, and he's asking Yeon first. Communication is hot. Yeon nodded even though his eyes were completely dazed. The prince placed a hand on Yeon's cheek and asked Yeon if this would be his first time out of concern. Yeon confirmed that this would be his first time, pressing his face against the prince's hand. The prince flinched from the sudden action from the Omega. As their movements began to progress to a more melodic rhythm, the two indulged themselves by shuffling on the couch and making faces. While in the act, the prince couldn't seem to take his eyes off Yeon. He always seemed to be paying attention to everything he had to offer. Yeon felt a harmonious blend of ecstasy and exertion. He succumbed to unconsciousness. His body was resonating with bliss, but he unknowingly left the prince a bit blue. "Don't worry. Sir, you got a lot of brownie points for being gentle and considerate." At the JM Art Gallery, a well-dressed and polished secretary knocks on his boss's door to announce his arrival. "Secretary Kang, you seem friendly. I wonder who his boss is." He was allowed to get inside and was immediately asked by his boss to take care of a simply wrapped gift for him. The boss is no one other than the prince himself. The prince questioned Secretary Kang about the address, receiving confirmation. He then directed Secretary Kang to deliver the man and the gift to that same address. Secretary Kang immediately glanced at the only thing peculiar in the office, and that was a passed-out small man on his boss's couch. So, this is how the prince sends Yeon home. I was wondering where Yeon was in all of this. Secretary Kang didn't ask questions and just princess carried Yeon in his arms. He kept flinching at any random movements and noises Yeon made while he was passed out, but he promised his boss that he'd deliver. The prince found Yeon's sleeping habits very adorable and melted in his seat. He then tried to remember where he heard Yeon's name before. He had the feeling of knowing something at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't get the answer in his head no matter how hard he tried. And he tried. He kept writing Yeon's name on a blank piece of paper, but he still couldn't figure out where he knew the name Yeon. I wonder what the prince's next move will be, how Yeon is doing, and what was inside that gift. Let's find out. It was morning, and the sun was streaming through the window of Yeon's bedroom. He was still asleep, but his phone was vibrating on his nightstand. Someone was calling him under the name Kwon Yul. Yeon felt groggy, but he had enough strength to get his phone. Yeon answered the phone and greeted the caller, but he was immediately given a good yell in the middle of the morning. This woke him up and forced him to sit up straight on his bed. Yeon asked what was the matter. Kwon Yul told Yeon that she was worried because her boyfriend said that Yeon was not at work today. Yeon didn't understand what she said and looked at the time on his phone. He was more than surprised, seeing that it was in the middle of an afternoon and he missed 5 calls already. Yeon wanted to drop the call because he wanted to get to work already. Kwon Yul assured him that her boyfriend had already come up with a cover-up for Yeon. She advised him to get some rest. She also didn't forget to ask about Yeon's condition yesterday since he collapsed. They're good friends. I'm glad Yeon has good people on his shoulders. Yeon confirmed that he did collapse yesterday. Kwon Yul scolded him and pointed out how Yeon was pushing himself too hard. She then asked if Yoon got in trouble for it. Yeon reassured her that he wasn't in trouble at all. Just as he was talking on the phone, Yeon's eyes lingered around his room. He noticed a peculiar item that stood out from the rest. There was a gift box on top of his table with a tag with his name written all over it. That's so romantic. Yeon, hurry up and open it. At that moment, Yeon lets out a gasp. He just remembered what he did yesterday. Hot yoga. It must be very tiring on your body, Yeon. At this point, Yeon wasn't listening to Kwon Yul at all. He assured her he was fine, thanked her and her boyfriend, advised her to be careful, and then hung up. Yeon stared at his phone for a bit and then dropped it. He felt an unexpected pang of embarrassment going through his entire body. He wondered if he was even in the right state of mind yesterday. He couldn't believe he did something like that. When Yeon emptied the black box onto his bed, he found medicine and a small white box that seemed too large to fit inside with the rest of the items. Yeon was curious about the white box, so he opened it. He remembered that he couldn't even remember the alpha's name last time, so he wondered if it was okay to accept the gifts from this man. I'm sure the prince would love that, Yeon. When he opened the box and lifted up the item inside of it, he realized that he just got a gigantic rubber sea cucumber. Yeon chucked it on the floor, making a strange, splattering sound. Yeon got up from bed and declared that he had gone mad yesterday. He decided that he should get some rest today. At the same time, but in a different place, the prince got out of the bathroom all wet. He dressed himself up and lay down on his couch. We're getting this view for free? In his head, he was just worried about Yeon and wondered if he had gone home safe already. The prince felt exhausted and missed Yeon. He had spent time with him yesterday, but he still wanted to see him again. Yeon was on his mind, so he couldn't work, but he had to. Every time he tried to concentrate on work, Yeon kept popping into his head. The prince eventually got frustrated with himself. He really wants to see Yeon. He was disappointed with himself because he never got his number. He can't get enough of the Omega. The prince's phone rang. It was a familiar number, but he wondered why this person was calling him. The prince greeted Mr. Yeonju, but he was immediately hit with yelling. The prince has something in common with Yeon today. Mr. Yeonju couldn't believe what was happening with the prince, whom he called as Jae-moon, but he would have never thought you would pull off something so ruthless. The prince was understandably confused and asked Mr. Yeonju to clarify what he said. Mr. Yeonju accused Jae-moon of pretending to be innocent around him and asked why he forced Mr. Ji Seum's paintings out of the exhibit. Could this be related to Yeon's dad? Mr. Yeonju went to the exhibit a while ago because he missed seeing Mr. Ji Seum's paintings, but to his dismay, they weren't there at all. He realized that the paintings were all replaced with just a blank wall. One of the staff members had to explain to Mr. Yeonju about the removal, and this pissed him off. "Oh my God, an angel in disguise. Thank you for telling the prince." The prince couldn't believe this was happening. "Wait, so you never knew? Something's fishy." The prince calmly explained that he could never imagine removing Mr. Ji Seum's works of art and said that there might be a mistake in the process. He added that he'd look into it and promised to do something about it. The prince knew precisely who to call. There could only be one person responsible for this. The prince noted that he told this particular staff member to tend to tasks that were absolutely necessary, but he knows that this person might think highly of themselves now. He ran their number, and this staff member immediately answered, Ji Yoon-sun. "Write that down, guys." The prince asked Yoon-sun if he did everything he was instructed to do. Yoon-sun told the prince that he was doing his work pretty well and the prince shouldn't have any reason to be concerned. Yoon-sun says that, but his laughing doesn't help his case. He continued to blab about how Mr. Ji Seum's work wasn't bringing in a lot of attention these days. So he told Mr. Ji Seum that if he wanted to have his work continue being on display, then he should be paying an exhibition fee. Mr. Ji Seum has informed Yoon-sun that he doesn't have the money for it, so Yoon-sun decided to replace Ji Sung's paintings with promising new artists. As Yoon-sun rambled on, the prince was drinking a canned beverage and violently slammed it against the table. He sternly told Yoon-sun that he knew that he would be the right person to blame for this sudden change. The prince clarified and emphasized to Yoon-sun that he was never given permission to fire anyone at will. The prince reminded Yoon-sun of his position as the president and that Yoon-sun needs to get his act together if he wants to avoid getting kicked out, like what he did to Mr. Ji Seum. The prince further reminded Yoon-sun to stop whatever personal agenda he has right now. Yoon-sun desperately pleaded to be forgiven, but the prince wouldn't give him the time and day. "I bet if they met in person, that could fly off the prince's hand. Well said, Your Majesty." The prince was left with nothing but frustration as he sat there in his dining room all alone. He had gone through many people similar to Yoon-sun, and he was honestly tired of them. The prince thought he could rest for today, but even if he forced himself to rest now, all he wanted was Yeon. He is so smitten. Whenever the prince thinks of Yeon today, he can't help but be down bad. He keeps reminding himself to think of wholesome thoughts. However, thinking of Yeon's full name, Ji-yeon, the prince couldn't help but make the connections. He wonders if Ji-yeon is related to Mr. Ji Seum. "Why don't you make the call, Your Majesty?" The prince realized he didn't know a lot about Yeon. Of course, both of you just met. After all, in this time period, Before he could do anything about his curiosity, he realized that he had other work to do. The prince looked at his phone and noted the date today. The gallery will be going through construction for an expansion, so everything must be finished before that. However, Mr. Ji Seum knows nothing other than art, so he knows that Mr. Ji Seum has no different ways to earn money. It's been 5 days since Mr. Jisung was kicked out. He knew that the artist has a son, so if he doesn't have to worry about him, they'll try and finish his current workload before calling. I could already tell that Yeon will have a very stern talk with you. Your Majesty. The prince decided he needed some sleep and reminded himself to pay a visit to Mr. Ji Seum soon. I wonder how that will pan out. I hope that these two will get to meet each other real soon. Yeon's slumber was undisturbed by the soft whispers of his name, but as the voice grew closer and spoke his full name, a gentle stirring stirred within him. His eyelids fluttered open. Yeon wore traditional Korean sleepwear and was lying on the sleeping mat on the ground. He greeted the person right in front of him as Jun. "Jun Hyunmim, I wonder who this Yeon is to him." Jun told Yeon that he was sleeping so soundly that he never noticed that someone was already in his room. Yoon apologized since he required a lot more sleep than usual. He knows that he's a soldier, and Yeon needs to work more to have his body at its peak. Yeon also apologized to Jun for displaying his unkempt side, despite the fact that Yeon must maintain his appearance as his brother. Older brother? Huh? They both look gorgeous. They were definitely blessed with good genes. Jun didn't care about excuses. He placed his hand over Yeon's mouth and told him that he completely understood why Yeon was sleeping a lot these days. He needed the sleep anyway for his own stamina. He's a sweet brother. But doesn't he look familiar? June had come into Yeon's room to tell him that he and their father were going out to be in the palace in the meantime. Yeon stopped June from leaving and asked if he could come with them. June stopped whatever he was doing and stared at his brother. Oh, would he be the type of big brother folding their knees for their younger siblings? June ignored his request and went out without further conversation. Yeon was disappointed but not surprised. He really thought he would meet the prince, Jae-moon. Jae-moon, is this the prince's name? Yeon really missed the prince since they hadn't been together for a long time. He is genuinely worried that something has happened to him. As night fell, the rain began as a gentle trickle, but soon escalated into a downpour. Yeon noticed the rain and decided to grab a book to just read. However, while deep in his reading, the windows behind him were rattling. It was the sort of sound that didn't just come from the rough winds from rain. An intruder? Yeon, please be safe. Yeon asked who the outsider was. He has a sword right behind him, ready to strike if it is indeed an intruder. Yeon gradually moved as he waited for the stranger outside to act first. He wasn't rash even though he was already thinking of the worst scenarios in his head. Yeon demanded the person outside to reveal their identity before he opened the windows. He opened the windows because he recognized Jae-moon's voice. It was his prince, and he didn't look so good. The prince wore a heavy look and a tired demeanor around him. Yeon caressed Jae-moon's face and asked why he was drenched outside. Jae-moon asked if he could come in. Yeon assisted him in coming inside the house through the window. The prince wasn't so careful in coming in, so he tumbled inside and on top of Yeon. Yeon asked the prince if he was alright despite being the one who had to take in the prince's sudden weight on top of him. The prince explained that his whole body was burning up. His movement was slow and not calculated. He gripped Yeon in an embrace. The prince whispered against Yeon's ears and told him that he wanted Yeon to be the first to know about his second gender, and he wanted to manifest with Yeon and only Yeon. I feel like we're intruding. Don't mind us. As the prince gave Yeon a passionate kiss, Yeon couldn't help but start crying. Though he loves Jae-moon so much, his heart stings at the idea of not being with the prince. He wonders what would happen to the prince if he were to leave. The scene shifted and revealed the prince weeping before him, cradling Yeon with his stained hands. Yeon wondered why the prince was crying. As he was gradually losing consciousness, he realized he was the reason why the prince was in deep sorrow. I'm about to burst into tears here. Yeon stared down at the sharp blade gleaming just through his chest, his heart sinking as he realized the gravity of his situation. The prince's plea for him to stay echoed in his ears as darkness enveloped him, claiming him as its own. Yeon jolted up awake in 2018. At this point, I feel so bad that Yeon has to wake up with a lot of adrenaline every time. Yeon flinched when he got the call, his heart leaping into his throat. He realized that his dad was trying to call him. Yeon answered the phone, but someone other than his dad was the one who answered. He realized the stranger was looking for Mr. Ji Si-young's son, and Yeon confirmed he was his son. Yeon received the news that his dad got into an accident. Life is not Gwenchana. Please, someone, give Yeon all the love in the world. I really hope Mr. Ji Si-young is okay. In his home, Yeon's heart sank as he hung up the phone, his ears still ringing with the news of his father's accident. At the hospital, Yeon ran with desperation as he went through the emergency room section of the hospital. He slammed his hand on the nurse's station, which surprised the nurse right in front of him. Yeon's breath came in ragged gasps, but he told the nurse that he was Mr. Ji Si-young's guardian and asked where he was. Yeon was guided to a bed where the curtains were pulled back. The moment he reached the bed, he saw his dad lying on a hospital bed with his arm in a cast. His dad was awake and had a nervous smile on his face. Tell us who did this to you, mister. I promise I'll just have a stern talk with them. Yeon asked his dad what happened to his arm, but his dad didn't answer Yeon and told him that he should go home for now. Mr. Ji Si-young got up from his bed while Yeon asked him if it was really okay to go home now. Mr. Ji Si-young reassured Yeon that it was all right since the staff told him there'd be no other complications with his condition. Yeon doubted this, but he still followed his dad's wishes. Back at home, Yeon still poked his dad to explain to him how he even got into an accident in the first place. Mr. Ji Si-young couldn't help but explain things to his son. He stroked his cast and explained that before the accident, he did whatever he could to get his paintings displayed. When they looked at his paintings, he kept getting declined. In one vast gallery adorned with numerous Eastern-style paintings, he thought that his paintings might have a chance. That's what he thought, but the staff made it bluntly clear that they were rejecting him to his face. The staff member called two big men to get him, dragged him by his arms, and threw him out of the gallery. Was that really necessary? Especially with someone who didn't look like that would fight back even with words. Mr. Ji Seyoung landed on his arm the wrong way, and after opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. I'm glad there were decent enough people to help him. Yeon hugged his dad and reminded him he would be earning money for both of them and that they were all right in their current setup. Yeon asked his dad to not push himself. Mr. Ji Seyoung knew of Yeon's struggle since he worked extra hard because he was an Omega. He said that it was all thanks to the president from the previous exhibit who gave him a hassle-free way to make a living. He didn't want to burden his son by just sitting around while Yeon was working hard. He believed it was safer for Yeon not to work than to face potential danger. Mr. Ji Seyoung is officially the best dad in the world. Yeon had a sudden change of demeanor, and his dad asked what was wrong. Yeon felt guilty that he resorted to something dangerous when he wasn't in the right mind. He doesn't even remember the person he slept with, but Yeon didn't know how to explain this to his dad. Hearing their doorbell ring somewhat saved Yeon from explaining, but Yeon wasn't sure who was outside since they weren't expecting anyone to come drop by. Yeon approached the intercom that was connected to their doorbell and acknowledged the stranger's ringing with a yes. Instead of saying their name, the stranger outside asked if this house was Mr. Ji Seyoung. They wanted to know since they were from JM Gallery. JM Gallery? Is this Secretary Kong tasked by Jae-moon? No way it could be that Yusin guy. Once Yeon allowed the person to get inside, he was greeted by a familiar face. The prince was surprised to see Yeon's face after missing him for this long. However, he was surprised to know that Yeon was Mr. Ji Seyoung's son. Ji Yeon really is related to Mr. Ji Seyoung, and it wasn't just a coincidence that they have the same last name. It's complicated his situation even further. The moment Yeon laid eyes on this stranger's face for the first time, he found himself captivated. Yeon stood frozen by the doorway, his gaze fixed on this man's face. In his fascination, he completely forgot to extend an invitation to come inside the house. Mr. Ji Seyoung had to walk to the entrance because he didn't hear who was coming in. He was surprised that the president was at his doorstep. President, JM Gallery. JM can stand for Jae-moon. The dots have connected. Yeon's expression went from admiration to suddenly feeling pissed off. As soon as his gaze shifted back to the man whom his father referred to as the president, Jae-moon immediately turned his face to avoid Yeon's glare. Yeon's brows furrowed, his eyes narrowed with annoyance, and his jaw clenched. He told Jae-moon it must be scorching hot out, so he'll make a refreshing iced coffee drink for him. Don't do anything rash, Yeon. Mr. Ji Seyoung was worried and asked Jae-moon why he was in his house right now. Jae-moon gave Mr. Ji Seyoung the gift bag and said he heard that Mr. Ji Seyoung likes sweet dumplings, so he bought him some. Jae-moon also added that he needed to talk to Mr. Ji Seyoung about some matters. While talking to Mr. Ji Seyoung, Jae-moon's eyes wandered toward Yeon's direction. He wondered if Yeon recognized him or not. Jae-moon expressed concern about Mr. Ji Seyoung and asked him what was wrong with his arm. While Jae-moon and Mr. Ji Seyoung talked in the living room, Yeon was busy making iced coffee. He was legit brewing something. Yeon approached the men in the living and distributed iced coffee to each of them. But instead of handing the glass to Jae-moon, Yeon chose to pour the entire iced coffee over Jae-moon's head, drenching him completely. Mr. Ji Seyoung yelled, distraught seeing how his son would do this to someone important. Yeon maintained his stern expression, watching intently for Jae-moon's next move. Let me get my iced coffee and sip. I'm curious about what Jae-moon will do next. In Yeon's house, Jae-moon simply allowed the coffee to trickle down from his hair, his expression devoid of emotion. He remained in a profound silence, his stillness echoing the weight of the moment. Mr. Ji Seyoung made multiple attempts to persuade Yeon to apologize. He pleaded with him, his voice filled with urgency, his hands gesturing pleadingly, all while Jae-moon was wiping some of the coffee off his face. Despite his father's pleas, Yeon was stern and demanded that Jae-moon should get out of their house this instant. Yeon's voice thundered with anger as he accused Jae-moon. In a furious tirade, he berated Jae-moon for disregarding his father, discarding him for a younger, more popular artist, all for the lure of money. Yeon wanted Jae-moon to take a good look at the mess that they're in right now, much like the mess of that spilled coffee. He asked Jae-moon if he really looked at himself as someone important. He demanded to know if Jae-moon intended to visit them, then why didn't he spare them some of his time earlier? Yeon angrily insisted that Jae-moon respond and offer an apology. In utter disbelief, Jae-moon chuckled while he wiped the coffee off his face. Yeon's face flushed with irritation as he asked the alpha what was so funny. Jae-moon's smiling face turned serious as he turned to Yeon and told him he was rendered speechless. My God, has it been hot lately? Being in a room with an angry Yeon and an emotionless Jae-moon shouldn't feel this nice. Jae-moon stood up, walked over to Yeon, and patted his shoulder. He thanked him for the coffee, his grin carrying a sinister edge. He expressed that he wanted to see Yeon next time. Your Majesty, that sounded like a threat. Well, don't threaten Yeon with a good time. Here. Jae-moon's eyes bore a frightening intensity, the glint of his grin only adding to the menacing aura. He uttered Yeon's full name, and this sent a shiver down Yeon's spine. Once Jae-moon was out of the house's premises, Yeon realized he had never cussed Jae-moon before he left. Before Yeon closed the door behind him, his eyes started pouring tears. Yeon wasn't quite sure why he was crying. Was it because Yeon finally let out his frustration, or Soldier Yeon is crying because he did this to his sweet prince? Yeon went to the living room and saw his dad cleaning up the coffee spill. He took this as a sign to clean for him and apologized to his father for letting him see this side of him. Despite the earlier events, Mr. Ji Si-young was sincerely concerned about his son. He gently patted Yeon on the back and advised him to rest. Once Yeon was left alone, he immediately stopped cleaning. His shoulders were slumped, as Yeon feeling overwhelmed by today's events. First, his father's situation, and then the encounter with Jae-moon. In his room, Yeon knew he drank his medicine that day, but his lower belly was throbbing, and his whole body was getting hot. He collapsed to the ground, gripping his stomach tightly and staggered unsteadily. With a sinking feeling, he comprehended the necessary steps ahead and understood he had to personally handle the situation. Yeon's attempts to relieve the scorching sensation engulfing his body with his medicine and self-soothing gestures, but they aren't enough. A nagging realization crept over him as he realized it was time to seek help from someone else. In his state of perplexity, one person stood out as the potential solution, and it was the president. Just thinking of Jae-moon's intense and menacing eyes, his pissed-off voice, and the way he treated him when they did it the first time. This all helped Yeon satiate his needs. However, despite relieving himself, he wondered why he had to do this to himself. Yeon cried against his pillow. He dreaded thinking he might be fated to be like this forever. No partner, no one to help him in this situation. He didn't know what he would do as an Omega, living from one paycheck to another with a future so uncertain. I hope things will look up for Yeon soon. Jae-moon returned home, his body sticky and his clothes stained from the spilled iced coffee. In the enormous, elegant house, there was a deep sense of solitude. Jae-moon was the only person living there, and the spacious rooms echoed with silence. Jae-moon went to get a shower, and as he stood alone, he couldn't help but think of Yeon. This is starting to become his brand. He just randomly thinks of his love. I love this for him. From one moment, Yeon was very cute and offered to give him his iced coffee. Then at another moment, Yeon splashed coffee on him with a smug look. The scene didn't entirely play that way, Your Majesty, but whatever floats your boat, I guess. Jae-moon uttered Yeon's full name before bursting out in laughter. He was in a particularly good mood today since he hadn't seen anyone with such unwavering determination until now. He completely fell for Yeon. Are we really surprised by that? Jae-moon is determined to meet Yeon even more now. But before that, Jae-moon has to settle a few things at work. Jae-moon asked a few people to investigate the matter of what happened with Mr. Ji Si-young and why his art was removed from the exhibit. Jae-moon treats this as if he's tending to trash and throwing it away. Lying down, Jae-moon glanced up and spotted his circular light. Stretching his arm, he pretended to hold it. He knows this issue at work wouldn't be so easy to resolve. On another day, in the Jam Gallery building, Jae-moon was busy with work on his desk. Someone knocked on his door and told him to come into his office. Without wasting time, Secretary Kong provided Jae-moon with written documentation of his findings. He mentioned that his report contained extensive information about curator Go Yoon-sun, including his salary and expenses. Jae-moon took a closer look at the report and asked Secretary Kong if he was sure about his findings. He buried his face in his hand, his eyes growing intense and furious. The weight of responsibility bore down on him as he realized the extent of the abuse that had taken place under Yoon-sun's power. Secretary Kong mentioned about Yoon-sun's 14 months' worth of expenses using all of the money he had stolen from new artists. It has also been discovered that he was the only person responsible for ending contracts with important people. When Jae-moon asked Secretary Kong about the company's financial loss, the amount just gave him so much frustration, he had to comfort his throbbing head. This is really awful behavior. He did all of that in less than 2 years. Jae-moon took in the information, finding it hard to believe that someone so callous existed, someone who didn't care about the people they hurt along the way. He mentioned that losing money wasn't a huge problem since it could be earned back. On the other hand, a considerable amount of time had been wasted, and within that time frame, their company's name was dragged in the mud. Jae-moon was also concerned about the company's relationship with their artists. He stood up from his seat and asked Secretary Kang to consult this matter with their lawyer. Jae-moon said he'll try to resolve the issue with the artists and recruit them for their gallery again. Jae-moon complimented Secretary Kang for his hard work. He kindly asked Secretary Kang to push back all his schedule for today to tomorrow since he's going to look for new curators. Secretary Kang acknowledged his current task and told Jae-moon to have a safe trip. In his head, he's wondering what Jae-moon was planning to do exactly since he just said that they should focus on earning money a while ago. As a boss, Jae-moon was very unpredictable. Makes you wonder how Jae-moon was as a prince and a king. Jae-moon was leaving the office all happy and humming. Meanwhile, Secretary Kang glared at his back. Secretary Kang looks like he hasn't slept well in a long while. Meanwhile, his boss has the time of his life. Jae-moon is lucky Secretary Kang is on his side. In the middle of the day, Jae-moon walked into the empty, upscale restaurant. He scanned the room, searching for something specific. He was met by a waitress who greeted him and inquired about the number of people in his party. The waitress was taken aback by Jae-moon's striking appearance, completely unaware that his attention was focused on someone else entirely. Jae-moon said that he was not here to eat, but he was looking for someone. Jae-moon stepped out of the restaurant into the busy streets. The waitress told him that Yeon was in the restaurant but left around 3 minutes before Jae-moon entered the restaurant. Jae-moon didn't want to waste any more time apart from Yeon. He was desperate to find him. However, during his search, he couldn't help but be met with a crowd of curious folks. Some people were debating whether they should involve the police. One person queried other onlookers if they were witnessing a fight. A member of the crowd clarified that a thug had grabbed someone's paycheck, and now the victim was confronting the thug face to face. The thug taunted the hazel-haired victim that they'd give back the paycheck if only they'd agree to go on a date with them. Disgusting. That's not how to ask out a person, but that's beside the point. Stealing needs to be punished one way or another. The hazel-haired victim was Yeon, and Yeon didn't look like a victim. Instead of being scared, the thug should be scared of Yeon right now. Yeon's eyes blazed with anger as he warned the thug. The thug should return his money or face dire consequences by the count of 3. His tone was sharp, and his threat hung heavy in the air, filled with menacing intent. The thug didn't take him seriously, told Yeon that he was just playing hard to get, and even called him a slur. This is rotten behavior. I'll throw the first rock for you, Yeon. The thug even approached Yeon, leaned and hovered over him, and tried to poke the bear, all while Yeon was counting up to 3. In a frantic rush, Jae-moon, the determined alpha, sprinted toward Yeon. His eyes were wide with fear, his every step fueled by genuine concern for Yeon's well-being. Eventually, Yeon did reach 3, and the thug hasn't returned the paycheck yet. The power bottomless is strong with this one. Quick, someone dial 911. Not for Yeon, though. It's the thug. In the street in front of a crowd, Jae-moon's desperation was palpable as he rushed to stand between the thug and Yeon, determined to shield Yeon before the thug could lay a hand on him. Yeon appeared downright menacing. His eyes glinted with a fierce determination, promising havoc upon the thug. His body, slightly hunched over, exuded an aura of danger. The moment the thug grabbed Yeon's collar, Yeon grabbed the thug's wrist and slid his foot on the ground to give himself enough momentum to throw him over his shoulder and over his tiny frame. Yeon delivered a satisfying throw of the thug against the concrete ground, making sure he dealt enough damage to make him stay on the ground. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their voices a symphony of approval for Yeon's swift action, deeming it a fitting punishment for the thug. I love power bottoms way too much. Yeon, not just standing there to take a hit, is impressive. Yeon reminded the thug of his promise to deliver his threat by the count of 3. The thug wasn't accepting defeat, even though his whole body was on the ground. He cussed Yeon and released the most vile scent out in the air just to prove his point that Yeon, an Omega, was nothing against him. This thug is an alpha. How could the world favor him and not someone like Yeon or his dad? A collective sense of disgust washed over both the crowd and Yeon as they recoiled from the foul odor emanating from the thug. Wrinkled noses and exchanged glances conveyed their shared aversion, creating an atmosphere tinged with repulsion. The thug stood up and looked down on Yeon, kneeling on the ground, desperate to cover his nose from the disgusting scent. The thug tried to remind Yeon of his place in this world since he was just an Omega. He was about to blow a slap in Yeon's direction, but this did not make Jae-moon happy. The prince is here to protect. Before the thug could swing his hang to deliver a slap, Jae-moon grabbed his hand. The thug asked him who he was, but Jae-moon was obviously ignoring him. Jae-moon gave Yeon his handkerchief and told him to use it for a little while. The thug yelled for Jae-moon's attention and immediately regretted his decision. Jae-moon emitted a commanding scent, powerful and intoxicating, asserting dominance that compelled everyone, even another alpha, to bow down in submission. His aura was irresistible, wrapping those around him in an invisible hold, leaving them no choice but to yield to his presence. "Your Highness has arrived. Bow down to show respect." Sinking to his knees, the thug grasped the dominant presence facing him, avoiding direct eye contact as he fell in submission. Jae-moon knelt down to the level of the thug and didn't even have to say anything. The thug immediately blabbered his apology without looking Jae-moon in the eye. Jae-moon didn't want to hear more of what the thug wanted to say and demanded that he listen. Jae-moon appeared absolutely furious. His eyes were red and glared with a menacing sharpness while his jaw clenched tightly. The intensity of his gaze could have burned a hole through the thug. He warned the thug that his actions would result in legal consequences. He emphasized that the thug was reckless in releasing his pheromones and looking down on others when he himself was pitiful. "You tell him, Your Majesty. Let that be a lesson." Jae-moon taunted the thug, sarcastically praising his supposed bravery. He didn't hesitate to publicly insult Jae-moon, even to his face, despite the fact that Jae-moon had merely intervened to stop the fight. At the side, Yeon was huffing and puffing on the handkerchief Jae-moon gave him. Jae-moon explained that what Yeon did earlier was self-defense, but if the thug felt that that was unfair, then he could have the law enforcement involved in this matter. If he dares to do that, he better be ready to confess his actions to Yeon and the public witnessing it. Jae-moon picked up Yeon on his back while continuing to talk to the thug. Suppose the option before wasn't what he wanted to do. In that case, you should stop his pitiful attempts to stir up issues with people who won't put up with his behavior. While Jae-moon confronted the thug, Yeon found himself captivated by Jae-moon's scent. Unable to resist the temptation to continuously inhale his aroma, Jae-moon spat that he shouldn't blemish the reputation of alphas. He warned the thug to live in silence like a mouse buried 6 feet under. I wouldn't want to be on Jae-moon's bad side. His fiery red eyes blazed with determination, hell-bent on making a statement to the thug before exiting. The crowd, recognizing his fierce resolve, parted ways, allowing Jae-moon to leave Yeon. The thug and the onlookers stood there, silently observing the two as they departed. While Jae-moon was walking away, Yeon wondered who this person helping him was. In a parking lot, Jae-moon placed Yeon in his passenger seat. Yeon wasn't fighting back at all. He passed out. "I'm relieved Yeon is safe, but I wonder if he got his paycheck back after fighting so hard for it." Jae-moon took a good look at the Omega on his passenger side, deep in his own thoughts. In his sleep, Yeon heard a faint voice calling his name, yet he couldn't identify it. The sound drifted through his dreams. Judging from how Yeon's name is being called, it's definitely the prince calling for his soldier Yeon. Suddenly, a nearer voice in the waking world called his name and ordered him to wake up. When Yeon woke up, he could remember how that distant voice was familiar to him, and he'd heard it all the time while asleep. Someone inquired if he was awake, prompting Yeon to squint his eyes, trying to locate the source of the voice. Yeon realized the person calling him was nearer than expected. However, no matter how near this person was, Yeon still had to squint his eyes to clearly scan their face. As Yeon was staring at him very intensely, Jae-moon's heart was about to jump out of his chest. He was very happy at the moment. "I love the male lead so much. He's so smitten by everything Yeon does, and I can't blame him." Yeon could finally match a face to the name. He recalled how he always pictured this person against a backdrop of flowers, their beauty amplified through his enamored gaze, even when he saw them in real life. Yeon is utterly captivated by Jae-moon's striking appearance. Recalling the face and those eyes, he shuddered, reminded of the intense moment when those very eyes glared at him like sharp daggers during the iced coffee incident at his house. He could put a name on his face. He remembers that this is JM Gallery's president, Jae-moon. Suddenly, he sees this handsome person in a new light and asks him what he is doing being so close to him. "Honestly, I just hope Yeon doesn't faint unexpectedly. He's fortunate Jae-moon was around." Despite the evident worry in Yeon's eyes, Jae-moon felt an overwhelming surge of affection. To him, Yeon was like a hissing fluffy cat. Jae-moon was feeling bold and leaned in closer to Yeon. Jae-moon confessed that he had plenty of experience with losing things he loved, but the unwavering attraction he felt for Yeon was unique. His interest tended to fade if he spent more than a week in someone's company. Is that why Jae-moon stayed single despite being rich and handsome? It explains his interest in Yeon besides them being soulmates. Jae-moon further explains to Yeon that he stood out because thoughts of him refused to fade, deepening as time moved forward. Jae-moon wanted to propose something to Yeon. Yeon didn't find this romantic at all. In fact, he was scared for his life. He doesn't know Jae-moon's true intentions. Yeon is still determining what the president of a big company would want to do with him. Yeon's thoughts were racing through different worst scenarios about why Jae-moon would want him. Yeon's thoughts were in a whirlwind, his mind racing with questions. He couldn't help but wonder if there was a romantic interest hidden in Jae-moon's actions. Yet, to burst Yeon's bubble, Jae-moon asked him if he would like to work with him. Huh? I was thinking you would ask him on a date, but knowing Yeon, he would surely reject since he's a power bottom that doesn't need no alpha. Yeon asked what type of job Jae-moon was proposing. Jae-moon asked Yeon if he could be a curator for his gallery. Oh, okay then. That's practical enough. Jae-moon also added that Yeon could be his curator and his partner in bed. Huh, can't say I'm surprised. Jae-moon voiced his belief that Yeon would find the proposal acceptable, given their history of doing it before, which passed here. He opened Yeon's bag and saw that Yeon wasn't skipping his meds at all. Yeon wanted Jae-moon to clarify what he meant by doing it once. Oh no, sweet summer child, he really doesn't remember. Jae-moon had a serious tone when he told Yeon that he spent all those funny businesses in bed for the first time with him. That person he might not remember doing it with was him, Jae-moon. At that moment, Yeon evaluated all of his life choices. I wonder how this hissing cat would take that. In Jae-moon's office, Yeon is still trying to confirm that whatever he heard was actually real. With doubt shrouding his mind, Yeon rested his head in his hand, questioning Jae-moon if they had really done the deed before. A bit of sweat dropped on Jae-moon's face and gave a nod. He told Yeon his thought process from that day and said he asked whether he should stop out of respect for Yeon. But the person who pushed Jae-moon to continue was no one other than Yeon himself. Wearing a look of disdain, Yeon doesn't want to believe it. Jae-moon was a bit bummed out seeing Yeon's reaction but suggested that they should discuss this issue at another point in time. All he wants is Yeon's response to the work he proposed. Yeon asked the alpha why he chose Yeon, of all people, to do this type of work. He is skeptical of Jae-moon's true intentions, especially since Jae-moon knew his father wasn't doing well financially as Jae-moon sacked Mr. Ji Se-young even after years of working with them. Yeon emphasized the part of the contract that he found iffy, which was Jae-moon wanting him to be his partner in bed. Frustration filled Yeon's words as he cussed Jae-moon out. His face remained stoic and emotionless, but his eyes burned with rage. He spoke with a venomous tone, declaring to Jae-moon that he wouldn't work for him. Jae-moon refused to take no for an answer and added that as long as Yeon worked for him, the alpha would cover all of Mr. Ji Se-young's medical expenses, especially his surgeries. Furthermore, Jae-moon will provide enough pay to cover Yeon's living expenses, allowing Mr. Ji Se-young and Yeon to live comfortably. Listening to Jae-moon's promises, Yeon noticed a slight movement at the side of his eye. He could see Jae-moon reaching for him. Your Highness, what are you trying to do? Yeon's eyes widened in astonishment upon discovering Jae-moon's unexpected proximity and found himself in a situation where both of the alpha's hands were on either side of his face. Jae-moon's demeanor was serious, making it clear that Yeon shouldn't resist him. Closing the gap between them, he cupped Yeon's cheeks and leaned in. His movements are deliberate, intending to share a kiss. He could smell Jae-moon trying to use pheromones on him to make the Omega go along with his words. Yeon was growing increasingly uncomfortable, sensing that the situation was taking an undesirable turn. Fueled by a surge of defiance, Yeon's hand sliced through the air to deliver a sharp, echoing slap on the alpha's face. If you haven't gotten the message yet, Jae-moon. This Omega knows how to fight back. A red-hot fury blazed in Jae-moon's eyes as the stinging aftermath of Yeon's slap left a distinctive mark on his angered face. Caught in the consequences of his impulsive gesture, Yeon's hand remained suspended, fear etched across his face and cold sweat forming as he braced for what Jae-moon might do. He knows that he's in trouble after doing that to an alpha and a president of a company. What Jae-moon made him do was convince Yeon to sign and put his fingerprints on the temporary contract they talked about earlier. Yeon must have finally agreed to this to avoid getting into big trouble after slapping the alpha. With hands shaking, Yeon reluctantly imprinted his fingerprint on the contract. Jae-moon playfully asked Yeon if he ever stamped on anything before, his presence looming over the Omega as he handled the papers. A single tear escaped his eye. Yeon was fueled by anger and disbelief at Jae-moon's manipulative theatrics to get his signature. In frustration, Yeon raised his voice, questioning Jae-moon if he was even aware that the contract was unfair. Stepping back from Yeon, Jae-moon addressed his stinging cheek with a pack of ice while casually remarking that the contract was too short. He teased Yeon that maybe he should make the arrangement longer since Yeon sounded so eager to work for the Alpha. Yeon yelled back for the Alpha to just forget what he said. Since the Alpha was physically away from Yeon's space, Yeon took this time to turn his attention to the contract in his hands. As he carefully reads the words on the contract, he knows that this whole arrangement is more beneficial for him than Jae-moon. Besides the partner in bed section of the contract, you and your dad are getting taken care of. What are Jae-moon's true intentions here? Yeon approached Jae-moon and gave him the signed and stamped contract. Jae-moon placed away his ice pack and reviewed the contract. With curiosity clouding his head, Yeon sat next to the Alpha and asked him why he allowed Yeon to slap him earlier. Yeon brought up the fact that he used his left hand, implying that Jae-moon could have easily stopped him. Jae-moon didn't sound angry. He was neutral when he replied that he had already expressed frustration at losing things he cared about. He apologized for releasing his pheromones earlier and knows it was wrong of him to approach Yeon that way. Jae-moon is becoming a standard. He's a walking green flag. In high spirits, Jae-moon displayed the contract, happily declaring that if a slap would get Yeon to work for him, he would be perfectly happy to receive one. Yeon looked at Jae-moon's broad smile, wondering if such simple things really bring happiness to the rich. At the same time, he contemplated if this was the very person who ousted his father from his job. Yeon noted how Jae-moon was being adorable right now. A blush spread across his face. Deep in his own thoughts, he notes that if you scratch away the fact that Jae-moon was the CEO, then he was Yeon's type. However, he doesn't let these thoughts get to him. Yeon knows better than to let things slide easily and to just keep a close eye on Jae-moon before doing anything rash. Yeon proves himself time and time again that he's not a damsel in distress. He thinks things through. Jae-moon placed the contract on his table. Since they talked about Yeon's contract as a curator, he asked Yeon if they should discuss the other part of the contract. Without waiting for Yeon's answer, Jae-moon walked behind him and recalled the fact that he was Yeon's first man. He then explained that when pheromones are released in small amounts, they produce a subtle fragrance and assumed that Yeon must have found his pheromones repulsive when he released all of them at once earlier. With a happy demeanor all around him, Jae-moon was inches away from Yeon's face. His chest was against Yeon's back and started to release his pheromones in the air. The Alpha's pheromones unfold gracefully, revealing its intricate layers like a gentle breeze carrying subtle notes that captivate the senses. Moving closer, Jae-moon questioned Yeon if the scent was better now. Yeon shielded his nose, not answering nor meeting Jae-moon's eyes. A soft tap on his hands drew his attention back to the Alpha. With a reassuring tone, Jae-moon assured Yeon that before settling on the contract, he wouldn't go beyond touching the Omega's hair. Jae-moon smoothly transitioned from being behind Yeon to meeting him face to face. Yeon gazed into Jae-moon's eyes, a blush spreading across his face. Jae-moon's smile radiates warmth and brightness. "Your Highness' smile. It suits him so much." Yeon's heart was moved by the Alpha's words and gentle touches, but he didn't want to believe in any of it. However, his slender fingers began reaching for Jae-moon's strong fist. Yeon was confused, battling a strange yearning set off by the sight of Jae-moon smiling for him. He wonders if it's just the novelty of someone smiling at him, but he's hesitant to accept this explanation, considering the number of people he's met who have shared smiles with him in the past. Jae-moon was puzzled by the gesture. Holding Yeon's hand and leaving it undisturbed, he softly asks if everything's okay. Yeon was looking down. His shoulders slumped, and his whole demeanor went from frustrated and whining to suddenly quiet. Yeon could feel his heart thumping hard against his chest to the point where he could hear it loud against his ears, and tears started streaming down his face. He didn't know why he was feeling so happy after holding Jae-moon's hands. Yeon chalks it up to feeling lonely after all this time, but he doesn't understand how that would cause him to cry this much. Soldier Yeon misses the prince so much. Better late than never. Jae-moon had to raise his voice to get Yeon's attention, and it did. Yeon raised his head as if this action alone would snap him out of his thoughts. Jae-moon's bright demeanor shifted to serious and cold. He acknowledged the possibility of a hastily made agreement and asked Yeon to inform him when he was ready to discuss the other contract. The Alpha withdrew his hand away from Yeon's, which was all too sudden for Yeon as the Omega's hand lay there suspended in the air where Jae-moon's hand was. Jae-moon. What's going on? You were so close. If you had continued with those adorable gestures, you might have won him over. With his back against the Omega, Jae-moon wore his blazer and announced that he was leaving. He informed Yeon to come see him anytime this week. Jae-moon leaves his business card on the table and briefly instructs Yeon to rest well with no emotion in his voice. Yeon's eyes were still stained with tears as he saw Jae-moon leave and shut the door in front of him. He just realized that he felt all these emotions toward the Alpha, but he never learned his name before. Yeon picked up the business card and spoke of the Alpha's name out loud, which sounded familiar to his ears. I wonder if Yeon will take on the agreement. It was a new day, and Yeon was in formal attire inside a building dedicated to art, given that the walls of the building had directions to specific galleries. Yeon narrowed his eyes while examining a business card. The card indicated that he needed to reach the president's office. Yeon was visibly annoyed as he searched for it. He remembers Jae-moon telling him to come to his office as if it was an easy task to do. Ayo, he accepted the deal. Congratulations on the curator job. By the way, Yeon. Yeon sighed, leaning against a wall in defeat, as he felt miserable trying to navigate around the big building that is Jam Art Gallery. He wondered if he'd even end up working by the end of the day since he was wasting all this time looking for the president's office. A person in formal attire passing by saw him in this state. They gradually approached Yeon and confirmed who he was. With a tired expression, Yeon looked toward the person and gave a brief acknowledgement. A sense of awkwardness hung in the air as the two exchanged glances. Wait a minute, have we seen these two together before? This person introduced themselves as Jae-moon's secretary, Kang Jun-suk, and mentioned that they had been expecting Yeon for quite some time and were beginning to wonder if Yeon had other plans. Yeon apologized and explained that he had gotten lost inside the building. Without further delay, Secretary Kang asked Yeon to follow him and silently guided him further inside. As Yeon looked around the building, he noticed the art displayed near the president's office. He saw that most of the art didn't fit just one theme. His trail of thought was cut off when Secretary Kang announced they had just arrived at the president's office. Yeon just felt the grave of the situation as he couldn't shake off a growing sense of nervousness. Secretary Kang went inside first and informed Jae-moon that Yeon had arrived. He further added that he had escorted Yeon to his office and explained that he was late because he got lost inside the building. Jae-moon didn't directly greet Yeon. Instead, he went on talking about business with Secretary Kang, seeing Jae-moon as a hard-working boss. Yeon catches himself staring at the Alphas since he couldn't help but find Jae-moon handsome. Yeon's emotionless staring didn't go unnoticed as Jae-moon was actually looking back at him. These two act as if Secretary Kang isn't in the room. In Jae-moon's head, he wonders what Yeon is thinking deeply about since there is so much passion in his eyes. Passion is a strong word. Yeon looks dazed for the most part here, Your Highness. Jae-moon's heart reverberated with loud thuds, and a warm blush swept across his face of thought that maybe Yeon had been thinking hard about their other contract. Thousands of scenarios and thoughts pop into Jae-moon's head, with Yeon being the main star. As each scene played out in his head, his face gradually hid behind his hand. He may or may not have been aware that he was giggling like a creep right in front of his subordinates. Since Jae-moon was preoccupied with his thoughts, Yeon asked Secretary Kang if it was hard working for Jae-moon. Secretary Kang rolled his eyes and said that it was fine since he was used to Jae-moon's antics by now. The Omega and Alpha continued to stare at each other. Jae-moon wondered if Yeon was a bit shy today. Meanwhile, Yeon looked for answers to see what Jae-moon's intentions were for staring back. Yeon was a bit annoyed by this exchange and demanded to know why Jae-moon was staring at him. Amused, Jae-moon smiled and apologized for creating a misunderstanding. He went on to say that, in the meantime, Secretary Kang would assist Yeon with transferring duties and any tasks that he is not familiar with. Jae-moon promised to address the rest of Yeon's concerns later. Without hesitation and no further words needed, Yeon walked out of the president's, shutting the door behind him. Secretary Kang and Jae-moon just stared at the space where Yeon last was. Since Yeon was out of the picture, Secretary Kang gave a report about Ji Yoon-sun. Jae-moon's mood abruptly changed from cheerful and buzzing to one of frustration and irritation. Secretary Kang was affected by the sudden shift in demeanor and asked Jae-moon if he wanted him to look further behind Yoon-sun's background. Jae-moon stood abruptly from his desk, his strides purposeful as he moved towards the window, fixing his gaze on the scenery outside. He quickly dismissed Secretary Kang and added that they should leave the matter since they'd see Yoon-sun's face a lot in court anyway. Left to his own devices, Jae-moon was immersed in his thoughts, his expression growing increasingly serious. In Yeon's new office, the Omega was lying on top of the couch and reading the paper right in front of him. He was instructed to memorize artists' names and their works. Secretary Kang emphasized the importance of this memorization since GM Art Gallery prides itself on the trust of the artists they're in contract with. Earlier, Secretary Kang handed over the piece of paper with a list of the company's artists and their work. He said that Yeon didn't need to memorize them right away and that he could slowly memorize everything by himself after 2 weeks. This sense of pressure was getting to Yeon. He dropped the piece of paper in his head. His train of thought trailed off when sleep started to take over. When he came to, he wondered why the office was so dark and realized that he slept through the whole day in the same position. Dread surged through Yeon as he buried his face in his hands and began rubbing his entire face in frustration. Surprise flickered in Yeon's eyes as he discovered an unanticipated voice in his office. His eyes looked for the source and immediately landed on one thing in the middle of the room that shouldn't belong there. Jae-moon was sitting on Yeon's table. Confused, Yeon asked Jae-moon how long he had sat on his desk. In a calm demeanor, Jae-moon reassured Yeon that he hadn't been there for more than 5 minutes. The alpha had a warm smile on his face when he asked Yeon to go home already, but since he's going home, maybe they should have dinner together first. Wow, that was smooth, and has anyone noticed how fast Jae-moon changed his mood the moment he was alone with Yeon? With disgust written all over his face, Yeon was fast to reject. Jae-moon took this as a hit on the heart, but he never lost his smile when he asked Yeon to do overtime then. Yeon was quick on his feet, immediately rejected that idea, and asked again about dinner. The alpha walked away with his back against Yeon and announced that he already knew where they could have dinner. He asked Yeon to meet him outside once he was ready and didn't exchange any more words besides that. While saying all of this, Jae-moon would have never seen the disdain that Yeon was wearing on his face. He just started working today, and he already wants to quit. The difference in their thought process makes their dynamic a breath of fresh air. It really makes you wonder how they'll continue working together. It was a new day, and Yeon was busy catching up on the work he snoozed on last time. He was very serious when memorizing the artists' names next to their work. Yeon has his own office with a nameplate and all. This is a big step up from his other jobs. After knocking on Yeon's door, Secretary Kang introduced himself and asked Yeon if he had time at the moment. He gave Yeon a proposal placed in a fancy black folder and left shortly after. Once Yeon is left alone again, the Omega stared at the closed folder in his hand and wonders why Jae-moon would give him a task like that. Now he feels bad for Secretary Kang for dealing with a boss like Jae-moon. Yeon closed his eyes and could vividly remember Jae-moon's ear-to-ear grin on his face, complete with a finger heart pose, and asked a lot of questions about whether Yeon really wanted to work with him or he wanted to do the deed with him or if they wanted to eat together. This never happened, but it would be cute if they did adopt a cat together. Yeon wonders if the alpha likes him or if he's just deranged, and Yeon is just his current obsession. Yeon has no doubt that Jae-moon might have some screws loose in his head. However, he cannot push aside the fact that he could potentially be deranged, but at least he's hot though. Yeon, what are your priorities? In the president's office, Jae-moon had a nasty sneeze. He took out his handkerchief and fixed himself, wondering if someone was talking behind his back. There is a superstition in some parts of Asia that if someone's talking behind your back, it causes the person being talked about to sneeze. Jae-moon? Can you guess who? As Jae-moon was tending to his nose, Yeon arrived at his office. The alpha's whole body perked up. He asked Yeon why he was in the office all alone and asked where Secretary Kang was. Yeon held out the proposal with both hands and answered that he came to Jae-moon's office because he was there for the proposal and Secretary Kang was busy. Jae-moon's usual sunny demeanor around Yeon was out the window, replaced by a solemn and inquisitive expression as Yeon's boss while tending to the proposal. His gaze pierced Yeon, probing the depth of his dedication to the position of curator. Jae-moon decided to ask Yeon if he knew the latest artwork made by Shin Ji-ah. Yeon was surprised by the sudden quiz. In a decisive tone, Jae-moon laid out the consequences. If Yeon answered incorrectly, he would find himself on an unexpected date with the alpha. Sorry, Yeon, but I want to see you make a mistake. As the words of the punishment echoed, Yeon visibly expressed clear disdain on the matter. Firmly pointing at Jae-moon with a determined expression on his face, Yeon immediately gave his answer. Jae-moon buried his face in his hand and was gloomy as he confirmed to Yeon that his answer was right. The look of defeat on Jae-moon's face contrasted with Yeon's celebration. Jae-moon didn't want to lose more chances to win a date and change the rules. Now, Yeon should try and answer another question. And if he gets this one right, he could go home immediately. In Yeon's ecstatic jumps, Jae-moon's curveball caught him off guard, momentarily stunning him. His determination was fueled by the prospect of going back home early. However, there was a catch. With a spark in the alpha's eye, he announced that if Yeon got it wrong, then he had to stay in the office for 10 more minutes. Why do you need him for 10 more minutes? He added that Yeon could still come home at his usual time, indicating the request shouldn't be too much for him. The green flag continues to wave itself. Yeon was a bit baffled seeing how other people would top a date and something more drastic in this situation, but he'll take this punishment anytime. Yeon agreed with the arrangement. Jae-moon said that he'd make the question a bit difficult this time and said the name of the artwork, and Yeon had to guess who the artist was. Yeon was looking up, his hand on his chin as he searched his brain for the answer. He remembers that the artist's name had the character Hun in it. As he watched Yeon diligently at work, a soft smile played on Jae-moon's lips. In a burst of excitement, Yeon unintentionally pressed Jae-moon against his seat, his arms framing the alpha on either side. With his face mere inches away, a gleam in his eye, and a broad smile, he joyfully announced the name of the artist. As Yeon questioned whether he was correct, Jae-moon's eyes locked onto his, captivated by the intensity of the moment and the sparkle in Yeon's eyes. Jae-moon knows Yeon's face could never be wrong, but he regretfully announces that his answer is wrong. Yeon had gotten the answer almost right, but he just had to change a character in the name. Yeon slumped against the couch, disheartened, and avoided meeting Jae-moon's gaze. He expressed frustration, vowing to study more diligently next time. Jae-moon chuckled heartily, thoroughly amused by the animated response from Yeon. The clock echoed with loud ticks as time marched on. 10 minutes starts now. Jae-moon seriously announced that he liked Mr. Ji Si-young, Yeon's dad. Yeon was wide-eyed and was quick to assume that Jae-moon liked middle-aged people. Jae-moon panicked and was even quicker with responding that he didn't mean for it to sound like that. Jae-moon held his hands together and said that he really admired Mr. Ji Si-young's work. Yeon rolled his eyes and didn't completely believe the alpha. He believed that if Jae-moon truly liked his dad's work, he would have treated him better. Jae-moon had a smile on his face as he said the reason why he liked Mr. Ji Si-young's work. Hills, rivers, fields, and blue skies were the typical staples for making art with nature. While some might argue it lacks originality, portraying easily recognizable elements from nature, for Jae-moon, it generated a sensation of being part of the artwork. When Jae-moon saw Mr. Ji Si-young's nature-themed artwork, he felt a profound sense of happiness and immersion. Despite living in the city, Jae-moon's emotions were stirred so intensely by the artwork that he felt a deep longing, almost to the point of tears. He fondly remembers his favorite painting, which had beautiful white apricot blossoms. Jae-moon wore a broad smile as he expressed that Yeon's smile resembled his favorite painting, causing a surge of tears to well up in Yeon's eyes. Soldier Yeon is resurfacing. Yeon questioned the rapid beating of his heart and pondered why he felt this overwhelming emotion upon seeing Jae-moon and hearing him talk like this. However, Yeon simply said that 10 minutes was up and quickly left. Once he was outside Jae-moon's office, Yeon mused that he would have cringed if someone else had expressed those kinds of emotions to him, leaving him perplexed as to why his heart was racing for Jae-moon. He notes to himself the painting that Jae-moon loves. It was nighttime now, and Yeon just arrived home. Mr. Ji Si-young sported a big smile on his face, wearing an orange apron and a ladle in his hand. Yeon gradually removed his formal wear and asked his dad why he was dressed like that. Mr. Ji Si-young explained that, based on his observation, Yeon was doing so well with his new job, so he thought he would cook to celebrate today. Yeon objected to his father cooking for him because of his injured hand, but Mr. Ji Si-young assured him that the surgery had improved the state of his hand. He then invited Yeon to join him for the meal he had prepared. Mr. Ji Si-young meticulously arranged a vibrant array of traditional Korean dishes on the table. Yeon expressed gratitude, thanking his dad for the meal. He mentioned it had been quite a while since he had savored his father's cooking. Changing the tone in the dining room, Yeon seriously asked his dad where he kept the painting with spring blossoms. Mr. Jisung was a bit surprised by his son's sudden interest and said that the painting was more likely in his studio. He asked Yeon how he knew about the painting. With food in his mouth, Yeon said that the painting came up in a conversation he had with Jae-moon. Calling Jae-moon a jerk in front of his dad, Yeon had a quick save there. Mr. Ji Si-young acknowledged this and said he always knew Jae-moon liked that painting. With a genuine smile on his face, Mr. Ji Si-young looked down and told Yeon why he found that particular painting special for him as well. Mr. Ji Si-young reminisced about holding baby Yeon and his mom close, both wearing big smiles as they gazed at the infant. He shared that on the night of Yeon's first birthday, he dreamt of a magnificent apricot tree in full bloom. The apricot tree had its branches gracefully arched, adorned with delicate blossoms in full bloom, creating a scene of ethereal charm. The sight reminded him of Yeon's radiant smile, prompting him to start creating the painting that very night. It's more than just a coincidence that Jae-moon and Mr. Ji Si-young would see a beautiful apricot tree when they see Yeon's smile. It's like God got inspiration from this tree when making Yeon, and that's poetic. Upon receiving the painting, tears welled in Yeon's eyes, a cascade of emotions unleashed by the echoes of Jae-moon's heartfelt praise. A fleeting recollection of the soldier Yeon crossed his mind. In an instant, the present Ji Yeon found himself captivated by his father's painting. Sound asleep on his bed with an arm stretched out at the side as if waiting for someone to lay there, Jae-moon didn't know that a thoughtful message from Yeon had been sent to his phone. Yeon was slouched on the floor with his arms folded, his head buried in his arms and knees. He couldn't help but say out loud how beautiful the painting was. It was a captivating experience. I'm curious about how this painting will impact Yeon's interactions with Jae-moon moving forward. The morning brought in a new day. It was a new sight to see. But Jae-moon was exchanging text messages with Yeon in real time. Yeon told him to sleep well last night and the following morning. Jae-moon said that he went to bed early and only got his message now. Yeon immediately jumped to announce that he saw the painting that Jae-moon talked about yesterday, and out of curiosity, Jae-moon asked Yeon if he found the painting pretty, too. Yeon said he was at a loss for words and thanked Jae-moon for telling him this. Jae-moon felt his heart race as Yeon addressed him with a formal tone, a significant change from their usual interactions filled with yelling, slapping, and even the incident with iced coffee. It's so easy to make this man happy. Since Jae-moon was in a good mood, he decided to take Yeon out for dinner tonight. His phone unexpectedly rang with the caller ID, saying it was coming from someone named Jae Youngmin. Answering the call, Jae-moon learned that Youngmin had arrived in Korea. Before he could inquire about Youngmin's location, someone outside the president's office announced that Youngmin was rapidly approaching. Steps were growing louder and louder towards him. Jae-moon's eyes widened, and his body tensed as he braced himself for the oncoming entity. A person with lighter hair, dressed in a green coat and a knitted top, wrapped their arms around Jae-moon's neck. Their momentum managed to make both of them fall on the floor. Who is this guy? This is Youngmin. This same person was embracing Jae-moon's abdomen now and aggressively started to sniff on the alpha. Jae-moon pulls on his hair and demands him to get off him already. Youngmin wasn't letting go and praised that the men in their family have the best sense, in his opinion. Jae-moon aggressively rejects all of Youngmin's advances, which become more affectionate. Youngmin made an excuse that Jae-moon shouldn't feel uncomfortable since they're brothers. Brothers? I don't think siblings are supposed to be this close. With irritation in his voice, Jae-moon emphasized that their dads are brothers and not them. Now on his feet, Youngmin greeted Jae-moon in French. His expensive smile didn't quite match the undertone in Youngmin's eyes, as a bead of sweat formed on his brow. Jae-moon asked about Youngmin's unexpected arrival in Korea. Full of energy, Youngmin showered Jae-moon with perfume bursts, saturating the air in Jae-moon's suit with an intense fragrance that left the alpha coughing and slightly overwhelmed by its strength. Youngmin happily announced that the 7th perfume he released was really successful in Paris, which is why he'll be holding a launching event in Korea, hopefully at the same reception. He then asked Jae-moon how the perfume smelled. Jae-moon was still covering his nose while struggling to reply that it was sort of good. Irritated, he questioned the amount of perfume Youngmin had sprayed on him, given the excessive amount that seemed to linger in the air and on himself. Something just seems a bit off with this intention. Maybe it's just Youngmin being overly excited to see his cousin. Jae-moon kindly asked Youngmin to stop spraying him with perfume, and Youngmin agreed. He complimented his cousin's work, and Youngmin happily concluded that Jae-moon should buy him a meal for his hard work. Youngmin asked Jae-moon if the restaurant he liked 6 years ago was still open and suggested they go there for dinner. Youngmin then went on to remind Jae-moon of all the things he had done for him, such as when Jae-moon almost missed his flight and Youngmin had to go get his passport for him. Jae-moon slouched, his melancholy visible on his back. Youngmin's movements, on the other hand, were animated, radiating energy and enthusiasm while he took selfies on Jae-moon's chair. How are they related? Jae-moon just remembered that moment, and he was so thankful for Youngmin to do that for him. He could practically paint Youngmin as an angel. Jae-moon eventually agreed to drag Youngmin along and ask him why he picked that restaurant. Youngmin said he just wanted to go there because he wanted to. Jae-moon pushed the button for the 4th floor in the elevator. Youngmin looked confused and asked his cousin why he wanted to go to this floor when they were supposed to go directly to the parking lot. Jae-moon said that he needed to briefly visit the floor. I wonder who this is. He went ahead and gave Youngmin the keys to his car, and this sparked Youngmin to become more curious. Young Min felt drawn in by Jae-moon's motives and eagerly offered to go with him. Jae-moon rejected the idea, saying he would be there soon, so Young Min should turn on the engine first. The way he said this just doesn't sit right. No, only Jae-moon. The moment Jae-moon stepped off the floor of his choice, Young Min was there in the elevator, just standing there and quietly observing his cousin disappear in the hallways. Young Min wondered if Jae-moon had a secret agenda and was keeping something from him. He chose to follow Jae-moon in silence, so he hid in the shadows. This decision was motivated by their shared childhood tastes, which had consistently fueled their conflicts. Despite this, the outcome was always the same, with Jae-moon giving up the fight or submitting to Young Min. Young Min's curiosity only grew more prominent as he sneakily walked behind a preoccupied Jae-moon, but something stood in the way of him figuring out the answer to his burning question. Accidentally bumping him, Secretary Kong asked Young Min if he was alright. "We love Secretary Kong on this channel." Young Min was so zoned in trying to figure out where Jae-moon was going that he forgot that other people were in the building besides them. He was genuinely surprised that Secretary Kong was right in front of him. He told Secretary Kong that he was all right. Secretary Kong expressed that he was relieved that Young Min was all right and proceeded to walk away. Young Min just stood there and watched Secretary Kong walk away. Ever since he came back to South Korea, he couldn't help but remember blurred-out memories that he couldn't decipher. A sudden awareness washed over him as he stood in a random hallway. He rested with increasing frustration as he attempted to recollect his original purpose for being there. The sudden jolt of shock and disappointment consumed Young Min as he grasped the oversight of not being able to follow Jae-moon, leaving him with no clue about his cousin's current whereabouts. Good for Jae-moon. He still needs to set up that dinner with Yeon, and that's an important agenda. Jae-moon knocked on Yeon's door to his office. Yeon was at his desk and in the middle of work when he saw Jae-moon by the door and asked if the alpha was already leaving. Jae-moon confessed that he was leaving early due to unforeseen circumstances. He was thinking of asking Yeon out to dinner before Yeon would say he was busy. While Jae-moon was talking, Yeon was distracted by the smell coming off from the alpha. Jae-moon managed to utter the words to ask Yeon out for dinner and added that he wanted to introduce someone to the Omega. Yeon wondered who this person Jae-moon wanted to introduce him to, but he couldn't help but talk about the smell. He bluntly asked Jae-moon if he had perfume on. If Yeon was asking about that, that meant that Yeon could notice the difference in Jae-moon's scent. I mean, Young Min dumped maybe a fourth of the perfume on you. It might be hard to miss. Jae-moon got shy and felt so happy to know that Yeon might be starting to have an interest in him if he was this observant. The alpha was secretly thankful to Young Min. Jae-moon shared that a close friend had playfully doused him in an overwhelming amount of perfume. Showing no expression on his face, Yeon noted this info and wondered what was making Jae-moon smile like this. Oh no, is Yeon thinking of something else? Well, the perfume and the sudden big smile when talking about a close friend does sound bad out of context. As if on cue, Jae-moon's phone buzzed energetically in his blazer. The alpha apologized that he had to go now and permitted Yeon to go home early if he wanted. While still in the room with Yeon, Jae-moon took the phone call and got a blastful of the car honking on his ear, so he had to pull his phone away from him. Yeon was confused and wondered what was going on. Jae-moon learned and didn't put the phone next to his ear again. Young Min was still honking in the background while yelling a threat that he would play an orchestra piece with the car horn if he didn't hurry up already. With his back against Yeon, Jae-moon walked away as he pressed his phone against his ear again and pleaded with Young Min to not do that to his innocent car. He asked Young Min not to argue about this. Young Min made an excuse that he was only making a fuss because he was hungry. Honestly, relatable. The alpha stepped out of Yeon's office without another word of exchange. Yeon just stared at the door and wondered what was that about. He recalled all of the things Jae-moon had told him earlier. Jae-moon is trying to introduce him to someone, a close friend, and that they shouldn't argue about something over the phone. Yeon knows that it hasn't even been a week since Jae-moon made promises and how the alpha made him feel like he liked Yeon. Jae-moon always acted so affectionately towards Yeon, so he's really baffled as to why Jae-moon was suddenly wearing perfume and smiling that way. Please, Yeon, don't misunderstand. Jae-moon was still smiling because of you. Yeon pondered whether Jae-moon was merely playing games with him. The big misunderstanding, will this be a disaster or will something beautiful begin to develop? Exiting the office that night, Yeon phoned Kwon Yul. Kwon Yul was genuinely concerned about whether Yeon was okay or not. Yeon said everything was fine and asked if she could spare some time to spend with him. He promised he'd treat her with some chicken. Still concerned, Kwon Yul agreed and asked Yeon if she could bring her boyfriend to their meetup. Yeon agreed to have Jun be there and said he'd wait for them in the peanut chicken restaurant. Speaking of boyfriends, Yeon's head just jumped back to Jae-moon and imagined him with a lover. He went from overthinking to suddenly being very annoyed and pissed off. Yeon clamped up and gasped in his hand. He couldn't believe he actually felt annoyed about seeing Jae-moon with another person besides him. Yeon wondered if something was wrong with his head and blamed it on the fact that maybe he's been hanging around Jae-moon a lot. Let the feelings flow, Jae-yeon. Be happy and let it all flow. The chicken restaurant's signs were glowing bright in the night. Yeon got inside the restaurant and was greeted by a crowd minding their own business and being loud, and music was blasting inside. He was looking for his friends, but thankfully, his friends found him first. They called his name and waved their hands around in order to capture his attention. Yeon scooted into his seat in front of the couple and asked them if they had ordered anything yet. With a big smile on her face, Kwon-yul said that they'd been waiting for him. So they had not ordered yet. She wondered why Yeon was treating them to chicken suddenly, since he usually does not do this. She is now confident that something serious must have occurred. Kwon-yul became serious, went straight to the point, and asked Yeon what was wrong. She already knows that Yeon might be hung over someone. Yeon opened up, starting from when his heat suddenly came when he was out in public. Long story short, after summarizing his time with Jae-moon, Yeon banged a big glass of alcohol on the table and complained about how Jae-moon was just messing with him. With his face buzzing and all red, Yeon confessed that he was hung up on the fact that he loved that Jae-moon compared him to an apricot blossom, his bright smile, and how Jae-moon made moves on him first even though Yeon was minding his own business before, but now he was potentially enjoying his time with someone else. The couple agreed that Jae-moon was just a jerk. Indulged in his phone, Hajun found something interesting that he wanted to share. He showed his findings to Kwon-yul first and showed her the Instagram profile of the director of a perfume company in France. Hajun, focus. Your friend over there is gulping on a tall glass of alcohol. On that note, everyone, please drink responsibly. Hajun briefly summarized the director's company and said that this person was named Ryan, and he's been all the rage lately. To cut to the chase, Ryan posted a picture on Instagram saying that he's currently in Korea. Leaning in, Kwon-yul tried to get a better view of her boyfriend's phone and couldn't help but notice Ryan's handsome features. Despite being the person responsible for showing her the Instagram profile, Hajun started sobbing and slumping his shoulders while asking if she found Ryan attractive, then maybe he should change something about himself, like his hairstyle. Kwon-yul tried hard to comfort Hajun and told him that he was already her type. While the two lovebirds were having a moment, Yeon was busy refilling his tall glass with more alcohol. He was a bit annoyed being heartbroken while witnessing a healthy relationship in front of him. Kwon-yul grabbed her boyfriend's phone, shoved the screen in front of Yeon's face, and said she knew that Ryan was Yeon's type. Yeon hadn't even seen the director's face yet, but he already confessed that he hadn't found anyone handsome before besides Jae-moon. When he saw Ryan's latest post, Yeon became interested and grabbed the phone from Kwon-yul's hand. So Yeonmin's English name is Ryan. Interesting. Kwon-yul asked Yeon if he found Ryan handsome, and Yeon said that he was handsome, but he looked a bit familiar. After looking at the picture more carefully, he wondered where the photo was taken. When Yeon looked at the other pictures in Ryan's profile, Yeon asked why Jae-moon was in the picture. The caption in Ryan's post announced that he was on a dinner date with him, and this sent Yeon scattering back in his brain and recalling all of Jae-moon's words from earlier. Yeon started to connect the dots and figured that Ryan might be the person who sprayed perfume on Jae-moon, the close friend and the one who called Jae-moon earlier in his office. The Omega never noticed this, but tears were starting to stream down his face. Unaware of the tears streaming down his face, Yeon's emotions were in turmoil, feeling the sting of realization hitting him. Alarmed, Kwon-yul retrieved the phone from the unresponsive Yeon and looked at the post he last saw. Since Jae-moon was in the picture, the couple could guess that this might be the person making Yeon cry. Yeon folded his arms and laid half of his body on the table. He confirmed that the man in the same picture as Ryan was his jerk boss. It just dawned on him that Jae-moon might think lowly of him since he could make him feel like he was the only person in the world when they were together, but he could pull off something like this with someone else. We don't fully know what Yeonmin's agenda is, but don't give up on Jae-moon, Yeon. Until the very last minute, he really only smiled that big for you. Yeon shivered with the weight of his emotions, tears streaming down his cheeks as he confessed to Kwon-yul that Jae-moon was his first time for everything. And now he was distraught and heartbroken. While petting her boyfriend's head and wearing a serious expression, Kwon-yul advised Yeon to leave Jae-moon, forget him, and just resign. She added that if Jae-moon was really interested in him, then he should have asked Yeon out by now. Kwon-yul refilled Yeon's glass and gave a cheer. She hoped that Yeon's hardships would all disappear from his life, and she wished that only peaceful and happy things would come his way from now on. Yeon agreed and forced a smile on. He raised his glass and hoped that everything would go smoothly from now on. With big smiles on their faces, the circle of friends tapped their glasses together and yelled cheers. Meanwhile, in another restaurant, Jae-moon was sneezing a lot to the point where Young-min was asking if he caught a cold. Jae-moon tended to his nose and thought that maybe someone had been cussing his name a lot lately. Try to guess who it is because you'll probably be right. Young-min jokingly remarked that Jae-moon seemed to have discovered the secret to longevity. Jae-moon asked him to stop teasing him and seriously asked Young-min to order ahead because he had to head to a pharmacy. While Jae-moon was away, Young-min had to go ahead and walk by himself inside the peanut chicken restaurant. Please tell me that this is another branch. Young-min was complaining because their favorite restaurant had closed down. However, he was hungry and had no other reason to not stay. He decided to go to the toilet first before ordering. On the other hand, Kwon-yeol and Hajun were carrying Yeon on their shoulders since he was stumbling and mumbling about quitting his job. He was too drunk to stand up on his own. Yelling at the ceiling, Yeon promised that he would make his resignation in bold letters and with markers. The couple complained about how rowdy he was getting and how Yeon got himself too drunk this time. Yeon announced that he was going to throw up. Kwon-yeol complained that he should do that to Hajun, and Hajun complained and suggested that Yeon should puke in the bathroom. In the bathroom, Young-min was washing his hands, and while he was minding his own business, he couldn't help but look at the mirror. On the reflection, two people were occupying an open stall. One of them was barfing on the toilet, and the other one was comforting the sick one. Young-min found this display annoying. However, his judgment was stalled when he smelled something in the air. When these two individuals walked away, the tiny man clung to the taller person. Young-min could smell something else from the taller person and realized the pleasant smell was coming from the small man. In the public toilet, Yeon must smell really nice. Then, sensing eyes on them, Hajun realized who was looking at them. He could recognize that it was Ryan from Instagram and tried his best to block Yeon's view. Like a good friend, Hajun is there. Yeon sensed that Hajun was up to something and asked if someone was bothering him. Yeon looked past Hajun, but the taller man did a good job of blocking his field of vision. Hajun kept reassuring Yeon that nothing was happening, called Yeon's name to keep his focus on him, and successfully got him outside. Young-min was finally done washing his hands and was thinking deeply about the smaller person's scent. He had a different scent compared to the taller guy. Young-min wondered if maybe this tiny person is married to the person from Young-min's memory with a similar scent. Two people cannot have the same scent unless they're married. Determined to find the answer, he noted Yeon's full name and promised to look more into him. Looks like there's more story being Young-min. On another day in the JMR gallery, Young-min was alone within the confines of the elevator. He wore a serious demeanor and was engrossed in his own thoughts. He stopped on the 4th floor. Unlike last time, when he and Jae-moon landed on this floor, the whole floor was filled with life. Young-min was focused on retracing his steps from last time while he was busy with his thoughts about the small person in the peanut chicken restaurant. He can't make sense as to why his scent was the same as someone he once knew. Unless they're a married couple, then it's almost impossible to have the same scent between two unrelated people. Remembering the small person's drunken face, Young-min asks why this particular stranger smells so similar to the person who saved him 6 years ago. He also wonders if Jae-moon knew this stranger. Young-min feels like he has no other way to get his answers besides going on an investigation himself. While in his own office, Yeon was staring at his resignation letter. He really did go through with his drunken places by making a resignation letter with strong words written with a marker. Despite being determined to leave, Yeon wore a sad face and kept staring at this piece of paper. Ending his train of thought, he heard someone knocking on his office door. Yeon rose from his seat. He didn't expect to have someone go by, but he welcomed the person in. Yeon asked this person if he could help them with anything. Facing this new person up close, Yeon realized who he was talking to. He calls Ryan Jae-moon's lover, and this doesn't make this day any better seeing him. The pitchforks are ready, don't touch Yeon. Young-min didn't waste any time and asked Yeon if he was who he thought he was. He realizes how cute Yeon is and puts two and two together that Yeon is the treasure Jae-moon has been hiding from him. Continuing the staring contest, Yeon calculated this person's motives for coming to his office. He wonders if Ryan was here to keep him in check and was prepared for the worst-case scenario as someone's punching bag. Young-min looked around Yeon's office and noticed the resignation letter on his desk. Without asking for permission to touch his stuff, Young-min grabbed the letter and asked Yeon if he was resigning. Yeon snatched it away and placed it behind him. He apologized and said that the president's office was on the 5th floor and that if Ryan didn't have any business with Yeon, then he should be on his way to Jae-moon. Young Min was shocked by Yeon's actions and noticed that Yeon was wary of him. He has the right to be. You're being creepy right now. With a menacing look in his eyes and a smug grin, Young Min clarified that he does have some business with Yeon. He went ahead and asked Yeon if he saw his post on Instagram. Yeon didn't answer right away and just crumpled the paper behind him. This just confirmed Young Min's assumptions that Yeon was Jae-moon's treasure. Young Min took a seat and erupted in a burst of laughter. Feeling uncomfortable at the moment, Yeon confirmed that he did see the picture. He would have never thought that he would meet someone more unhinged than Jae-moon. Through his fits of laughter, Young Min confessed that he knew Yeon would be hostile because of it. He clarified that he and Jae-moon had known each other for more than 20 years, but that's because they're cousins. Yeon asked if they were really cousins and not a couple. Young Min was disgusted by the idea and asked Yeon not to mention stuff like that. He just did that stunt with the photo because he loves teasing Jae-moon. He also opened up that he would never date someone as stubborn as Jae-moon. Yeon's mood underwent a rapid transformation, swiftly shifting from intense hostility to unbridled joy as he learned the truth. Beaming with a big smile, Yeon agreed that Jae-moon was indeed stubborn and asked if Young Min and Jae-moon were the same age. Young Min felt a tinge of annoyance as he realized that Yeon's affection for Jae-moon had run deeper than he had initially thought. With a friendly smile, Young Min said that he didn't want to tell Yeon his age. Yeon asked why, and Young Min responded that sharing such information is more enjoyable when spending time together. He added that it had been a while since he found someone as intriguing as Yeon and asked if Yeon would like to have dinner with him. Yeon, please, can't you smell this man's intentions at all? Young Min proposed that they could go right after his shift. Yeon was stunned after hearing this and felt like everything was going too fast for him, but he eventually accepted the offer and said that he wanted stuffed chicken soup with ginseng. Young Min was happy that Yeon would go on a date with him and agreed on the menu. As Yeon's shift came to an end, the night descended, and both Yeon and Young Min found themselves in a traditional Korean restaurant. The food then arrived, and Young Min asked if they could take a picture together and explained that he just likes taking pictures. Yeon doesn't find anything wrong with it because he knows that Ryan has a lot of images on his Instagram. However, knowing this information, Yeon said they could take a picture together, but kindly asked if Ryan could not post the photo on Instagram. Young Min promised that he wouldn't post the picture, especially when it's personal. What about the one with Jae-moon? Young Min captured the moment by taking a photograph of the two of them together. After taking the picture and taking a good look at the output, Young Min complimented Yeon for being photogenic. Sensing a destined moment, Young Min made a request of Yeon. Jumping onto the bed sheets and doing the nasty, Young Min was preoccupied with his phone rather than the person he was on the sheets with. The person in the sheets wore a red jacket, short hair with dark brown hair, and had piercings on. They kindly asked Young Min to stop filming already. Once the deed had been done, Young Min entertained his phone first. The person in red laid down near Young Min, gave him an endearing nickname like Darling, and made the observation that Young Min is obsessed with taking pictures. Young Min confessed that it's been his habit for the past 6 years since there was this document that he couldn't find. Now, he's determined to document almost everything he did. The person in red had mostly spicy content on his phone, and then there's just a random picture of him with Yeon in the gallery. Young Min had a big grin on his face when he added that he just found something interesting these days. The person in red guessed they'd see this expression on his face more often now. I crave violence. I wonder how the couple will handle Young Min because he's plotting something nasty. On another day, visiting the GM Art Gallery, Young Min was sporting a red coat and gave Jae-moon a shoulder massage since the president was irritated with his current workload. Young Min asked Jae-moon if the lawsuit was making him have a bad mood. His eyes were scanning on the piece of paper that Jae-moon was reading. Jae-moon moved his cousin's hands and told him that this was none of his concern, since this was revolving around Jae-moon's own business. Young Min walked away and shrugged his shoulders. He asked Jae-moon how he would solve the problem while being so stiff. Young Min's menacing grin stretched across his face, accompanied by a glare that expressed his malicious intentions. He aimed to push Jae-moon's buttons today. Why? Just why? He said that Jae-moon always gave you what you wanted. If you want to challenge that bad, then get into sports. Young Min moved from behind Jae-moon to now lying down on the couch in front of him. With an arrogant demeanor and smug smile, Young Min boasted how he got himself a good one-night stand with a guy who smelled great. Jae-moon was surprised and asked Young Min if he had given up on finding his first love already. Young Min stated he would postpone that for the time being. He then asked Jae-moon if he could bring this person tonight since both of them had the same taste. Jae-moon knows better than to refuse Youngmin and tells him he has no say in whatever Youngmin plans to do. Jae-moon further asked if Youngmin was acting inappropriately at the moment as he had been doing things outside of his usual behavior, with malicious intentions reflected in his wide grin. Youngmin echoed that he would do as he pleased. He feels so thrilled that he can't wait to see Jae-moon's face after his grand reveal. The scar on Youngmin's neck was visible as he announced that he'd do something before their dinner. When Youngmin leaves his cousin's office, he realizes that Jae-moon is still as boring and gullible as he has been since they were kids. Without being affected by the events around him besides the court preparation, Jae-moon wonders if he could see Yeon. Jae-moon messaged Yeon, and the Omega was pleasantly surprised he got the notification. The Alpha apologized for being busy lately and asked Yeon if they could have dinner together. Yeon did expect Jae-moon to be busy since he was hardworking, but Yeon couldn't help with the Alpha's intentions, especially when he asked them to grab dinner together. Don't second-guess Youngmin, but you do with Jae-moon. Excitement filled Yeon as he considered having dinner with Jae-moon. At first, he typed his acceptance, intending to confess his eagerness to see Jae-moon soon. However, he hesitated, second-guessing himself, and started to delete some of his drafts. Back in Jae-moon's office, he was staring at nothing in particular and was stiff like a statue for the most part. However, when he heard his notification going off, he gained energy and quickly grabbed his phone. Yeon confirmed if they were going to the restaurant together, and Jae-moon took this as a sign that Yeon did want to eat together with him. Trembling with happiness, Jae-moon couldn't help but be giddy. Jae-moon had to break the news that he still has some workload to tend to so Yeon could go ahead, and he'll meet with the Omega shortly. Yeon was upset that he was going alone to the restaurant, but he was disappointed that all this time, Jae-moon was genuine with all of his excuses with just an emoji. He never avoided Yeon, but he was just busy. However, Yeon took all of that as him playing hard to get. Out loud, Yeon wished that if Jae-moon just communicated his feelings clearly, then they could have gone on more dates. Like jump scare, Youngmin appeared in front of Yeon and asked what he meant by date. Yeon dashed and placed a lot of distance between them. He found solace against the wall as he asked Youngmin why he was in his office and when he came in. With a big grin, Youngmin confessed that he was there when Yeon said something about playing hard to get. Yeon kindly asked Youngmin to knock before he came in, and Youngmin playfully apologized and said he'd buy him a few drinks as his form of apology. Yeon declined and said that plans should be for another date since he had something up tonight. Youngmin then asked Yeon if those plans included his cousin, Jae-moon. Yeon was stunned that Youngmin knew this, but uttered a response that they were going to meet later in a Korean restaurant called Dahan. Youngmin inquired if he could join him at the restaurant as he also had plans with Jae-moon later that day. He suggested it would be a great idea for them to wait there together. Yeon announced that he'd contact Jae-moon to tell him of their plans, but Youngmin stopped him and said he'd do that for him. Without retaliating, Yeon trusted him with this. In the form of a text, Youngmin confirmed to Jae-moon that he was going ahead with bringing someone along to their dinner. Jae-moon didn't think anything of it and decided that this was his sign to leave and go to the dinner date. In the night, after Yeon's shift, he was seated at the Korean restaurant Dahan with Youngmin. Youngmin sat close to Yeon, leaning in as he glanced at the latter's phone. Yeon shared a picture of an adorable dog, and Youngmin inquired if Yeon liked dogs. Yeon said that he mostly likes dogs because a close friend of his was raising a similar dog. Despite entertaining Yeon with a smile on his face, he found the whole interaction boring and wondered when Jae-moon would come in. No one treats Yeon this way. This man needs to be disciplined. Out loud, Youngmin wondered where Jae-moon was, and Yeon said that Jae-moon did tell them that he was on his way. By sheer coincidence, he slid the wooden door to their reserved room. Jae-moon was beaming with a big smile, seeing Yeon, and was happy to know he came into the restaurant early. Yeon was equally happy to see Jae-moon and confessed that he only came early because he came with Youngmin. Jae-moon was not thrilled after hearing this. He was stunned to hear that his cousin and the man he was interested in came together, especially after Youngmin announced that he was bringing in someone he was interested in. Yeon felt the shift in the mood but did not read the room enough since he confessed that he actually got to know Youngmin earlier than today because they had dinner last week. Understandably upset and tensed up, Jae-moon asked when they suddenly became close to each other. With malicious intent in his big grin, Youngmin placed an arm over Yeon's shoulder and brought them closer to each other. He asked his cousin what was wrong and mockingly guessed if he had eaten something bad. He did previously caution him against getting caught while enjoying anything delicious since his meal might be taken. Yeon was panicking and didn't understand or like the situation at all. He looked between the two men and kindly asked them to calm down. Yeon's pleas fell on deaf ears as Jae-moon's face contorted with fury as his intense eyes bore into Young-min. In a commanding tone, he ordered his cousin to leave the premises immediately. Without fighting and still keeping the smug look on his face, Young-min gladly followed. In a state of panic, Yeon found himself left alone as the tension between the two cousins escalated. Outside and away from the eyes of the public, Jae-moon grabbed Young-min's collar and slammed him against the rocky walls of the restaurant. Jae-moon's intense red eyes were glaring straight into Young-min's and demanded to know what he did to Yeon. Young-min smiled and said that he didn't do anything to Yeon, so Jae-moon shouldn't just be grabbing innocent people like this. Young-min did announce to Jae-moon that he was bringing someone who was exactly his type and pointed out that he's usually so cherishing, and for him to be hearing accusations coming from a neglectful person like Jae-moon was hurtful. Jae-moon demanded for Young-min to just shut up already since negligence was a luxury for him. Young-min had been trying to pry open in Jae-moon's mind all this time. This reaction from him just confirmed his assumptions even further, and he decided to open up from old wounds. He showed Jae-moon the scar on his neck and asked Jae-moon if he had really forgotten what he had done in the past. "What are you spouting, Young-min? What are you trying to pull here?" At the back of the Dahan restaurant, two cousins were on a face-off. With annoyance evident in the way his features contorted, Jae-moon asked what nonsensical words Young-min was talking about and further asked why Young-min had a weird obsession with the scar on his neck. Young-min was really happy that his cousin forgot about the whole incident and said out loud that it was fine that he forgot about it. He did find a way to make Jae-moon remember, but before that, he had something to show. Being very proud of his own handiwork, Young-min showed Jae-moon a video of him jumping on sheets with someone with short brown hair and in a red jacket. He declared that this person in the video, whom he claimed to be Yeon, was his property from now on, and he was not expecting Jae-moon to give him a fight because Jae-moon always gives up a lot of things for him. Seeing the video and hearing Young-min's rambling, Jae-moon was just reminded of his place. A profound sense of heartbreak washed over Jae-moon as he witnessed Young-min's unwavering determination. Jae-moon decided to just walk away that night with slumped shoulders and an air of dejection surrounding him. "Young-min, you jerk. You're lucky Yeon wasn't there to hit your face." It's been 1 week since Yeon last heard from Jae-moon. Yeon has been missing Jae-moon, so he's been trying to reach the Alpha all this time. However, Jae-moon didn't show signs of reading his messages or attempting to contact him back. He hadn't come to him at work either, so Yeon worried even more. Half of his body was gloomily propped up on his work desk. Yeon wondered if this had something to do with what Young-min and Jae-moon discussed in Dahan. Just as he was moping around in his office, he received a few messages from Young-min to drink with him today. He explained further that he wanted to see Yeon today since he was leaving the country the next day. It's almost like Young-min had read his mind because he brought up that he wanted to talk about Jae-moon. Not wanting to miss an opportunity to know any updates about the president, Yeon agreed to see Young-min today. Young-min was happy to know that and told Yeon where they'd meet up. Despite being curious about Jae-moon's whereabouts, Yeon had a bad feeling about his meetup later. Yeon stepped into the vibrant nightclub, engulfed by pulsating music and swirling lights. The opulent surroundings hinted at the wealth of the patrons. Young-min called Yeon and waved in order to get his attention. Yeon approached him and expressed how he didn't know Young-min would leave so soon. Young-min said it was fine and asked Yeon if he felt a bit uncomfortable in the place they were meeting right now. Yeon reassured Young-min that he was fine. While the music continued to blast and the rest of the crowd was all dancing, Young-min poured himself a drink. Yeon took this opportunity to ask Young-min what happened between him and Jae-moon last time. Smiling while lying through his teeth, Young-min said that nothing in particular happened between them. With a sudden, serious demeanor, Young-min asked Yeon what he liked about Jae-moon since he felt like he couldn't completely come through to Yeon with Jae-moon in the picture. Young-min got up, placed his drink on the table between them, and walked towards Yeon. He placed an arm near Yeon's body and leaned forward so that their faces were uncomfortably close together. Young-min asked Yeon if he could consider going for someone like him, instead of Jae-moon. He further added that he was confident that he could give Yeon a comfortable life even though he doesn't have as much money as his cousin. Young-min grabbed Yeon's hand, which didn't sit well with Yeon. Yeon begged Young-min to not continue with whatever plan he had in his head. In this situation, Yeon tried to compare his feelings with Young-min and Jae-moon. Jae-moon was once a stranger to him as well, but he was comfortable holding Jae-moon. Meanwhile, he just feels very unsettled when with Young-min. At this moment, Yeon cried and realized that it was more likely because he had feelings for Jae-moon. Just imagining his smile made him feel happier. Young-min was annoyed that Yeon was crying. Meanwhile, if this was Jae-moon, He would have dropped everything just to ask Yeon why he was crying and if he could do anything for Yeon to feel better. Grabbing Yeon's chin, Young Min confessed that he didn't like waiting for answers, so he went ahead and tried to force a kiss. At that exact moment, Yeon decided that he needed to be with Jae-moon now. The sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed through the air, creating a moment of stark intensity that captivated those within earshot. This commanded attention and evoked a mix of surprise and curiosity from those who heard it. Yeon was still crying and was sternly telling Young Min that if this was his real personality, then he was being really despicable right now. Young Min didn't like being treated like this and looked intensely at Yeon. Yeon said that that was his final answer before he decided to leave him alone. Young Min deserved that. Thank you for delivering the fantastic slap, Yeon. Now, go vic your man. Desperation fueled Yeon's determination as he sprinted through the city, driven by the urgent need to be by Jae-moon's side. Somewhere along the process, he had reached out to Secretary Kang. He gave Yeon information on where Jae-moon lived and what his passcode was, enabling Yeon to locate Jae-moon's door and successfully get himself inside the Alpha's home. Secretary Kang assured Yeon that if anything urgent came up with Jae-moon, he could contact him. He further added that if Yeon goes inside the president's place, Yeon should expect Jae-moon's state to be bad. Once Yeon roamed around Jae-moon's house looking for him, a heavy smell from an Alpha's pheromones surrounded the whole premise. Yeon was practically in a coughing fit. On his knees, Yeon struggled to catch a breath in Jae-moon's house as the overwhelming scent became suffocating. A familiar voice asking why he was in his house gave Yeon enough energy to confirm who was speaking to him. With a serious demeanor, Jae-moon warned Yeon that he was in a dangerous place right now and he could seriously get hurt if he stayed any longer. However, this wasn't Yeon's concern right now. The omnibus stood up and immediately jumped in Jae-moon's arms and greeted him with a kiss. After pulling away, Yeon mustered the courage to confess his feelings to Jae-moon, his words dancing in the air like a delicate melody, carrying the weight of his love. Jae-moon held Yeon close to him and kissed him back as his way of confirming that he felt the same way. Jae-moon raised Yeon off the floor and carried him in his arms. He warns Yeon that the pills he takes for his rut are wearing off. Yeon didn't care because just seeing Jae-moon, remembering his smile, feeling his touches, and feeling so reassured in his arms, everything was now clear to him. Yeon smiled and expressed that Jae-moon completely has no sense when it comes to important times like this. The Omega pleads for Jae-moon to stop holding back and just be his. Even if Yeon could find a lot of reasons not to be with Jae-moon, he will remain loyal to the Alpha's side. I'm not crying. You are. I hope that they get to enjoy this moment longer. After what felt like an eternity, Yeon and Jae-moon found themselves in a serene haven in the Alpha's home, craving the blissful solitude they had yearned for. Doing the deed in the darkness, giving each other service, Jae-moon felt like he had to do something very important before he was going to lose himself in the process. Trembling with fits of satisfaction and taking in the sight of the Omega making his mouth work, Jae-moon quickly gulps his pills for preventive measures. As time passed, after taking the pills, Jae-moon became quiet, being busy giving service and not looking as to what Jae-moon was doing. Yeon contemplated the reason behind the Alpha's sudden silence. Yeon got curious enough to stop what he was doing and look up to find out why Jae-moon was silent. In one fell swoop, Yeon found himself from one position to another, with Jae-moon hovering over him with a dark expression and the softness from his eyes being gone. As the night deepened, Yeon's eyes began to haze over, mirroring the look of want in his Alpha's gaze. Jae-moon couldn't resist the urge to indulge a little longer. Wearing a broad smile and radiating vitality from his eyes, Jae-moon felt a pleasant weariness settling in, mingled with sweet fatigue from the shared moments. The entire encounter felt as if Yeon's head was being cradled. Holding each other close with their faces mere inches apart, Jae-moon confesses that he yearns to be a bit greedy and have Yeon exclusively for himself. At the same time, Yeon wondered whether there was anyone else who could hold such significance for him as Jae-moon. Yeon answers that Jae-moon isn't as greedy as he thinks, and that's what he likes about him. For the first time, someone who had walked into Yeon's life felt so familiar to him. Yeon confessed that Jae-moon could cherish and treasure this greed forever. They're very affectionate right now, and we love this for them, but will the sweetness last until morning? Yeon told Jae-moon to treasure his greed forever, but the greed had tired him out. Jae-moon couldn't fight his instincts as an alpha in a rut and completely forgot to control his pheromones. In theory, engaging in passionate activities between the sheets sounds appealing, but waking up right after, Jae-moon was met with the unexpected sight of Yeon adorned with various markings. Jae-moon was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. After freshening up and putting on clothes, Jae-moon dressed Yeon and moved his sleeping body to a clean couch. He carefully tucked him in, taking a moment to appreciate the beauty of Yeon's face. His heart refused to calm down when he looked so closely at Yeon like this. However, a pang of guilt struck him for marking someone so precious and beautiful. In the quiet solitude of his thoughts, Jae-moon found himself reminiscing about the hushed whispers Yeon uttered when he had gently confessed his love for him. Jae-moon was in disbelief over his attempts to run away and erase Yeon from his thoughts, but here he was kneeling before him. Leaving a tender kiss on Yeon's lips, the alpha whispered for him to have sweet dreams. In Yeon's dream, he found himself standing on a ground covered in glistening water, each droplet shining like stars. The surroundings were empty, yet not intimidating, with only him in this ethereal and sparkling space. Yeon felt this space was familiar to him and started to wonder if he was in a dream again. Realizing he was in a dream, he was ecstatic and began to think that maybe he was having one of those lucid dreams. Like a child being asked what he wanted for Christmas, he started listing all of the versions of Jae-moon he wanted to see right in front of him and hoped that it would all come to life. This man has priorities. Yeon's heart was about to burst, and his eyes were spoiled by the sight before him. Multiple versions of Jae-moon emerged, and in close proximity to his body, each figure gently traced the contours of Yeon's body. Yeon couldn't contain his excitement at the sight of all the different versions. Dressed in a formal suit, one of these variant Jae-moons stood beside a horse. One of them was Jae-moon, with dog ears and a leash, harness, and muzzle covering his mouth. Another version is dressed as a priest, and just the sight of him makes Yeon wish for a divine exorcism. Yeon has good taste, and he really knows what he wants. Something was missing, though, because Yeon wanted to see another version of Jae-moon. He requested the alpha in a royal robe from the Joseon dynasty period. Right after saying his wish, Yeon felt a weightless sensation as he found himself gently lifted. The ground beneath him had transformed into a radiant canvas painted with the hues of both the sun and the stars. Out of nowhere, two substantially large eggs manifested, enveloped in a luminous aura and mirroring his weightless suspension. This reminded Yeon of Park Hyuk-geos. Park Hyuk-geos was the first king of one of Korea's 3 kingdoms, Silla. The legend of Park Hyuk-geos describes that a light shone down from the sky during a village meeting, revealing a horse bowing, and a large egg appeared. The egg broke, and it revealed Park Hyuk-geos. With hesitation, Yeon reached for the large eggs, held them close to his chest, and wondered if there were 2 eggs in the story. Nestling them in his arms, Yeon wondered why one of them was cold while the other one was scalding. Juggling the opposing temperatures proved difficult as he struggled to keep them securely in his grasp. Abruptly awakening, Yeon's urgent screams filled the air as he exclaimed about something being cold. From the kitchen with mittens on and a meal in his hands, Jae-moon asked Yeon if he slept well. I mean, he just yelled after waking up. That's up for debate. With a gasp, Yeon sat upright, looking around and coming to the sudden realization that he was not in his own room. He questioned if he was really talking to Jae-moon. While still behind the counter, Jae-moon bet on Yeon being hungry right after waking up, so he's glad he made spinach mushroom risotto. He made certain that the flavor of the mushrooms and spinach was as subtle as possible so that Yeon could eat it comfortably. The standards for boyfriend material are getting higher again. Jae-moon presented the beautiful plating of the risotto in front of a drooling Yeon, instructing the Omega to blow on it and take his time eating it. Noticing that this was only one plate good for one person, Yeon was concerned and asked Jae-moon if he wasn't eating. With a reassuring smile, Jae-moon said he ate a little before Yeon woke up so Yeon could eat as much as he wished. Truthfully, Jae-moon didn't have enough time to make some for himself. The things he would do for Yeon, he's so smitten. Believing Jae-moon's words, Yeon had a big grin on his face and gladly accepted the meal. Jae-moon felt fine skipping a meal as long as he was able to see Yeon happy and taken care of. With dishes done already, the couple decided to cuddle on the couch. Rubbing his head against the alpha, Yeon wrapped his arms around Jae-moon's neck and placed his legs on top of Jae-moon's leg as if he'd done it before. He asked Jae-moon if they could take the day off. While affectionately rubbing Yeon's back, Jae-moon had to break the news and sternly tell him that his rut had passed, which meant they had to return to work. Despite finding it a shame that Jae-moon still had to work, Yeon leaned in and kissed the alpha. Jae-moon simply reminded him that the previous night had been long enough for both of them. Yeon agreed, saying that the night was indeed long but chucked it up on the fact that winter was upon them. Silence washed over the two, and after a while, it dawned on them. Yeon and Jae-moon's expressions changed from shock to fear, with wide eyes and pale faces, as they realized they had forgotten to check the date. What? Is something wrong? In a panic, Jae-moon asked Yeon where he had hidden his phone so that he could get it for him. Yeon mentioned that he had the phone in his pocket. After retrieving the phone, Jae-moon apologized as he had no idea 4 days had passed. His rut had lasted so long this time, which had never happened before. Taking a good look at his phone, the Omega was not all relieved. He stated that he was in trouble and that Jae-moon must come with him back home immediately. As if a switch flipped in his head, Jae-moon changed from panic to apologetic to suddenly happy because he was excited to meet his father-in-law. How does Secretary Kang handle him all day? Yeon smiled, but beneath the smile, a trace of concern lingered for Jae-moon's well-being. Yeon said that he's not sure whether his dad would play the role of Jae-moon's future father-in-law or perhaps his personal Grim Reaper. Once at Yeon's place, Yeon was lying down on the couch and covering his face because he didn't want to look at the sight in front of him. Jae-moon was kneeling down and bowing his head deeply with anxiety etched over his face. Despite Mr. Ji Se-young's usually friendly and smiling demeanor, he was far from pleased at the moment. In fact, a daunting expression clouded his face. His intense gaze seemed to bore into Jae-moon's head. Mr. Ji Se-young sternly asked Jae-moon why his baby couldn't walk on his own 2 feet and demanded the president explain. Jae-moon apologized while switching from calling Mr. Ji Se-young by his given name to properly referring to him as his father-in-law. Mr. Ji Se-young raised his voice in a stern and furious tone, strongly expressing his disapproval of Yeon and Jae-moon's relationship. Oh no, how could Jae-moon get out of this one? In Yeon's home, the atmosphere was not looking too good. The alpha was pleading with Yeon's dad to listen to his son. Mr. Ji Se-young was having none of it and spat that Jae-moon was the only one to blame for Yeon's inability to walk. He added that he has no intentions of making the president, or Jae-moon specifically, his son-in-law. Stopping away from the conversation, Mr. Ji Se-young doesn't think any of his warnings would suffice. He marched towards a particular path while grumbling to himself about where he hid something important. Knowing this pattern, Yeon was beginning to panic even more. Yeon garnered some strength to get half of his body off the couch, grabbed Jae-moon's shoulder, and warned him to run. Seeing the distress on his lover's face, Jae-moon was beginning to wonder what Mr. Ji Se-young had planned for him. While Mr. Ji Se-young looked through his cabinets for something particular with a dark face, Jae-moon asked Yeon why he had to run. Yeon explained that if his dad brings in what he's currently looking for, Jae-moon might pass out quickly or, worse, even lose his life. Is this Mr. Ji Se-young's joke to scare off Jae-moon, or is he really going to make him do something? Jae-moon, unwavering and determined, remained on his knees, firm in his decision. He refused to back down, admitting that his love for Yeon was too strong to simply walk away. Appreciation for Yeon's multifaceted attractiveness, his cuteness, pregness, and handsomeness formed a captivating allure that held Jae-moon's heart and made him sure that he would not run away. Yeon couldn't help but agree with his sentiments. His self-confidence cannot be defeated. However, he still urged Jae-moon to run away and save himself. Hearing the couple's conversation, Mr. Ji Se-young loomed over them and asked where Jae-moon was heading. Their hearts momentarily froze, and a shared sense of fear enveloped Yeon and Jae-moon as Mr. Ji Se-young returned. They slowly turned their heads toward the direction of the older man. They observed him bearing a tray adorned with peculiar items. Gray cubes, slices of something purple, and enigmatic egg-shaped objects caught their attention. On Mr. Ji Se-young's other hand, he was carrying a blender. On his face, he was making a sinister smile. Mr. Ji Se-young ignored the couple's reaction and poured the contents into the blender, starting the blending process. The resulting mixture filled the glass, a swirl of black with a purple haze and small particles floating around. He happily handed over the mixture to Jae-moon and announced that if he drank the concoction he had made, he would allow Yeon and him to date. Mr. Ji Se-young explained that the food was a gift from a Chinese author, so Jae-moon was not allowed to spit any of the contents out. Jae-moon faced the concoction right in front of him, which poofed out a horrid smell and covered his face. Does Jae-moon love Yeon enough to go through with this? Yeon squeezed Jae-moon's hand for support, giving Jae-moon the strength he needed to consume the thick sludge, all while cringing at the dreadful taste that filled his senses, having no choice but to be a witness to this whole event. Yeon knew that drinking something like that wouldn't make him suffer for long as he didn't drink it on an empty stomach. Oh no, looks like Jae-moon's not going to feel well after this. However, even then, his stomach might still hurt. Despite being outwardly worried about Jae-moon, he couldn't help but admire how handsome the alpha was. Setting the empty glass on the table, devoid of any remnants, Jae-moon declared that he had consumed every last bit. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he battled the unsettling sensation in his stomach and the throbbing in his head. Despite his speech being slow, Jae-moon earnestly requested Mr. Ji Seon's approval to date his son. Jae-moon's strength faded. His body fell on the ground, and his head eventually landed on Yeon's lap and passed out. Yeon shouted Jae-moon's name in alarm as he collapsed, leaving both him and Mr. Ji Seon stunned. Jae-moon was transferred to a bed, his features contorted, emitting groans while his eyes were tightly shut. Yeon was hovering over the alpha and expressed concern because Jae-moon had thrown up 4 times while his dad was nervously chuckling at the back. Mr. Ji Seon tried to pacify his son, saying that they had already given Jae-moon medicine, so he should be fine soon. He added that he was still surprised that Jae-moon drank the entire mixture all at once. It's a relief that Jae-moon has no plans for later. He knew that they would be in big trouble if Jae-moon had somewhere to be today. Just as Mr. Ji Seon said this, Jae-moon's phone rang. The caller ID had Secretary Kang's name on it. Yeon picked up the phone and greeted the secretary. He announced that he was with the president right now, explaining that Jae-moon was currently sleeping, so if Secretary Kang had anything to relay to Jae-moon, Yeon could just tell him later. Yeon's demeanor changed. Jolting to his feet in shock, he questioned Secretary Kang for confirmation if what he heard was right. He asked if Jae-moon really did have a flight to New York scheduled in 2 hours. Secretary Kang was reassuring and told Yeon that he had packed up all of Jae-moon's stuff and urged him to accompany the president. A trip abroad with just these two? This will be fun. By boarding a flight, Yeon and Jae-moon embarked on their journey from South Korea to New York. As they landed in New York, Yeon found himself in awe, struggling to comprehend the reality of being in another country. While Yeon was busy gushing over the fact that this was real, Jae-moon held him close so that he wouldn't get lost. While walking around the terminal, they finally met Secretary Kang. The couple was very lovey-dovey as Jae-moon had a big smile on his face while Yeon was blushing and quiet at the side. Secretary Kang could already tell that the air around them would be sunshine and butterflies, and he wasn't sure if he was prepared for that. Everyone got in the car, and Secretary Kang was their designated driver today. While on the drive, Secretary Kang and Jae-moon were talking about business, mainly revolving around an exhibition and getting in touch with someone named Jungmyeon, who was another CEO. While the president and his secretary were busy, Yeon was preoccupied with looking out the window and admiring his surroundings. The magnitude of the moment enveloped him, and he found himself utterly stunned. Arriving safely at their destination, Yeon and Jae-moon got out of the car and ensured all their belongings were with them. When Jae-moon approached the driver's side window, Secretary Kang informed him that he would look for a parking spot. He bid him farewell, saying he hoped to see him again the next day. Jae-moon smiled and said goodbye to Secretary Kang before he left. The couple finally had a good look at the place they'll call their home for a bit throughout their whole stay abroad. Yeon marveled at the elegant hotel's grand scale and luxurious design from the outside. Jae-moon asked Yeon if they should check in and get some rest after their trip. Without any time wasted, the moment the couple arrived at their room, Jae-moon got comfortable and plopped down on the bed with his face buried in the fluffy pillows. Worried, Yeon asked if he was still feeling sick. I mean, it was only a few hours ago that he was groaning in agony. Yeon asked him a question, but the alpha did not respond at all. He tried to get Jae-moon's attention by calling out his name, but when he leaned in closer, it appeared that Jae-moon had fallen asleep. Despite having dozed off on the flight to New York, Yeon was persistently drowsy. This prompted him to consider the appeal of giving in to sleep, especially when he recalled how his day had been. As time passed, night came, the lights were off, and the couple was asleep on the large bed. Suddenly, Yeon woke up feeling really hungry. He decided to grab something to eat. Yeon dressed up quickly and got ready to leave. His stomach was growling. He wondered if the airport food wasn't enough. Maybe you should get that checked. I wonder what that could mean, Yeon. Thankfully, there was a burger place on the way to their hotel, and Yeon might have an idea where it could be. Being considerate, Yeon didn't bother to wake up Jae-moon since he was sleeping soundly, so that meant he had to come back soon since the alpha wouldn't be hovering over him. New York was cold and dim at that time of the day, but Yeon safely made it to the burger place he had been setting his eyes on for a while. With a broad smile on his face, he was glad that the place was still open. He looked at the wide menu and commented aloud that he wasn't sure what to order. A tall stranger crept behind Yeon and recommended the salmon salad burger and the deluxe cheeseburgers. Being oblivious and without looking behind him, Yeon thought about that answer and uttered to get the same food items aloud. Then, it finally dawned on him that he should be alone at the moment and shouldn't be expecting anyone to actually answer his ramblings. Yeon slowly turned around and didn't recognize the face he was looking at. Behind him was a man with a darker complexion. His eyes were green. His brown hair was a bit wavy, and he looked put together. This prompted him to ask the stranger for his name. Who is this person? In any case, I hope he doesn't bite. Yeon, please be extra careful. In the burger place, Yeon had asked the stranger for his name. This stranger might not be familiar to Yeon, but this person sure knows him. With a wide smile, the stranger confirmed if the person he was talking to was Yeon because he had heard much about him from Jae-moon. He introduced himself as Choi Jung-myung, a gallery CEO and an acquaintance of Jae-moon. Jung-myung, are you naughty or nice? Yeon tried to jog his memory if he had ever heard Jae-moon talk about him before and vaguely recalled their car ride to their hotel. The Omega was pleasantly surprised to know that Jae-moon was constantly surrounded by handsome people. Handsome, but are the green flags like Jae-moon? Yeon smiled back, confirmed to Jung-myung that he had heard of him, and asked if Jung-myung was excited about the exhibition in a few hours. Jung-myung said he was ecstatic but didn't add anything further since he told Yeon that his burgers were ready. Yeon almost forgot about them, gave a genuine apology to the employee behind the counter, and took the bag in his hand. Stepping out of the store, the two of them started walking in a certain direction. Yeon vented that he came to New York with Jae-moon so suddenly, and he's been alone the entire time. With a laugh, Jung-myung said that Jae-moon had put a lot of effort into preparing the Three Jade Sides exhibition, so it was a given that he had little time to spare. Yeon realized that he didn't quite understand what the name of the exhibition meant and curiously asked Jung-myung about the Three Jade Sides. Jung-myung gladly explained that the name refers to the three brilliantly gleaming colors of the jade marble beads. He went on to say that even seeing something like that once would make Yeon want to keep them. Hearing this, Yeon was getting curious as to what these jade marble beads look like. The two men found themselves within the premises of the hotel, and seamlessly continuing their conversation, Jung-myung joined Yeon in the same elevator with the metallic doors sliding shut in front of them. He kindly offered to escort Yeon to the exhibit, assuring him that he would inform Jae-moon in advance. I'm beginning to see a pattern here that I'm not sure I like. Yeon asked if it was really okay for Jung-myung to do this for him and expressed his gratitude for Jung-myung's gracious offer to accompany him to New York on his first visit. Jung-myung told him not to worry and offered his business card to get his contacts, promising to be waiting in the hall the next morning. As Yeon stepped out on his floor, he thanked Jung-myung and waved goodbye to the new friend he made. The metallic elevator doors were closing since Jung-myung was now riding the elevator down, yet he made sure to part with a smile and a farewell to Yeon through the narrowing gap. Once the doors closed in front of him and he was all alone in the elevator, Jung-myung's smile disappeared. His demeanor immediately shifted to be serious and irritated. He had to crack his jaws a bit because all that smiling wasn't natural for him. Leaning against the other end of the elevator, Jung-myung had concluded that everything must have been going smoothly for a certain someone. He already knew how to pull the rug from under their feet and wondered if this was really as easy as the universe was laying down on him. Either way, he was ready for things to get fun. What is he up to? What's his deal? As the new day unfolded, Jae-moon started the morning by brewing coffee and preparing a hearty breakfast for Yeon. Meanwhile, the Omega was sound asleep in the bedroom. Patiently, Jae-moon waited by Yeon's side, kneeling beside the bed without attempting to rouse him, allowing the tranquility of the moment to linger. At last, Yeon woke up, squinting his eyes. Jae-moon asked if the Omega had eaten hamburgers last night because he saw the bags as he caressed and admired Yeon's face. Still half asleep, Yeon confirmed it all. Jae-moon kindly asked Yeon if he wanted to go out next time, he should wake him up so he could accompany him. Yeon promised he would. When Jae-moon moved from the floor and on top of Yeon, the Omega didn't hesitate to caress the alpha's face. Yeon asked what time it was and if Jae-moon was heading out soon. Jae-moon replied that it was still in the middle of the morning, and he'd head out before 11. To make the most out of their time there, he asked Yeon if he wanted to watch a movie before he goes. Yeon was in complete bliss hearing this from his lover. He agreed to the arrangement but asked to freshen himself up first. After a quick wash, Yeon went to Jae-moon's side, and the couple shared a kiss. Their lovely moment together made Jae-moon regret leaving Yeon later, to the point that he contemplated staying in their room all day. Yeon felt the need to remind him of how much he worked hard to reach this point. They decided to settle down in bed, with Yeon latching onto Jae-moon like a koala. Jae-moon curiously asked Yeon if he had met up with Jung-myung last night because he got a call from him earlier. Yeon just remembered what happened last night during his fits of hunger. He looked up at Jae-moon and said that they met by chance. The Omega didn't forget to mention that Yeon was going to be his escort for the day and asked Jae-moon if he could go with the other CEO. Jae-moon was all smiles and found nothing out of order. He knew he could trust Yeon with his lover and told Yeon that he could do whatever he wanted. Jae-moon even said he could give Yeon his card so he could buy whatever he wanted. Yeon couldn't be any happier, so he gave Jae-moon a big hug and snuggled next to him as his form of thank you. Later, the pair had changed into clothes suitable for wearing outdoors. Jae-moon asked Yeon whether he was ready to go now, and Yeon happily replied with the short answer that he was. Jae-moon couldn't help but find almost everything that Yeon says or does utterable. Getting all giddy, he patted Yeon's squishy face and mimicked Yeon's way of confirming. Yeon only repeated the same word, and the couple couldn't help but laugh. When the couple arrived at the lobby, they shortly made it to the exit, where they were greeted by Yeon. Have fun and be safe, Yeon. The two arrived at their destination in no time. Yeon guided Yeon to the Three Jade Sides exhibit, his finger tracing the highlighted path on the pamphlet to pinpoint the main attraction. As they approached the display, the ethereal glow of the jade captured Yeon's attention. The jade possessed a mesmerizing allure, with its surface adorned by a captivating spectrum of colors reminiscent of a delicate rainbow. It emitted a radiant and self-sustaining brilliance. He stood transfixed, his eyes widening in sheer awe. It makes you wonder what he sees in that jade. Opting for a luxurious dining experience, the duo chose to dine in an upscale restaurant offering a picturesque view of New York's shimmering city lights. They were having Italian food in New York, which Yeon found a bit funny. This prompted him to ask Yeon if he liked his food. Yeon happily replied that he found the food delicious, especially when he had been craving pasta and pizza. He didn't forget to express his gratitude towards Yeon for escorting him today. Yeon really liked the exhibit and got a good look around New York until he saw all he had to see of the big city. Literally enjoying the food, Yeon immediately munched down his dish as if he were in a race against time. Yeon gently reminded him that the food wasn't going away anytime soon, so he should slow down. Yeon replied that he knew he should be slowing down, but he couldn't help but find the food really good. Just as he said this, he suddenly dropped his utensils. He felt like something was trying to get out his throat. Oh no, is there something wrong with the food? Yeon kindly told Yeon that he had to get to the bathroom for a moment and hurriedly excused himself from their table. As Yeon hurried his steps towards the bathroom with his hands covering his mouth, Yeon just stared at the Omega's back. He uttered for Yeon to be careful and got curious as to why Yeon left so quickly. He quietly observed that with Yeon's condition, he wouldn't be back anytime soon. With Yeon's absence, Yeon took advantage of the chance to grab Yeon's phone that was left on the table and install an app. As he tinkered with the device, he threw a suspicious glance around his general vicinity just to make sure no one was looking. Yeon had installed an app called DRG on Yeon's phone. It had a unique logo, a white dog with black accents and a bone underneath its face. Yeon looked through the app's options and chose to hide it, making it hard for Yeon to even know it was there in the first place. With confirmation that the app had been hidden from Yeon's phone, Yeon casually placed the device back where it was initially placed. What does Yeon want from Yeon? Yeon just got back from the bathroom and was very apologetic for taking a bit longer than intended. Holding a hot beverage in his hand, Yeon had guessed that Yeon wasn't feeling too good, so he asked the servers to wrap the food they had and then proceeded to order dessert for them. Yeon was still a bit embarrassed, so he said a cup of tea would be enough for him. Finally, soothing his body with a cup of hot beverage, Yeon vented that he found it really hard to adjust to the 12-hour difference in time. Trying to show concern, Yeon remembered Yeon telling him that this was his first time in New York, so he called Jae-moon and added that it would be best to have the Omega rest today. Yeon found all of this touching and thanked Yeon from the bottom of his heart. Yeon smiled and told Yeon that it's more beneficial to rest when he's feeling under the weather. He additionally mentioned that Jae-moon was going to arrive anytime soon. Speaking of the alpha, Jae-moon just entered the restaurant's glass doors wearing a suit and a serious expression. His demeanor changed when he was right in front of Yeon. With genuine worry in his tone, he stood protectively by his loved one, expressing worry about Yeon's well-being. He added that he had to come as soon as he could after learning that Yeon wasn't feeling too good today. He asked Yeon to go home with him and rest there. Yeon found this all endearing and couldn't say no to that. Yeon got up from his seat while Jae-moon decided to guide him outside before saying goodbye to Yeon. Once the couple walked away and out of earshot, Yeon's face now revealed a deceptive duality and malevolent glint in his eyes. He cynically remarked to Jae-moon to be wary of what lies ahead. Jae-moon really needs new friends, but before that, how would the attack materialize, and most importantly, Could the pair protect themselves? Yeon and Jae-moon arrived safely at their hotel, with Jae-moon displaying gentlemanly courtesy by opening the door for his lover. After a day filled with activity, Yeon wearily sank onto their bed, his face clenched with a tired expression as he regretted that it was their last day in New York already. While putting away his stuff, Jae-moon asked Yeon if he wanted to wash together. As if a switch flipped in his head, Yeon sat up, perked up, and happily agreed. Yeon's like a cat hearing the tuna can open. A steamy bath was prepared for the couple. The air was filled with warmth as an ambient glow accentuated the mist rising from the water and the lit-up candles. The bath had a breathtaking view of the city lights unfolding beyond the window. In the bath, Jae-moon hugged Yeon from the back while Yeon traced the alpha's arm. The alpha apologized to Yeon, acknowledging his own moments of selfishness. While admiring Yeon's whole presence, he admitted to acting out of pure impulse, like whisking Yeon away to New York because the thought of being apart for even a moment was unbearable. Smiling, Yeon shared that despite facing difficulties, he found joy in every precious moment. Holding Yeon's face close to his while caressing his lover's neck, Jae-moon conveyed his appreciation for Yeon's brutal honesty. He admired the fact that Yeon is straightforward and doesn't gloss over his words. Yeon delicately cautions Jae-moon about the dangers of falling in love with him. However, Jae-moon meets Yeon's warning with a confident yet tender assurance that he has already made up his mind and adds that he's willing to risk falling for him. With a strong sense of certainty, Jae-moon asked Yeon if he could mark Yeon, making it a physical manifestation of their love for each other on Yeon's body. Marking means tying the souls of an alpha and an omnivet together and an absolute expression of love and ownership. Being a mated pair is eternal and irreversible. Gripped by sudden panic at what Jae-moon said, Yeon instinctively nudged Jae-moon away and created a bit of distance between them. He implored for Jae-moon not to joke about things like that. He reminded Jae-moon that marking is exclusively for marriage and that he could not reverse it. They can never be so sure about the future, so he doesn't want to make that kind of commitment at the moment. In a firm tone, Jae-moon asserted that his statements were sincere and not intended as a joke. He softly says that he understands Yeon's reaction. It is true that someone in their right mind would never say something like that. On the other hand, Jae-moon is trying to show in this case that he is in the right state of mind because he trusts Yeon. He sought to convey to Yeon that ever since the day he first encountered him in the subway station, Yeon had become a persisting presence in his thoughts. Each night, within the realm of his dreams, Jae-moon found himself holding Yeon close, repeatedly questioning his name and pondering the things Yeon liked. Jae-moon genuinely wanted Yeon to know about his dreams, which were all about him and how difficult it is to find someone like that. Ever since that time when Jae-moon distanced himself from the Omega and Yeon came to him first, Jae-moon had already decided that Yeon was the one he wanted to cherish and commit to. He bared his soul to Yeon and professed a profound and unwavering love. Even if Yeon couldn't see it, he pointed out that this was a love so strong that it would persist even though his heart had been crushed into shards. Even if everyone around him betrays him, or if Yeon himself crosses Jae-moon, that one small portion of Jae-moon's heart will never cease loving Yeon. Jae-moon pressed a tender kiss to Yeon's hand, urging him to trust him. Tearing up, Yeon placed a kiss on Jae-moon's chest in response, confessing that meeting him was a choice he would cherish without any regrets. When Yeon asked about his importance to Jae-moon's life, Jae-moon promised that the night would last as long as Yeon desired. Jae-moon vowed to continuously profess his feelings to Yeon until the morning light graced them. Once more, Jae-moon declared his love to Yeon, and in the intensity of the moment, tears welled in Yeon's eyes. Rubbing his eyes, Yeon asked Jae-moon if he would mark him now, but the latter said that tonight wasn't the right time to do that. Jae-moon is always attentive to Yeon's feelings, never aggressive, and always understanding. Upon hearing that, Yeon chuckled and remarked that he genuinely couldn't fathom the depths of Jae-moon's heart. Jae-moon returned the smile and asserted that his heart was truly transparent, likening it to the pristine clarity of first-class water. Yeon joked that it was so transparent that he practically could not see it. The couple chuckled as they proceeded to enjoy the moment. Jae-moon made jokes about Yeon for constantly switching his demeanor. Being adorable, Yeon asked Jae-moon why he was making fun of him. In response, Jae-moon could only laugh. Using their remaining time abroad, Yeon and Jae-moon got hooked by a drama that involved a man in a suit and a blonde woman engaged in a touching conversation about whether they would forget each other, but one of them replied that they wouldn't do something like that. Very fitting to their story, a heart will never forget. The couple sat upright on the bed, yet Yeon found solace in resting his head on Jae-moon's chest while Jae-moon, in a tender gesture, encircled his arm around Yeon's shoulder. Yeon looked up and asked Jae-moon if he ever lost his memories like the person in the drama. Taking it lightly, Jae-moon said he lost his memory once when he was around 21. Oh, I think that Jerk Youngmin mentioned something about that. Jae-moon went on to say that when he was 21, his father first showed him the 3 jade sides. Only his family knows this. But the jade was a family heirloom. Yeon couldn't fathom it upon learning that Jae-moon was incorporating his family heirloom into the exhibition and considers Jae-moon to be out of the ordinary. Jae-moon happily continued that the first time he saw the 3 jade sides, he was completely bewitched by it. Without any reason, he couldn't remember what happened after that event. His father simply told him that he just suddenly passed out after hitting his head somewhere. 6 years have passed, but Jae-moon still doesn't have a clue as to what happened. Yeon expressed that that was something strange for anyone to go through. A sudden shock registering on his face, Yeon did the math in his head and couldn't fathom how Jae-moon was 21 6 years ago. This made Yeon realize that he didn't know how old Jae-moon was right now, so he had to ask. Jae-moon giggled and scratched his cheek, embarrassed that they had almost done everything, yet they were not aware of each other's age. He didn't hesitate to say his age, 27, and ask about how old Yeon was. Their whole demeanor changed as if a pang of realization had hit them when Yeon announced that he was 28. He's older. Jae-moon leaned in and gave his honest thoughts that he really was convinced that Yeon was younger than him. Jae-moon proceeded to compliment Yeon's beautiful skin and perfect hands. Meanwhile, Yeon thought Jae-moon was older than him, especially thinking about his current job position and how he looks so natural in his role. Yeon knows that the gallery opened 4 years ago, so that would make Jae-moon a CEO at 23. When Jae-moon pulled Yeon closer, their mood changed. Learning something new and profound about one another that day just deepened their love. They couldn't help but be captured by each other's gaze. Placing their foreheads together, Jae-moon says that age shouldn't matter to them because they only need love. Yeon smiled and confessed that he liked to date younger men. And after knowing that Jae-moon was younger, this changed things for him. Jae-moon immediately asked what he meant by that, changing how he called Yeon to young. Yeon giggled and told Jae-moon that he was being silly. Jae-moon gently laid down Yeon on the bed and hovered over him. Yeon looks up at his lover and caresses his face. The owner said that he suddenly got excited when Jae-moon promised that he would make the night longer for him. Worried they might only have a few hours in this room, Yeon remembered to ask Jae-moon when they had to check out. Jae-moon intends to uphold his promise, claiming that they will have enough time for their bodies to melt together. Yeon and Jae-moon are deeply in love, and their affection for each other is palpable in the way they seek solace in each other's arms. Today, Jae-moon was insistent about calling Yeon his Yeon, and he seemed more thrilled with the endearing label than his lover. Fun fact: the Korean language has a system of honorifics that recognizes and reflects the hierarchical social status to show respect. Yeon is an honorific used when you're a male and you're talking to other older males. On usual nights, Jae-moon would be more intense with his touches, but lately, he felt bad because Yeon's body could only take so much. Despite not following their usual agenda while doing acts of service, Yeon called Jae-moon his honey in a moment of complete bliss. Hearing the new and sweet nickname, Jae-moon couldn't contain how happy he was and spilled his essence. Both of them couldn't believe that a single nickname would change things. Yeon could already guess that Jae-moon wasn't used to using nicknames used by couples. Jae-moon inched closer to Yeon's beautiful face, and their lips met in a tender kiss. Feeling like it was a bit too late, Yeon still asked Jae-moon if it was okay to call them that nickname and if they could talk to each other more casually. Besides honorifics, Koreans show respect to the person they talk to or about by choosing the appropriate speech level. At this level, where Yeon wants to talk to Jae-moon casually, that means their relationship is closer than that of strangers or coworkers. Jae-moon called Yeon his lover and told him to do whatever he wanted. Hearing this, Yeon got very excited and started calling Jae-moon all sorts of nicknames used by couples. With a big smile on his face, he even proposed to call Jae-moon his husband. Jae-moon felt like he was losing his mind hearing those endearments all at once. Feeling like the night was still young, Jae-moon asked his precious young if they should have another round of playing around in the sheets. Yeon never hesitated to agree to this arrangement. Jae-moon and Yeon poured out their hearts, exchanging heartfelt words that solidified their love for each other. Their declarations echoed in the quiet space. Can their long, lovely nights stay this peaceful? Always. Alone in his office, Jung-myung grappled with deep contemplations. The chance to secure an artist exclusively for his gallery slipped through his fingers. Jung-myung harbored resentment over Jae-moon's soaring success, deeming it unfair. Despite opening his gallery first, pioneering collaborative exhibits, and managing every aspect of art, Jamyang couldn't shake the feeling that success eluded him. Why not try another approach to appeal to artists, or maybe work with Jae-moon and get help? Most importantly, Jamyang had a particular target in mind that revolved around Jae-moon, and it involved his own family heirloom. Opening up a private room within his office secured by a passcode-protected door, Jamyang revealed a space adorned with a whiteboard bearing a multitude of notes and pictures. Jamyang's face remained devoid of any emotion as he surveyed the display compilation of images featuring Yeon, Jae-moon, and the three jade sides, shapes and lines, intricately connected words revolving around Jae-moon's family and their fortune. The CEO took out a marker and drew around Yeon's picture. His full name, his second gender, and his relationship status with Jae-moon were listed. Jamyang realized that Yeon might be as valuable as Jae-moon's heirloom. Jamyang murmured a warning to Jae-moon and threatened to take away someone very precious to him. Yeon, can we just chill for a second? The world is wide enough for both of you and Jae-moon. In Jae-moon's office, the alpha was engrossed in writing something important when the sudden urge to sneeze disrupted his focus. The couple was dressed in formal suits for work today, a sharp contrast to their attire during their time in New York. With worry etched on his face, Yeon asked if he was alright since he's been having sneezing fits for a while now. Jae-moon tended his nose and reassured Yeon that he didn't feel like a cold was coming. The alpha jokingly mentioned that someone must be cursing behind his back. It's like his nose is his sixth sense. Being brutally honest, Yeon asked if there was any other person who would curse out Jae-moon besides him. Jae-moon came to a halt, and his pen remained still until the ink stained a specific spot on the paper. He turned to look at Yeon and asked if he ever cursed him out before. Yeon could already tell that the alpha was sulking. Jae-moon couldn't believe that Yeon would hate him enough to curse him out. Yeon was taken aback by the situation and had to clarify that it was not what he was worrying about. He went on to say that he just misread their circumstances and that he would never curse out Jae-moon himself. Well, that was a complete lie. His memories betray his own words as he remembers those times cussing out Jae-moon to no end. With panic and stuttering in his words, Yeon tried to explain that his words before meant something else. Jae-moon replies that he doesn't mind. He says that but pouts, turning his head away from Yeon, and masterfully employs the art of playing hard to get. Yeon was taken aback. Jae-moon was not normally like this, but here he was, showing an unexpectedly adorable side of him. Unable to stop himself from finding Jae-moon irresistibly cute, Yeon smiled warmly and apologized to the sulking alpha. Taking a glance at the Omega, Jae-moon just remembered something. He asked if Yeon had met up with Ryan before and how that went, suddenly talking about Yeonmin. Getting a bit uncomfortable with the topic, Yeon still went ahead and said that he and Ryan ate samgyetang and then looked around at an adult toy store because Ryan asked him to go with him. Jae-moon genuinely asked why Yeon followed him there. In response, Yeon stood up and sat on Jae-moon's lap. With a hand on Jae-moon's chest and their faces inches away from each other, Yeon confessed that Ryan was talking about Jae-moon and that he followed Ryan to the store only because he was curious. Then, after that, Yeon just went home. With a reassuring smile and tender words, Yeon employed his charm to comfort and sway Jae-moon, endearing references like husband, pinching the alpha's cheeks, and all that teasing eventually broke down Jae-moon's resistance, making him succumb to Yeon's affections. Communication skills resolved a problem that would have lasted chapters. They're both green flags. Yeon had a convincing ploy. He suggested to Jae-moon that they retreat to his place since no one would be home. The idea was to share dinner together and spend the night there. Jae-moon leaned in and was tempted by the offer. He wrapped his arms around Yeon's waist and squeezed their bodies together. The alpha informed Yeon that his schedule for the day was nearly finished, suggesting he could get off early, and asked about any specific food Yeon had in mind. Yeon thought hard about the ingredients in his refrigerator back at home and came up with kimchi stew or fried rice. With a big smile on his face, Jae-moon eagerly requested fried rice. He then asked if he had a spare pair of pajamas to borrow. Yeon reciprocated the excitement, assuring him that borrowing was more than welcome. As the night descended, Jae-moon and Yeon savored a delightful home-cooked meal in the cozy comfort of Yeon's home. Eager to indulge in Yeon's fried rice, Jae-moon couldn't contain his anticipation and accidentally burned himself as the piping hot food met his impatient enthusiasm. Yeon found this very endearing and asked Jae-moon to blow his food and eat slower next time. The couple relished a delightful dinner, and as the evening unfolded, Yeon adorned pink gloves to tackle the post-meal cleanup. Jae-moon embraced him from behind, turning the mundane task into a cute display of affection. Jae-moon asked if Yeon was almost done with the dishes and expressed that he wanted to help. Yeon said not to worry about it since there are not a lot of dishes left to clean anyway. Jae-moon embraced Yeon with an even tighter grip, seeking comfort and closeness. The alpha truthfully expressed that he's been a bit blue since they haven't done any bedroom exercise since New York, which was a week ago. In the kitchen, the couple decided it was time to start exercising. Jae-moon and Yeon relished the intimate moments, reveling in the physical closeness and the mutual pursuit of a particular goal. However, the happy times had to cease. Jae-moon and Yeon's excitement waned as they heard unsettling sounds from the other side of the house. Jae-moon questioned if he heard Yeon correctly, expressing surprise as he assumed Yeon's dad wouldn't be home that day. Yeon also found it weird, but they couldn't just stand there in pure shock. Their hearts raced in unison, urgency etched on their faces as the need to change and find a hiding spot intensified. "Move! Don't let him catch you with your pants down." Frantically searching, Yeon spotted a suitable hiding spot for both of them and hurriedly guided Jae-moon to follow his lead. Mr. Ji Si-young arrived home and noticed the altered state of the sink, immediately recognizing it as a sign of Yeon's unannounced visit. Jae-moon was stunned in place and had cold sweat all over his body. He just realized that he left his shoes in the shoe rack. Yeon couldn't believe this was happening to them but praised Jae-moon for doing that nonetheless. With growing suspicion, Mr. Ji Si-young decided to explore the house in search of his son. Unfortunately, one of the first doors he opened, the couple were just right behind it. In the shadow behind the door and holding their breaths, Jae-moon pressed against the walls and closed his eyes while Yeon covered most of his face with his hands. Both were waiting in anticipation if they would get caught or not. They were lucky to have ended up in that particular spot behind the door because Mr. Ji Si-young couldn't see them at first glance. Seems like they found themselves in quite a jam. Will they come out of this safe, or will they both get the blender of punishment? In Yeon's home, the couple was still in the dark. Their hearts raced, eyes shut tight, as they strained to catch every sound emanating from Mr. Ji Si-young on the other side of the door. Mr. Ji Si-young glanced over his shoulder, abandoning the search in the dim room. He really wanted to greet his son but assumed Yeon must have dashed off to the convenience store. "He sounds sad. Yeon, you better make it up to him after this." As Mr. Ji Si-young swung the door closed and the latch clicked into place, the couple exhaled as if a century had passed. Relieved beyond measure, Jae-moon rested his head on Yeon's shoulder while Yeon leaned back, finding support in Jae-moon. Their hands entwined and both shared a gentle squeeze. The couple held each other close in a tender and affectionate hug. Jae-moon was positive that he would be drinking that same shake again had they been caught. He had already thought of the worst punishment like pouring the shake over the kimchi fried rice Yeon had made him. Yeon patted his back and told him that his dad must have forgotten something and left immediately after getting it. Even after a successful escape from the shake, Jae-moon wasn't too happy, though he pulled back and had a sulking face. He whined that he was a bit disappointed that he couldn't finish the deed with Yeon and emphasized that it's been a week since they did it. Yeon caressed his face and reminded him that they would be meeting Jae-moon's parents tomorrow, so either way, they still needed to get to bed early. That is nerve-wracking. How was Jae-moon chill about this? Jae-moon was still whining, but he eventually agreed with Yeon's sentiment. Yeon didn't give in to his sulking this time and called him cute. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the couple's faces. Yeon was sleeping soundly on top of Jae-moon's chest, and the alpha's hand was in Yeon's hair. They woke up from the echoing sound of Yeon's alarm clock on the bedside table. Yeon turned off the alarm and happily woke up Jae-moon. As they readied themselves for the day, they shared moments of brushing their teeth and getting dressed together before finally heading out. Driving down the road, Yeon nervously held Jae-moon's hand as he drove. Yeon was worried and asked Jae-moon if his family was strict. Jae-moon pondered Yeon's question and assured him that his family wasn't strict at all. He then asked Yeon why he felt nervous. K-dramas don't make it look easy. Yeon nervously laughed and confirmed if his family already knew about their relationship. He was wondering what he would do if they turned out to be strict. Jae-moon gave Yeon a reassuring smile and promised that meeting his family wouldn't be the same as those dramas seen on TV. The couple were fast approaching Jae-moon's home, so he asked if Yeon still felt the need to be nervous. Yeon panicked after realizing they were close already. Jae-moon laughed at his lover's reaction and announced that his house should be visible soon enough. Yeon was surprised to learn that Jae-moon's family lived in a grand skyscraper, a sight that stood tall and impressive against the cityscape. He couldn't help but gaze around in awe at the luxurious surroundings of Jae-moon's home. His eyes sparkled with wonder as he took in every detail, but his eyes landed on the big, grandiose living room where Jae-moon's parents sat on the long couch. Jae-moon's parents gave the couple a very warm welcome. They were both smiling, complimenting Jae-moon on bringing in such a nice person and asking Yeon if he was the Yeon Jae-moon had told them about. Yeon was in complete shock meeting Jae-moon's parents for the first time. He found the alpha's mom to be exuding elegance, and you could see through her eyes that she had the same jaguar aura as Jae-moon. Despite his shocked state, Yeon didn't forget to confirm that that was his name. Yeon sat across from Jae-moon's parents and offered them a tiny present. He was anxious in his brain, worried the gift would not look worthwhile. However, on the contrary, Jae-moon's mother smiled a lot and expressed that she adores Yeon and has been wondering when her son and Yeon will marry. She's so supportive. "Ma'am, are you open to adopting new kids?" Jae-moon and Yeon were surprised when Jae-moon's mom inquired about their plans for marriage. This was still something they needed to talk about, so Jae-moon decided to change the topic and asked his parents if he could show Yeon around his room. Arriving in Jae-moon's childhood bedroom, Yeon couldn't help but talk about how Jae-moon's mom held herself like the way she sat and spoke. Jae-moon couldn't deny that but added that lately, she's still a wildcat with no teeth. Jae-moon encouraged Yeon to look around his room even if there was not much to see. Yeon couldn't help but be fascinated because there was so much to see. While savoring every inch of Jae-moon's room, Yeon was exploring Jae-moon's closet when he noticed his old school uniform. Not hiding his intentions, Yeon gave Jae-moon his old uniform and asked him to put it on. Jae-moon was a bit shy, holding up his old clothes again. While tugging the alpha's sleeve, Yeon playfully and persistently encourages Jae-moon to wear the uniform. Jae-moon can't help but find Yeon cute. He's very convincing. Jae-moon, he's driving a hard bargain here. With his shoulders slumped and hands on either side of Yeon's shoulders, Jae-moon gave up and said that he put it on. Upon hearing that, Yeon's smile blossomed like flowers in full bloom. As time passed, Yeon found himself lying down on Jae-moon's bed and wondered when Jae-moon was going to get out. Right on cue, Jae-moon requested that Yeon turn his attention towards him. Yeon compelled himself to sit up in bed, scanned the room, and focused his gaze on Jae-moon. His eyes couldn't believe that what he was seeing could be real. Yeon could already imagine how hardworking Jae-moon must have been as a student. Witnessing Jae-moon in glasses and disheveled hair, yet impeccably neat in his school uniform, Yeon's heart skipped a beat. As Jae-moon asks him if the attire suits him well, Yeon agrees, convinced that school uniforms were only made for Jae-moon. Can we have an A with these two as students? Maybe in another life? Jae-moon leaned against Yeon and confessed that he was nervous that Yeon wasn't going to like it because he really looked like a student. Yeon moved closer, closing the gap for a kiss. Acknowledging Yeon's motives, Jae-moon reciprocated and guided him down with a gradual touch. "This is nice, but are the doors locked?" Suddenly, Yeon pushed Jae-moon and yelled that they shouldn't be doing things like this because he was a teacher and Jae-moon was a student. A multitude of thoughts flooded Jae-moon's mind at lightning speed as he attempted to decipher what was transpiring in Yeon's thoughts. A wave of blissful astonishment swept over Jae-moon as he finally realized what Yeon wanted from him and decided to play along. They're about to start a special class, and let's hope it proceeds without any disruptions. In Jae-moon's childhood bedroom, the couple was hard at work having an intimate play. Jae-moon and Yeon took satisfaction in the feeling of being so close to each other. However, stunned and wide-eyed, Yeon and Jae-moon froze as they heard someone outside the door. On the other side, Jae-moon's mom asked if they had finished inspecting the room and if they were interested in dinner. Curious as to why these hadn't gone out yet or even responded, she gently opened the door and tentatively asked if she could enter. Receiving no protest at all, she decided to enter quietly. The room was clean, and the lights were turned off. Taking only a few steps closer to Jae-moon's bed, she discovered the two sound asleep. She promised herself she'd try to make them up later, and shortly left them alone. Hearing this, Yeon and Jae-moon fearlessly embraced the risks again and decided to continue with their play underneath the sheets. Oh my god, these two almost got caught twice, and they're still this motivated. However, this didn't last too long. They were able to finish with Jae-moon looking rejuvenated, with a radiant glow on his face. He was so energized that he grabbed his old glasses and asked the Omega if lessons were already over. On the other hand, Yeon wore a glossy-eyed expression as if lost in his thoughts and emotions. Looking at Jae-moon felt like getting flashed by a phone in the middle of the night. Without hesitation, Yeon barfed right in front of the alpha. Jae-moon's eyes widened in surprise and worry, realizing the severity of the situation. His first reaction was a loud exclamation, asking Yeon what was wrong. During the morning, the couple rushed to the hospital. Their faces were etched with worry and uncertainty, but the doctor they were seeing was very reassuring. The doctor explained that everything was fine, and he just wanted to ask if Yeon had been spending some time doing excessive exercises lately. Yeon wondered if his body was in a bit of a shock because they hadn't really done the deed for a week already, and here they were, picking up the pace. The owner truthfully stated to the doctor that he started exercising again after not doing anything for a week. The doctor was relieved by Yeon's answer, explaining that Yeon's body reacted a certain way because he overdid it. Jae-moon asked the doctor how Yeon managed to get through a week with a strict schedule. The doctor said that situation occurs when Yeon has nothing inside their stomach. Getting a bit of context from the couple's replies, the doctor realized they needed more clarity in the situation. He then announced that Yeon had been pregnant for 2 weeks. Their eyes widened in astonishment, and a profound silence settled in the room as the reality of Yeon's pregnancy sank in. They're going to be parents. In the hospital, Jae-moon and Yeon stare at each other in shock upon hearing the news. Once inside Jae-moon's car in the parking lot, Yeon expresses his joy about the pregnancy and shares a dream with Jae-moon involving the 2 eggs being his pregnancy dream. His eyes crinkled with merriment as laughter spilled freely because Yeon couldn't believe that Yeon would give him twins. Embarrassment colored Jae-moon's cheeks as he listened to Yeon's playful teasing. He whined for Yeon to stop already. Even though he was a bit shy, the alpha expressed that he wanted their kids to look as cute and beautiful as Yeon. Yeon was really loving the flattery and said that he wanted their babies to be tall and handsome, just like their alpha dad. Yeon says all this but doesn't forget to tease how gifted Jae-moon was for giving him more than one baby all in one ice cream spill. Sulking, Jae-moon declares that he doesn't want to talk to Yeon right now. With hearts in his eyes, Yeon playfully jabbed at Jae-moon with his nickname. Have mercy on your hubby, Yeon. His heart could only take so much cuteness from you. After the pregnancy announcement, Mr. Ji Seon met Jae-moon's parents, and the encounter unfolded smoothly. The atmosphere was pleasant, and everyone got along well. The couple started looking for furniture and baby clothes. They were already picking out toys that the kids could play with. They were still able to walk around and do things together until the pain started kicking in. Yeon would go home feeling like his whole body had gone through so much in one day. Without changing his clothes, Yeon looked for the bed and lay there. This didn't soothe his body, though, as he continued to groan in pain. When his phone started ringing on the bedside table, Yeon picked it up to see who was trying to reach him. It was his future husband, Jae-moon. The alpha asked Yeon if he got home safe. This placed a big smile on Yeon's face and enough energy to reply to Jae-moon that he had gotten home safely and that he was going to change clothes and go to bed. Just as he sent that adorable message to Jae-moon, someone else tried to contact Yeon. The message contained a question asking if Yeon was planning to sleep now. Seeing the message, it didn't look like anyone Yeon knew. He was already pissed off that this wasn't the first message he's been receiving. Yeon didn't hesitate to block this person from his applications, but even if he blocks this number, there are still countless attempts that keep popping in, making Yeon's phone continuously buzz. The continuous sending of the same messages was already irking him. Physically distancing himself from his phone doesn't help. If he leaves it all alone, the phone will just continue to buzz in new messages. One attempt is more desperate than the other. Yeon received messages demanding him to reply. He had already blocked a lot of numbers that his block list could spill over his phone. He thought to himself that as long as he didn't reply, the sender would tire himself out and stop. Instead, the stalking got worse over time. Yeon began to receive packages with visible leaks or stains, suggesting that something inside was leaking a red substance. This is not just a prank. Yeon should not be dealing with this alone, especially when he's pregnant. The following morning, Yeon took this opportunity to come clean to Jae-moon in their company building, pinching his own nose out of frustration. Jae-moon was seething with anger upon discovering that Yeon had a stalker who had been terrorizing him for a while. With his head bowed, Yeon responded only with nods, his hands tightly clasped together. Unable to meet Jae-moon's gaze, Jae-moon asked Yeon if Mr. Ji Seon knew about this problem. Yeon answers no and explains that his dad has been in China since 2 days ago, visiting his acquaintances. Expressing his concern, Jae-moon asked Yeon why he hadn't informed him until now. Yeon still avoided Jae-moon's eyes, saying that he felt guilt in doing so as Jae-moon was busily arranging things for the wedding at their home, and Yeon hesitated to disturb him. Jae-moon isn't angry or disappointed, but he genuinely wants to be stern enough to remind Yeon that he's the one that Yeon has to depend on. Thinking back, Jae-moon wondered how Yeon handled any of this all alone. The alpha took slow, deliberate steps towards Yeon, his fingers delicately tracing the contours of Yeon's face. As he lifted his gaze, the fatigue in Yeon's eyes became even more pronounced. Jae-moon promises that there will be no regrets or bad feelings between them from now on, especially since they are planning to marry and are expecting children. Yeon's suffering will be his as well. Yeon rose to his feet, enveloped by Jae-moon in a warm embrace. With the weight of suppressed emotions being let out, Yeon clung to Jae-moon, tears escaping from his closed eyes. Jae-moon pulled Yeon into a tighter embrace and reassured him that he could always find solace in his arms, allowing himself to cry whenever he needed. The weight Yeon had silently carried began to lift, and he expressed appreciation to Jae-moon for his support, regretting not confiding in him sooner. Jae-moon tenderly ran his fingers through the back of Yeon's head and gently touched Yeon's stomach. He expressed that having 4 people together is a lot better than 3. The couple sat on the couch again, with Yeon leaning against Jae-moon and Jae-moon, not letting even an inch get between them. The alpha suggested that they should rest in his place after work and promised to inform Mr. Ji Si-yeon about this arrangement. Jae-moon could only imagine the pain Yeon had to go through all alone. He praised Yeon for trying to think of him and attempting to solve it by himself, but reminded him that he didn't need to do that anymore because he was there for Yeon now. I hope this can offer some comfort to Yeon. I'm curious about the identity of the stalker. Either way, this stalker should sleep with one eye open. 2 months have gone by since Yeon shared the issue about the stalker, yet Jae-moon hasn't encountered any problems firsthand. The couple enjoyed some alone time together on Jae-moon's couch. Yeon was sitting upright while Jae-moon was on his stomach, his hand near Yeon's belly and his legs swinging up in the air. They were fixated on Yeon's stomach. It doesn't look like there's a baby bump yet, even though he was having twins. Yeon said that if one of their babies is a girl, then he wants her to be as good-looking as Jae-moon. Jae-moon replied that if one of their babies is a boy, then he wants him to be as cute as Yeon. Jae-moon was captivated by Yeon's stomach. He chuckled while gently touching Yeon's belly, pondering whether it would be bigger by the time of their wedding. Yeon didn't find a problem with that, but wondered if his stomach would show if he was going to wear his suit. Jae-moon giggled and stated that if it was obvious, he would absolutely love it. Jae-moon just loving every phase Yeon goes through is true love. Wait, they're soulmates. Of course, it makes sense. Yeon held onto Jae-moon's cheek, finding Jae-moon's statement silly, but this didn't stop Jae-moon from smiling wide. He asked the omega if he wasn't having any morning sickness as of the moment, then maybe Yeon had a dish in mind that he wanted to eat. Looking at Jae-moon with hearty eyes, Yeon answered that he only wants his future husband's lips. Welcoming his lover's request, Jae-moon allowed Yeon to satisfy his craving for kisses. Suddenly, Yeon felt a sharp pain on his side. He had a feeling that it had something to do with the twins. The omega got up from his seat and started comforting his stomach. He concludes that the twins demand tangerines. Jae-moon felt Yeon's stomach and looked up at his lover. He said that he would go get tangerines now, so all Yeon had to do was sit here and wait for him. Jae-moon dressed himself and earnestly cautioned Yeon against opening the door for anyone but him. When Jae-moon left, Yeon was celebrating while feeling the babies in his stomach, thinking about how their daddy would get them tangerines. He remains oblivious to the tall, hovering figure standing right behind him, concealed within the shadows. Then, Yeon felt a shiver down his spine. He sensed a presence behind him, but Yeon couldn't pivot in time to identify the looming threat. Inevitably, he succumbed. He couldn't shield himself or the children. He was forced to inhale a substance that could only result in him getting knocked out. In a matter of time, drowsiness enveloped him, and his entire field of vision plunged into darkness. Someone, please save Yeon and the kids. Jae-moon entered the passcode to his place and got inside successfully. He was carrying a bag full of tangerines and couldn't wait to share it with his love. While taking off his coat and searching around the room for Yeon, he mentioned that he had gone to the store across the street because the place where they usually bought goods was closed. He was confused when he didn't hear a response to his story and turned to look at the place where he left his lover. Examining the couch and the scattered arrangement of blankets and pillows, Jae-moon felt the need to call for Yeon again. Someone is going to get instant karma in the form of Jae-moon. Go find your man. Back at his house, Jae-moon's eyes swept the living room, trying to look for any sign of his lover. The notion crossed his mind that perhaps Yeon was hurrying to reach the bathroom, hence the mess. Jae-moon walked towards the bathroom, playfully calling Yeon's name and asking him if he was there. However, when he opened the bathroom, no one was around at all. He ended up searching for Yeon in their home gym, upstairs, and in every nook and cranny of his home. With each empty room, the mounting worry weighed heavily on him. and that intensified the sense of dread that gripped his head. Racking his brain for any possible answers for Yeon's absence, Jae-moon was still sure that Yeon had agreed to stay at home. At that precise moment, an unidentified caller attempted to contact him via a video call. Jae-moon's brows furrowed in utter confusion as he wondered who was trying to call him but tapped to accept the call anyway. Jae-moon's heart dropped into his stomach, a wave of panic washing over him as he witnessed Yeon appear unconscious on the video call. With a nefarious intent in their voice, someone on the other end declared that they didn't want to prolong the conversation and sternly instructed Jae-moon to check his mailbox immediately. They told him to follow their demands and avoid involving the police, as those would be crucial for determining Yeon's and their children's safety. Without waiting for Jae-moon's reply, the unknown caller dropped the call, and all Jae-moon could do was fixate on the stunned expression staring back at him from his phone screen. "Don't be a coward and show your face, caller." However, that was only for a short moment. Jae-moon's anger radiated so strongly that his intense pheromones swirled around him as he urgently tapped on his phone and got on a call with someone else. He asked the person on the phone if he was speaking with the security office and if they would consider doing him a favor. Jae-moon's intense eyes burned with anger. Half of his face cast an ominous shadow. In the security office, Jae-moon was hunched over behind a security guard, viewing the recordings from CCTV cameras. Jae-moon pointed at one of the screens, which was dedicated to camera 04. The alpha asked the security guard if he could zoom in on a particular car and its number plate. Jae-moon explained that it was the car that his partner was riding in. Though confused, the security guard willingly zoomed in while expressing disbelief that such an incident could occur in their complex. The screen showed a clear enough shot of the number plate, 152D03092. As his stare bore through the screen, Jae-moon's veins pulsated noticeably on the side of his head, and his pheromones swirled out of control once more. He took note of the number plate and thanked the security guard for helping him out. He advised the security guard not to get the police involved because he could handle this situation himself. Is this safe for him to be doing this alone? Immediately after leaving the security office, Jae-moon contacted someone named Jae-kyung, seeking assistance tracking a car's license plate to determine its current location. Jae-kyung was left bewildered by the abrupt request. Settled into his car, Jae-moon fastened his seatbelt with frustration evident on his face. He swore at the person responsible for taking his lover away from him from his own home. While driving down the road, he used his phone to call someone he knew he could trust. Jae-moon directed Secretary Kang to gather people at the specific location and he would send immediately. Without hesitating, Secretary Kang accepted the task at hand. Jae-moon sped up. He couldn't think of wasting even a second being away from Yeon. Desperation fills Jae-moon as he anxiously prays for Yeon's safety and hopes he is unharmed. In a dark room with a single light source beaming directly at his face, Yeon gradually woke up. His vision was blurry, but he could clearly see that he was tied up to a chair. A voice coming from the same room as Yeon asked if he was finally awake since they were getting worried that something had gone wrong. "Gee, I wonder what's wrong. Maybe the part where you kidnapped an innocent man." Yeon struggled to adapt his eyes beyond the radiant light. However, he could see a face emerge from the shadows, though he couldn't recognize the person he was seeing. Fully realizing the situation, Yeon sprang awake in a panic, his body tensing as he battled against his restraints. Despite not knowing their intentions, he exclaimed to the kidnapper that he didn't have any money. The kidnapper started laughing hysterically, answering that he didn't need money because he wanted something more valuable than that. The kidnapper moved closer to the Omega until he was right beside him, revealed to be Jungmyeon, Jae-moon's close friend. Placing a hand on Yeon's back, he explained that what he wants is not in the business of people like Yeon. Yeon is just there to serve as a means of trade for his true target, which he can only get by exchanging an incredibly expensive item. Target, the actual target should be your face, Jungmyeon. As he said all of these, he flashed a menacing grin that made the kind older brother demeanor that Yeon once knew him for seem like a lie. Strapped in his seat, Yeon could not bear to look at Jungmyeon's eyes and asked him why he was doing all of this. Jungmyeon whined that he found his current situation quite unfair and blamed another man for taking everything from him. He revealed that, in the past, this same guy was a junior that looked up to him. He was the type to always compliment Jungmyeon, but Jungmyeon only saw this as a form of insult. Jungmyeon taught him everything he needed to know about their field of work, and this guy never forgot to thank Jungmyeon for teaching him. However, Jungmyeon doesn't feel like those words of gratitude were genuine. They were just more jabs of insults. Is this a glass half full, half empty scenario, Jungmyeon? Jungmyeon continues his spiel about how this guy is an opportunistic jerk who pretends to be innocent and naive. He'd want Yeon to know that this guy is actually a monster who can hide his true colors pretty well. While he was blabbering, Jae-moon arrived at a sketchy location. When he got out, he was met with strangers with nothing but bad intent in their approach. As both anger and pheromones seeped out of him, Jae-moon started fighting. He was aggressive with his actions, trying to get rid of the people getting between him and his lover. I hope Jae-moon's in the right location. Jung-myung continued his tirade about finding out that this guy was such a monster that he practically gave his cousin a scar on the neck just to get the job he has now. Yeon has trouble understanding why Jung-myung is telling him all of this and asks if he has anything to do with the person Jung-myung is talking about. Jung-myung stood right in front of Yeon in order for the omega to take a good look at his grin as he announced that this guy was none other than Yeon's future husband, Jae-moon. Yeon's eyes widened with surprise, his pupils dilating as he processed the information. He questions why Jung-myung is telling him all of this and demands to know what he wants from Jae-moon. Jung-myung didn't hesitate to convey his desire for the 3 jade sides, a heirloom that had been passed down through the generations in his family. He simply wishes to possess it. How is that even a guarantee they'll get a crowd? All this just to get back at someone who didn't even do you dirty. Petty. In a sudden realization, Yeon's heart dropped as he understood that the person he had been talking to all this time was someone he shared his experiences in New York with, Choi Jung-myung. Yeon was stunned and subduedly uttering his name when he was interrupted by Jae-moon, who entered the scene and aggressively cried out Jung-myung's name. Filling in the room with his pheromones, Jae-moon quickly approached his old friend, who was too stunned to move. Jung-myung didn't understand how Jae-moon could possibly find them. Since he just stood there, he was an easy target for Jae-moon to hit. Jung-myung received a hit on his face, directly causing most of the damage to his nose and eyes. Jae-moon continued to beat him, but he didn't forget why he came there in the first place. He immediately knelt in front of Yeon and held his face between his hands. Jae-moon apologized profusely because Yeon must have been scared alone, and he couldn't come fast enough. The alpha worriedly asked Yeon if he waited for him all this time. Yeon reassured him that he was fine and expressed his concern about seeing Jae-moon's wounds, particularly his bleeding hands. Knowing how worried Jae-moon was, I don't know if that's his. Slowly moving in the shadows, Jung-myung was plotting his immediate revenge on the alpha. He grabbed an item near him and gradually got himself up. Yeon held Jae-moon in a tight embrace, checking if he had come alone and showing genuine concern by asking about any pain or injuries elsewhere in his body. As the omega was immersed in his reunion with his lover, his focus shifted abruptly when he remembered his surroundings, catching sight of Jung-myung preparing to strike Jae-moon with a wooden plank. Jae-moon, watch out. Yeon screamed Jae-moon's name in an attempt to warn the latter. However, it was too late. Jung-myung had struck Jae-moon on the back of his head. The blow was so great that Jae-moon teared up as he fell unconscious on the floor, bleeding from his head. Yeon cried in despair as the alpha slowly lost his vision. He cradled Jae-moon in his arms, weeping and didn't care if he was stained with the alpha's blood. He held their faces together and begged Jae-moon not to close his eyes. Voices and footsteps could be heard approaching the room. Jung-myung was so frustrated at the moment that he thought one of the guards he hired was trying to reach him. He was prepared to talk to one of the goons until he was met face-to-face with Secretary Kang. Secretary Kang didn't hesitate about what to do with Jung-myung. Like a good friend, Secretary Kang is there. With his face already in disarray, Secretary Kang accentuated his problem by delivering an immediate kick to Jung-myung's face. The police officers who simply accompanied the secretary couldn't believe that someone like him could deliver a blow that dire. Secretary Kang didn't involve himself with Jung-myung any further. When he saw the president bleeding in Yeon's arms, he couldn't help but kneel by his side. Yeon was crying uncontrollably as Secretary Kang noted that Jae-moon was bleeding way too much. They can't wait for an ambulance because they are slowly losing him. He ordered the people around to bring the car and go to the hospital quickly. While the police were arresting Jung-myung, Jae-moon couldn't help but process what was happening to him at the moment. He could see Yeon crying, and he could see the worried look on Secretary Kang. He could barely hear them. His head was hurting too much for him to concentrate on what they were trying to say. The next thing he knew, he was in a moving car. Yeon was right above him, his face still etched with worry. His hands were bloodied as he held on to Jae-moon's hand. When he woke again, Jae-moon found himself in the hospital, in a bed, being rushed somewhere. He could see people in scrubs yelling for a blood transfusion. Yeon was still crying by his side. In the next moment, he couldn't open his eyes but could hear the people around him. Someone had asked why he wasn't waking up, and someone else answered that he was unconscious, as if he was in a deep sleep. When asked how long he'll be unconscious, The answer was not pleasant to hear. He may regain consciousness after a minimum of a month or at most around a year. Jae-moon, please wake up soon. Yeon and your kids need you. As Jae-moon succumbed to unconsciousness, the echoes of a distant voice gently called out his name and reached him in the realm of dreams. Jae-moon jolted awake, a palpable shock coursing through him. Embraced by a sweet aroma wafting through the air, he experienced a gentle touch gracing his cheek. The tender touch on his cheek welcomed him into the presence of someone adorned in a hanbok with flowing brown locks. This person was visibly worried for Jae-moon since he was sweating a lot when he was asleep. This was the majestic figure of Jae-moon, entwined in a romantic embrace with his beloved, the loyal soldier Yeon. Jae-moon was relieved that what he had experienced was a dream, and now, here he was in the waking world. Yeon is so vivid and real. Which one is the dream now? Are we jumping through time, or is Jae-moon having a lucid dream? Lovingly, Jae-moon clasped Yeon's hand against his cheek, immersed in the adoration he felt for the soldier. However, the dream he just had felt bitter and painful. It's like he was still there and living in that cruel place. In a weary tone, Jae-moon recounted a night of troubled sleep, haunted by a dream where he almost lost something precious and faced betrayal. They were amidst the serene landscape where a scattering of birds was perched on the towering trees. Enormous trees enveloped the couple, and a gentle waterfall cascaded nearby with soothing sounds complementing the picturesque scene. Jae-moon and Yeon found a tranquil perch on sturdy rocks as they engaged in conversation. Yeon was curious and asked Jae-moon what that precious item was. Jae-moon confessed that the most precious thing for him would be Yeon himself. Yeon found himself blushing uncontrollably at the prince's words. Jae-moon sweetly emphasized that there was no one else who could captivate his heart as deeply as Yeon. Just as Jae-moon confessed, he leaned forward for a kiss. They held hands as they enjoyed this moment together. With their hands still intertwined, Yeon asked Jae-moon if the queen was feeling any better. He expressed his worry over the palace being way too quiet lately, so he felt like something was bound to happen. Yeon doesn't just look out for his lover. Jae-moon pointed out that Yeon has been worrying about a lot of things lately. He admitted that he was also troubled about his mother's health, so he's staying informed about the latest updates on her condition. Unfortunately, it looks like there's no sign of her recovering, even with the treatments. Jae-moon confessed that he visited the queen this morning and saw that she didn't look well, which made him feel like there was a missing piece of a puzzle. Something just fell off for him. As he watched his mother's worsening health, Jae-moon became increasingly concerned about how his father would handle the situation. Yeon squeezed Jae-moon's hand and reassured him that he shouldn't worry, prompting Jae-moon to gaze into Yeon's eyes. Yeon responded with a warm smile and promised that he'd be by his side no matter what, protecting him and the royal palace until the day Jae-moon revived the country. Jae-moon felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having Yeon by his side. He couldn't help but reflect on how much strength and comfort Yeon had brought into his life. He feels so much at ease and happy with Yeon right by his side. The wind gently stirred in Jae-moon's hospital room, rustling the curtains as he lay in peaceful repose. Yeon, by his side, couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in the face of the situation. Yeon placed his hand over Jae-moon's and tried to call his name. Stress is not good for the babies. Jae-moon, please wake up. In a quaint setting, a young man meticulously arranged vibrant and beautiful flowers with artistic precision. As he immersed himself in his floral creation, his name was uttered out loud as Yeon-min. Red eyes and brown hair, is this younger Yeon-min? Another young man wearing a blue hoodie approached him and appreciated the artistry before him. With an innocent smile on his face, he told Yeon-min that he wanted to make a pretty flower arrangement too. Yeon-min pointed him in the direction of the materials so that he could arrange flowers himself this time. While Yeon-min expertly enhanced his flower arrangement, the young man in the hoodie attempted his own creation. This young man's arrangement appeared simplistic and lacked the finesse that really showed that it was the work of a complete beginner. Despite Yeon-min's concern about the wasted flowers, the adults only complimented this novice's effort. Yeon-min felt deeply hurt and couldn't rid himself of the sentiment that Jae-moon, the beginner, was receiving far more compliments than him. In fact, to add salt to injury, Yeon-min was only complimented because the adults thought he was trying to follow in Jae-moon's footsteps. Everything began with that moment. With the notebook taking center stage as the focal point, a sleek mechanical pen resting beside it, and open notes. Yeon-min's desk as a student was organized and gave off obvious signs that he was studious. Yeon-min asked Jae-moon what he wanted to do after they graduated from school. Jae-moon was lying down on a couch near him, wanting to take a break after reading. opening one eye to look at his cousin. Jae-moon said he didn't want to follow his dad in the restaurant business and expressed his desire to establish his name in the art industry. Equally curious, he turned the question to Young-min. Without turning from his desk, Young-min remembered his parents. He argues with them often, but with a lot of heavy thinking. He places on paper that he wants to support his family in the future. Young-min is really soft here. He didn't pick fights at all, nor was he plotting anything mischievous. Young-min was born as the only son of a distinguished family, but it didn't allow him to escape being overshadowed by Jae-moon, which started when they were young. In another part of Young-min's childhood, he remembers a particular memory. He was once held down and couldn't move. An alpha's pheromones and this person's strength were holding him down. Young-min couldn't do anything but cry and beg for someone to help him. He really thought this was it for him. Get your filthy hands off of Young-min. Someone, please call the police or something. Despite having this painful memory stuck in his head, it's prominently placed there because what unfolded afterward significantly eased his journey through life, offering a glimmer of hope and promise. In a sudden turn of events, a tall stranger intervened and yanked the vile individual away from Young-min. This is God, a guardian angel. Once Young-min had a bit of distance away from this vile person, the stranger posed a rhetorical question, questioning the rationale behind mistreating an innocent soul. Despite the pleas and empty promises of this vile person, they were met with skepticism. Fueled by anger and disgust, the stranger unleashed a series of forceful blows, delivering a form of retribution for the despicable behavior. Meanwhile, Young-min shifted in and out of consciousness. However, he couldn't help but remember the distinctive smell coming from the stranger. Young-min was curious about the owner of the scent, but he couldn't see his face at all. It's a really sweet scent that usually belongs to omnias, but clearly, this stranger was physically strong enough to fight with the alpha that assaulted Young-min. Young-min slumped down and hit his head on the floor. Just as he did, the stranger went to his aid and frantically asked if he was all right. In the midst of life's chaos, that subtle scent became his lifesaver, a whisper of comfort that gently cradled his spirit. Until now, Young-min kept looking for the person who saved his life. Who could it be? As adults, Jae-moon and Young-min revisited an old topic from their student days. Young-min said that he had discovered his calling, which was to become a perfumer. Though this seems like a light topic, Young-min's whole demeanor was menacing, especially with one hand behind his back and the other helping him lean against a desk. Jae-moon didn't think anything of it and was more than happy to hear that Young-min had a goal in life. He guessed that Young-min had been thinking about it a lot lately. As they talked, the box cutter from behind Young-min slid in and out of its container with the help of Young-min's thumb. Young-min announced that he was facing a huge hurdle at the moment and he needed Jae-moon's help to help him solve the problem. Jae-moon eagerly inquired about the ways he could actively contribute to helping Young-min pursue his dream. Despite having a wide smile on his face, Young-min was crying as he placed the cutter near his neck and asked Jae-moon if he was really willing to help him. Whoa, that took a turn of events. All color drained from Jae-moon's face as he was suddenly thrust into a serious situation. Witnessing his cousin in distress and engaging in actions that could profoundly impact his life, Jae-moon couldn't help but hastily approach him. However, Jae-moon couldn't do anything to help. Young-min had already harmed himself. Even if he was bleeding profusely, he had a big smile on his face as if he won. Jae-moon was too stunned to move. The accursed weapon was left on the floor as Young-min held his open wound with his hand and yelled for someone to save him. Adults came rushing in after hearing the cry for help. The scene in which they came in was not a pretty one. Young-min was on the floor bleeding while Jae-moon was hovering over him and not doing anything. Everyone rushed to call for an ambulance, while others went directly to Young-min's side. Young-min took this as an opportunity to say that Jae-moon did this to him. This son of a monkey, what's wrong with you? Young-min, we were all rooting for you. The adults turned to Jae-moon as Young-min claimed that Jae-moon did this to him all because the latter had dreams of his own and didn't want to work with someone like Young-min. He artfully spun a deceitful narrative, claiming loyalty to Jae-moon's side and expressing a desire to assist him in every way possible. He painted Jae-moon as selfish and wanted Young-min out of the picture. He gave those as the reasons why Jae-moon placed a knife near his neck. They're all rich. They should have CCTVs there, right? Justice for Jae-moon. Jae-moon's father approached him from behind, placed both hands on his son's shoulders, and genuinely asked if he did all of that to Young-min. However, Jae-moon was left traumatized by the unfolding events. His eyes widened in shock, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, and his entire body trembled. All he could manage to say was stuttering and repeated apologies. Under the weight of overwhelming desperation, Young Min's actions escalated to the point where he felt compelled to go to extreme lengths to find his savior. In the hospital, Young Min recreated the flower arrangement he crafted years ago and tenderly arranged them by Jae-moon's bedside. It took him years, but he realized how stupid Jae-moon was just accepting a fall like that for him. He didn't feel like winning seeing his cousin on the hospital bed in this condition. Young Min compared Jae-moon to the children's story, The Giving Tree. He doesn't like the idea that Jae-moon is the one who has to suffer because he's being too generous to a fault. The Giving Tree is a story about an apple tree and a little boy. The tree showers the boy with everything, yet as he grows, he demands more. The tree, selflessly, never seeks anything in return. Young Min is weighed down by the heavy burden of remorse. He asks when his cousin is going to wake up, stressing that today is supposed to be Jae-moon's wedding day. Young Min places his hand over Jae-moon's and encourages him to wake up so he can accept his apology and witness the birth of his children. The creaking wooden door slid open, and Yeon walked in. He was taken aback to find Young Min being beside his cousin. Young Min offered a sincere apology to Yeon for meeting each other in a situation like this, especially when their last meetup didn't end too well. Who was this person? Is this really Young Min? Now visibly showing a bump, Yeon gently rested a hand on his stomach. He stood next to Young Min and reassured him that everything was fine between them. Young Min couldn't help but stare at Yeon's stomach. He was a bit concerned seeing how Yeon was sporting a small bump but was carrying twins, making it even harder for the Omega. He was in his 5th month. Out of the blue, Yeon asked Young Min if he could have dinner with him later, and Young Min gladly accepted the offer. The hospital cafeteria was quiet, with many empty seats, few guests, and flawlessly pristine surfaces. Yeon stirred the steaming hot soup, adding a vibrant touch to the savory aroma wafting through the air. Young Min opened up the conversation first by mentioning how Yeon was going to become a mother soon and asked if Yeon had been able to rest well lately. Yeon smiled and said that he was fine, mostly because his mother-in-law had prepared a nice bed for him in the hospital. Now he feels comfortable staying next to Jae-moon, and he doesn't have to rest somewhere else all alone. It's really good to know that there are people looking out for Yeon. Witnessing Yeon's pregnant state and realizing the absence of his alpha to protect him during such vulnerable times, Young Min was overwhelmed with guilt for how he had treated Yeon before. Yeon asked Young Min until when he would be in Korea. Young Min explained that he returned when he caught wind that Jae-moon's gallery became a mess because of the alpha's absence, so he is planning on staying in Korea for at least 4 months since Jae-moon's dad asked him for some help. As the conversation shifted toward Jae-moon's absence, a somber atmosphere enveloped Young Min and Yeon, and heavy silence settled between them. Young Min looked outside the hospital windows as Yeon continued eating. A towering tree danced gracefully in the breeze, its branches swaying rhythmically as the leaves took flight and were carried away by the whimsical currents of the wind. Concerns for Jae-moon filled Young Min's thoughts. Beneath the tree, Prince Jae-moon sensed an unusual shift in the wind. Will the change in the wind stir him awake, or will this lead him to dwell more in this reality? While Prince Jae-moon felt the wind's caress, Yeon drew near astride his steed. He got off his horse, stood in front of Jae-moon with a deep bow, and asked the prince to go back to the palace to avoid getting the cold. Jae-moon didn't hesitate to follow his lover's words. However, just as the lovers were preparing to make their way back to the palace, they were intercepted by another soldier atop a swiftly charging horse. This messenger shouted urgently, proclaiming he had pressing news that demanded the prince's immediate attention. With an authoritative expression on his face, Yeon drew his sword and walked forward in order to tell the messenger that he should address the news to him first and not get a step closer to the prince. The messenger did as he was told and whispered the news to Yeon's ear. The information left Yeon in disbelief. Initially turbulent, the wind began to escalate into a full-fledged storm as Yeon steadily approached Jae-moon. With a serious expression, Jae-moon awaited the news and was unable to discern what it could be. Tears streamed down Jae-moon's face, his body convulsing with grief as the weight of the news of his mother's death brought a profound ache to his chest. The rain poured down in a relentless symphony, and their surroundings were cloaked in darkness. They sought comfort in each other's embrace, and their tears persisted, blending seamlessly with the falling raindrops. At least they had each other. The rain accompanied the lovers on their trip back to the palace, and a sense of melancholy surrounded the entire area. Cloaked in pristine white attire, they entered a grand library surrounded by towering shelves laden with books. Jae-moon was talking to one of his mother's help. Though grieving and frustrated, Jae-moon didn't raise his voice to the help. He simply demanded answers as to why his mother passed away, especially when she was healthy before. None of that made sense for the prince. The help bowed deeply and promised that he had thoroughly investigated the matter but couldn't come up with any answers. Something smells fishy here. Jae-moon refrained from pressing the matter further, understanding that the answer wouldn't unveil itself willingly. Yeon was getting worried about him when Jae-moon announced that he had to talk to his father about this. The rain continued throughout the night and intensified into a heavier downpour. Jae-moon reached his father's door, even if he was an heir to the throne. Jae-moon still needed to request entry to see his own father. When he was permitted to enter, the room was filled with overpowering pheromones. As moments passed in his father's room, a nagging feeling of unease began to creep over him. His father ordered him to go back. Jae-moon took a moment to absorb the words spoken to him and the sight he was seeing. There was something that didn't quite add up. Yet, rather than confronting his father or seeking answers, Jae-moon chose to let it be and turned his attention elsewhere. Joseon's sun began to dim after the queen's death. Jae-moon couldn't help but notice that his father seemed to place his trust in individuals other than himself. It was evident that these chosen confidants had ulterior motives. Over time, people's view of their rules started to get worse. The disagreements among government officials became more serious, making the situation even messier than before. In the room specially designed for the officials to conduct their duties and hold important meetings, men argue amongst themselves. The seating arrangement in the room followed a hierarchical structure, with the highest-ranking official typically sitting at the head of the table and lower-ranking officials seated farther away from the highest-ranking official. One of the lower-ranking officials expressed their frustration, exclaiming how the king could allow people to perish in such a manner. They further criticized the king for neglecting his responsibilities, particularly in the aftermath of the queen's death. The other officials began to ridicule the individual, cautioning them to be mindful of their words. While the commotion had yet to settle down, the other officials conversed among themselves about different issues surrounding the kingdom, such as the embankment around the provinces not being properly inspected, which would increase the damages caused by the impending downpour of rain. The highest-ranking official in the room spoke, and everyone stopped to listen to what he had to say. With a heavy and serious expression, he stated that their people should not leave the situation as it is. They have not only transformed their wise king, but also the people. They must return to their previous state. Meanwhile, in the other parts of the kingdom, the prince was target practicing with his bow and arrow in a field. A lot of thoughts were running around in his head. With Yeon right behind him to listen, Jae-moon eventually puts down his bow and expresses his concern regarding the change he sees in his father. He just lost his mother, and now he has to worry about his father, too. Why does he have to go through so much? He is worried that his relationship with his father will never go back to how it was. Concerned, Yeon asked the prince how he could be so certain about that. Jae-moon stated that his father's refusal to make eye contact with him was obvious. Jae-moon stood in a calculated stance as he aimed the bow and arrow, ensuring his form was aligned for optimal accuracy. However, his arrow missed the target. Jae-moon lowered his bow as his gaze was fixed on nothing in particular, lost in a somber contemplation. Overwhelmed by self-disappointment, Jae-moon found it difficult to reconcile with the idea that he was contemplating rebellion against his own father and wrestled with the inner turmoil of feeling like an ungrateful son. It hurts him to know that he'll betray the same person who once looked at him with love and gave him encouraging words as a child. Yeon approached the prince with a pledge of unwavering loyalty, assuring him that he would stay the same, forever unchanging. And until now, those words are etched into Yeon's words. He wiped away the tears from the prince's face and promised him he would always be by his side to protect him. The prince leaned into the gentle touch, securing Yeon's wrist as tears continued to flow. Following the solemn promise, Yeon stood steadfastly before the prince, urging him to wipe away his tears. Jae-moon expressed his gratitude for Yeon's presence, feeling a profound sense of reassurance as if he wouldn't have made it through without him by his side. Smiling, Yeon wished for the prince's health and happiness and expressed his hope that everything would turn out fine for them. At a distance, a menacing figure cast a sidelong glance, wearing a wicked smile as they warned the prince not to let his guard down. Who is this person? Is this the same person responsible for the queen's fate? What is he planning to do with the prince? A downpour of rain cascaded from the sky, causing the embankment to crumble, and massive bodies of water surged into the village. The village was submerged in the rising floodwaters. Families faced the devastating loss of loved ones, and the fields of crops were mercilessly torn apart by the relentless deluge. The village stood inundated, a somber testament to the destructive force of nature. In stark contrast, the palace remained dry and sheltered from the ravages of the relentless storm. Inside the palace, The king's face contorted with anger as he furiously read the news from the scrolls. Frustrated, he flung the scroll inches away from the bowing official who had presented it to him. The king's fury intensified, and he vehemently declared that he had no desire to be lectured on how to govern his own kingdom. The official, who had been bowing and on his knees for a while now, continued to avoid the king's eyes by bowing low. He implored the king to lend him his ear, begging him to enhance the well-being of their people and enforce greater discipline throughout the nation. With a disdainful gaze, the king regarded the official as he spoke, taking offense at the implication that someone would dare to correct him. With an air of superiority, the king believed in his divine right to rule and perceived the official as presumptuous who thought too highly of themselves. The king firmly ordered for this official to be dragged out of his sight and to call someone else. Despite being forcibly removed and subjected to humiliation by the king, the official continued to raise his voice, fervently pleading for the king to understand his perspective. With the official out of the picture, the king clutched his head as he felt a throbbing sensation pulsating through his temples. The government official he called for arrived and greeted him. The king wore a sickly expression, his eyes drooping and face turned pale. He continued clutching his head as he spoke to the government official, asking the latter about the condition of the village. The government official bowed his head low and reported that the king didn't have a lot to worry about. Not a lot. Hello, there were a lot of tragedies down below. The government official explained that he had already issued orders for the government to address the damage done to the village. The king then noted that he couldn't see any light at the crown prince's palace and asserted that he was content with the current state of affairs. The government official praised the king and stated that the king was the brightest sun in Joseon, and that the idea of having two suns in the sky was ridiculous. The absence of the sun cast a dreary atmosphere over the village. The weather was bleak, a sky painted in shades of gray. Soldiers distributed servings of soup. Clad in dirty and torn clothes, the villagers wore somber expressions as they formed a line to get their fillings. Their faces reflected the seriousness and despair that hung in the air. The soup provided to the villagers was tasteless and lacking in substance. The villagers felt let down by the bland soup, but they couldn't complain because where else could they get food? A sudden shout about the arrival of porridge startled some villagers. All eyes turned towards the source of excitement, discovering another villager receiving a warm bowl of porridge adorned with toppings. In stark contrast to the bland soup, the porridge appeared radiant and almost glistening, as if it held a subtle sparkle in its presence. Yeon and his brother were the ones serving the food to some of the villagers. Breath of fresh air, seeing the siblings in their purple outsides just gives life to the scene, metaphorically and quite literally, for the villagers. As the villager bowed their head low, they cradled the warm bowl of porridge in their hands and profoundly expressed their thanks. Yeon couldn't hide his disappointment as he witnessed the villagers receiving only bland soup from the government after enduring 2 days of hunger due to the flood. To add to Yeon's disappointment, his brother stated that this type of act is happening all over the country. The government officials seem more preoccupied with satisfying their own appetites than addressing the needs of the people right in front of them. Yeon's spirits sank as he witnessed the swift deterioration of their country. He watched children happily singing about the king filling their stomachs when, in reality, this isn't how a king should show compassion. He strongly believed that those the government and the king should be serving were the individuals being grievously mistreated. If only there were more people as compassionate as you, Yeon. The king lay on his bed. His sickly demeanor contrasted sharply with the fiery resentment in his eyes. Despite his feeble state, he summoned enough energy to launch a punch at the table in front of him. The king was furious about the rumors going around about him being slow. The government official he entrusted to cater to the villagers was in front of him again. He bowed low and asked the king what he wanted to do to resolve his anger. The king's brows continued to furrow, all because of the notion that the Ji family might be looking down on him. The government official adopted a facade of surprise and asserted that he couldn't fathom the idea that the crown prince and Yeon from the Ji family would engage in something like this against the king. The government official was happy to hear that the king would finally do something about the Ji family. After the government official mentioned the prince's title, the king heaved a deep sigh and covered his face with his hand. He couldn't fathom that his own son would do something like this and felt that bringing up a son like him would bring disappointment to the royal name. On that note, the deity would like to disagree, but sure, go on. Wearing a menacing grin, the government official declared that he had a proposal for the king. Instead of finding anything suspicious with the official's sudden change of mood, the king was excited to hear what he had to say. Someone, please send a 21st century slipper and hit these two. What is this official planning to do with our sweet couple? On a new day, the government official gathered a group of soldiers. Positioned with purpose, he conveyed the king's message to the assembled men, instructing them to stand down as the prince's manifestation was set to commence shortly. In a display of disciplined respect, the soldiers bowed their heads in unison and acknowledged the order. The moment the soldiers walked away from him, the government official gradually walked towards the open sky and looked up. He had a smile on his face and talked to himself as if he was talking to the prince. The government official asserts that the prince's past recklessness was imprudent. However, now that he has exhausted his freedom, it is time for him to face the consequences of his heedlessness, as he is on the brink of being branded a traitor. The prince lay on his bed with eyes tightly shut and a grimace etched across his face, expressing the discomfort rippling through his body. The room witnessed the profound pain and emanation of an assertive scent as he endured the manifestation of his second gender. "Please stay safe, Your Highness." The rain descended in a torrential cascade upon the palace, the heavy drops drumming relentlessly on its grand structure. Despite the tempest outside, inside the palace, Jae-moon resisted the call to stay still. His determination was palpable as he fervently insisted on dressing himself and leaving. Pleading and exerting their utmost effort, the servants attempted to stop him, but Jae-moon remained impervious to their appeals. One of the servants conveyed to Jae-moon that the king had issued an order for him to remain inside. In response, a surge of anger swept over Jae-moon, and he raised his voice, demanding all the servants to leave his presence immediately. The tension in the air escalated as the prince quickly walked away from them. Jae-moon's recollection was vivid, etched with the memory of his father sternly giving orders, forbidding him from leaving the palace as a disciplinary measure. Within the fabric of his memories, another strand unfolded, a memory featuring Yeon with tears cascading down his face, recognizing the possibility that he might never see his beloved again. Fueled by his alpha instincts and enveloped in the scent of his own pheromones, Jae-moon's determination surged within him to see Yeon immediately. Despite the rain, Jae-moon departed the palace with a determined stride, leaving behind pleading servants urging his return. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows lurked the government official who had insidiously planted the seed of thought in the king's mind. Observing Jae-moon defy the imposed restrictions, the government official couldn't hide a sinister satisfaction, reveling in the fulfillment of a plan that aimed to draw in chaos within the palace. This couldn't count as treachery, right? How can the prince return to the palace if it is? The prince walked purposefully toward the grand doors of the palace, each step bringing him closer to the barrier that stood between him and his beloved Yeon. During a heavy downpour, the prince stood completely soaked, his pheromones lingering in the rain-soaked air. Exhausted, he wearily banged on Yeon's window and called his name. Yeon opened his windows, taken aback to find the prince making an unexpected visit. He expressed his concern, noting the prince's drenched appearance. The prince's only response was his desire to enter Yeon's home. In the sweet reunion, their hearts ached with the longing they had endured. As they finally embraced, their arms wrapped around each other in a tight and tender hold, creating a sanctuary where the world outside faded away. The prince's heart was brimmed with affection. He spoke words that danced on the edge of vulnerability, revealing the depths of his emotions and adoration for the Omega. Yeon requested that the prince spread his love in him, so Jae-moon freely released his affection without any restraints. Following their tender embrace, the persistent rain ceased. The skies transitioned into a brilliant shade of blue as its warm rays pierced through the dissipating clouds. It was as if nature itself had mirrored the lovers' union. Yeon eagerly shared the joyous news that the rain had finally come to an end. The prince was swept up in the infectious happiness and showered Yeon with affectionate kisses. The air was filled not only with the warmth of the sun, but also with the shared bliss of the couple. A somber shift enveloped Yeon as the realization dawned that his brother and father were called to the palace and hadn't returned yet. Upon hearing this, Jae-moon swiftly rose from the bed, his face etched with concern. He inquired if Yeon's father and brother were summoned to the palace by the king, as he desperately hoped that this unsettling revelation wasn't true. Oh, something feels remarkably off. Puzzled by Jae-moon's reaction, Yeon inquired about the source of his distress and asked if official Kwon had something to do with his sudden change of mood. The color seemed to drain from Jae-moon's face, leaving behind an ashen hue as the gravity of his actions sank in after he had inadvertently put two innocent men in the path of the king's discipline. Jae-moon couldn't believe he had unintentionally given official Kwon, the government official working closely with the king, a reason to label Yeon's family as traitors. As they speak, Yeon's brother and father stand in front of the king and official Kwon. In the center of the field, both are vulnerable and unprotected. This is all just a power trip. However, I genuinely hope it won't result in something too drastic. In the open field, a palpable tension hung thick in the air as Yeon's brother and father stood exposed. Atop a looming staircase, the king and official Kwon cast an imposing gaze downward, their elevated position adding an element of authority to the charged atmosphere below. Official Kwon wore a sinister grin, his anticipation evident as he eagerly awaited the moment to deliver the news. In stark contrast, Yeon's brother stood with a glare. Official Kwon took a deliberate step forward, his eyes widening with a menacing intensity as he announced for the Ji family to heed their superiors. He proceeded, stating that not only had the Ji family tarnished the moral standing of the country's king by influencing public opinion, but they had also manipulated the crown prince in a treasonous plot. Consequently, the Ji family was charged with high treason. The king quietly labeled someone a high treason criminal. Hearing this, official Kwon solemnly announced Yeon's fate, stating that the warrior guard of the crown prince was sentenced to a lethal punishment involving the consumption of poisonous food. Yeon's family was startled by the announcement. Their faces turned pale, and tremors ran through their bodies. Both Yeon's brother and father crumbled to the ground. Yeon's brother sank to his knees, a gesture of submission and despair. Meanwhile, Yeon's father, overcome with deep remorse, bowed profoundly, his hands and forehead touching the ground. Amidst this saddening display, the father's voice rang out, taking responsibility for Yeon's actions and fervently declaring his willingness to bear the punishment in his son's stead. Can someone please save them? They don't deserve any of this. This is nothing but an abuse of power. Yeon's brother simmered with anger, the intensity of his emotions vividly conveyed through his eyes, even as their father persisted in pleading and fervently volunteered to endure the punishment. It was evident to him that the stakes were higher than just his brother's life. The threat loomed over the entire Ji family, hinting at a sinister intention to obliterate their existence. The king leaned in, whispering confidentially to official Kwon. Upon hearing the king's words, an expression of unbridled satisfaction painted itself across official Kwon's face. "Wipe that smug look off your face, Kwon. No one wants to see that." Official Kwon happily declared that the Ji family must comply with the king's decree, subjecting them to banishment and being stripped of their authority, ultimately leading to the extermination of the Ji family. Yeon's brother trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. The incredulity gripped him as he struggled to comprehend the heinous actions planned against their entire family. With a heavy heart, he denounced Kwon as an exceedingly wicked man. Yet, amidst the despair, a determined spark ignited within Yeon's brother. An idea took root, which was a silent vow to one day claim Kwon's head as retribution for the injustice. With a seemingly compliant tone, Yeon's brother declared their obedience to the king's order. However, his thoughts brewing within him, mirrored by a sinister smile, betrayed those words. Concealed behind the walls, one of the servants bore witness to the unfolding events. Amidst the commotion, he discerned the figure of his master, Yeon's lover, on the field. Fueled by unwavering loyalty, he hastily retreated from the scene, driven by the urgency to inform his master of the critical developments. "You're a good man. However, I wonder who this Yeon person is." In his room, a young man with red eyes and very light brown hair diligently attended to his tasks. Clad in a brown hanbok, he exuded an air of importance. Suddenly, the tranquility of his room was disrupted as one of his servants called his name repeatedly, sprinted from the outside, and urgently rushed into the room without waiting for permission. "So Yeon is Young Min, but from the past." The servant dropped to the floor in front of the young man and bowed deeply while exclaiming that a problem had arisen. The young man was jolted by sheer surprise as the servant abruptly materialized before him, but gathered enough composure to ask what was the matter for him to be kicking such a fuss. In a tone filled with distress and urgency, the servant conveyed the recent decree. The king has just ordered the extermination of the Ji family, and immediate exile awaits them. Yeon abruptly rose from his seat, his voice elevated in urgency as he sought confirmation and asked if what he had just heard was true. With a serious demeanor, the servant confirmed the truth of his statement, emphasizing that he could not fathom fabricating such a serious matter. As Yeon grappled with the weight of the order, his thoughts spiraled into an overwrought contemplation of Jun, his lover, being unable to escape the impending doom. Jun, that's Secretary Kong's name in the past. Young Min and Secretary Kong are fated to be together. Despite the agony in his own heart, the specter of concern for the prince loomed large. He asked the servant if Jae-moon knew of this problem. Equally gripped by panic, the servant hastily revealed that information from the inner palace indicated that Jae-moon had departed at dawn. Therefore, it was certain that he remained unaware of the impending crisis. Deep in thought, Hwa Young-gun pondered the whereabouts of Jae-moon. He realized today was the peak of Jae-moon's manifestation, giving him an idea of where the latter could be. With a sense of urgency, Hwa Young-gun swiftly informed the servant that he believed he knew Jae-moon's whereabouts. He asked the servant to quickly prepare a horse for him, cautioning to be discreet and vigilant. The servant agreed to follow his instructions. Sneaking outside the palace walls and ready to leave with his horse, Hwa Young-gun promised his loyal servant that he'd be back soon. The servant kindly asked for him to be careful. Hwa Young-gun rode through the dense forest like an arrow. His face bore the weight of intense worry. Hwa Young-gun remarked that today's events were terrifying. The drastic measure of exterminating an entire family struck him as a perplexing act from the king, especially something so rash as this. Under the trees, Yeon and Jae-moon found themselves in blissful oblivion to the currently unfolding turmoil. Jae-moon was burdened with duties back at the palace. He hesitated to part ways with Yeon, reluctance evident in the depths of his eyes, but he knew he had to go. Sensing the weight in Jae-moon's heart, Yeon gently reassured him that he wasn't going anywhere and encouraged the prince to secure victory safely. Racing against time, Hwa Young-gun managed to reach the couple, his urgent call slicing through the air until it successfully caught Jae-moon's attention. As Hwa Young-gun approached, Jae-moon was perplexed, questioning why Hwa Young-gun was outside the palace. The prince called him Hwan. That's an adorable nickname. Hwa Young-gun urgently informed Jae-moon that he must quickly return to the palace with him, disclosing that the high officials had decreed the exile and extermination of the Ji family. Shock registered on Jae-moon's face upon hearing the news, but his immediate concern shifted to Ji-yeon's reaction. He cast a worried glance at his lover, attempting to grasp his hand and softly calling his name. However, tense and resolute, Ji-yeon did not accept the offered hand. Instead, he clenched his fist. Ji-yeon uttered words of assurance, letting Jae-moon know that, despite the intense news, he was holding up fine. Though Ji-yeon's words carried reassurance, Jae-moon was finely tuned to his omega. He instinctively felt that Ji-yeon wasn't fully expressing his genuine emotions. However, he had to deal with something much bigger than both of them right now. Jae-moon positioned himself behind Hwa Young-gun on the horse, cradled Ji-yeon's face in his hands, and vowed that he would return to stand by his side, no matter the circumstances. Ji-yeon tenderly leaned into the prince's touch and made a heartfelt promise, pledging to stay alive at any cost and vowing to protect the place Jae-moon could return to. Jae-moon trusted Ji-yeon and acknowledged his words. Hwa Young-gun signaled the horse, urging it to gallop away with haste. As they distanced themselves, Jae-moon couldn't help but look back. Tears welled in his eyes, and his heart was heavy at the thought of leaving Ji-yeon alone. Ji-yeon stood solitary, his gaze fixed on the vanishing figures of Jae-moon and Hwa Young-gun as they disappeared into the forest. In a soft plea, he begged Jae-moon not to go, not to leave him alone in the encompassing emptiness. Overwhelmed by despair, Ji-yeon crumpled to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Despite his promise to Jae-moon, the weight of staying alive in the absence of his love proved too heavy to bear. Only darkness loomed at the end of the road, encapsulating the lover's desolation. "I'm ready to hunt some crusty old men. Jae-moon, win this for all the good people out there." Ji-yeon and Jun's father found himself confined behind cold bars. Following the king's orders, the Supreme Court descended and stripped the Ji family of all authority and confiscated their properties. Bound by ropes, they stood in a line. Their identities were reduced to a uniformity emphasized by their matching white clothes. The dehumanizing procession marked the beginning of their march, a solemn journey forced upon them due to the ruthless decree hanging over the entire Ji family. Regardless of gender or age, they were separated and traded as slaves. Like the rest of his family, Ji-yeon found himself ensnared in this bleak fate. Amidst the grim circumstances, a life that couldn't embrace blessings quietly stirred within him. Ji-yeon tenderly cradled his stomach. On this particular night, in a small house, Ji-yeon's hands were wrapped around his stomach. He initiated a tender conversation with the unborn child. He posed a poignant question, wondering if the little one longed for their father's absent warmth. Overcome with emotion, Ji-yeon admitted to the baby that he also profoundly missed him. The doors creaked open, revealing a man with a well-defined structure adorned in soiled clothes. Ji-yeon acknowledged the familiar figure as his brother. He asked Jun about the dirt on his attire and if something had happened. Jun methodically removed his soiled clothes, exchanging them for something clean. As he transformed his appearance, he nonchalantly shared the encounter with a noble man who obstructed his path home. With an air of casual indifference, Jun revealed that he contemplated severing the nobleman's head but ultimately settled for tossing the individual's lifeless body off a cliff. He turned around to look at his younger brother to see if something went wrong while he was away. The gravity of his words seemed to escape him. I mean, he was a soldier before this. Despite being a warrior before, Yeon was shocked and with genuine concern, asked whether Jun had inflicted significant harm on this noble man. Jun playfully flicked Yeon's forehead in his response, wincing in pain. Yeon instinctively covered his forehead and complained about how it hurt. Kneeling in front of his younger brother, Jun attributed the flick to be Yeon's own fault for indulging in what he deemed as nonsensical talk. Jun admitted that despite the devastating extermination order that annihilated their entire family, they had managed to evade danger thus far, thanks to the protection of Old Man Cho. Jun expressed an inability to fathom any actions that would bring disgrace to the elderly figure. Realizing the weight of his previous concerns, Yeon apologized for not thinking clearly. He acknowledged that he was well aware of Jun's character, being someone who reciprocates kindness and refrains from causing harm to others. Jun anxiously questioned his younger brother about his state, expressing concern for any discomfort or unease he might be feeling. With a troubled tone, Yeon admitted that he wasn't physically uncomfortable but was longing for Jae-moon. Being considerate, Jun grasps Yeon's emotions but firmly cautions him, emphasizing that impulsive actions could jeopardize both Yeon and the unborn child. He expresses a sincere desire to avoid any harm to Yeon's pregnancy. He's such a good brother. He'd really do anything for Yeon. Yeon acknowledged his older brother's words. Despite a clear understanding of their current circumstances, Yeon couldn't shake off the profound sense of sadness and longing for Jae-moon. Back at the palace, the night draped itself in darkness, creating a somber and solitary atmosphere. Jae-moon, adorned in his royal blue hanbok, wandered alone within the palace grounds. His gaze was drawn to the night sky. Observing the night sky and stars in their companionable dance, he felt a twinge of envy. A wish lingered within him, yearning for a space where he and his mate could share a peaceful place to be together as well. Hwa-young-gun came up to Jae-moon and conveyed that it was too late for him to be outdoors. Jae-moon continued to gaze at the sky as he beckoned for Hwa-young-gun to approach. With a respectful bow, Hwa-young-gun neared Jae-moon, inquiring if there were any orders the prince wished him to execute. Referring to Hwa-young-gun as his brother, Jae-moon declared a newfound lack of shame. Retrieving a letter from his sleeve, he discreetly handed it to Hwa-young-gun and requested that he deliver it to Yeon. With worry etched across his face, Hwa-young-gun could recognize the prince's longing, but he expressed concern that this action might be deemed reckless. He cautioned Jae-moon and emphasized that if official Kwon were to catch wind of their sneaky communication, both Yeon and Jae-moon might face severe consequences this time. Jae-moon's expression darkened with anger as he vented his frustration. He emphasized the torment of 3 long months without being able to send a single letter to his beloved. He revealed the painful necessity of distancing himself from Yeon and his family until he could secure the trust of those around him. Adding to the complexity, Jae-moon even made a promise to marry official Kwon's niece as part of this intricate strategy. This old man keeps getting more despicable by the second. Jae-moon meticulously detailed the reasons why his secret letter wouldn't raise suspicion, so he pressed Hwa-young-gun once more to deliver the letter to Yeon. However, Hwa-young-gun remained hesitant and uncertain about carrying out this order. In the middle of the morning, Jun gave Ji-yeon a letter adorned with a delicate blue ribbon. This means Hwan and Jun met at night. I wonder if they also had a moment together. Curious, Ji-yeon inquired about the content of the letter from Jun in response. Jun explained that it was the letter the prince wished to give him, urging Ji-yeon to go ahead and read it. Ji-yeon eagerly opened the letter, taking the moment to appreciate Jae-moon's handwriting before delving into the content. He expressed a sense of longing, noting that it had been so long since he last laid eyes on Jae-moon's handwriting. Ji-yeon began perusing the contents, with the moon now absent, the black dragon pines in the desolate sky. His sole companions are the somber clouds. He wonders about the color of the moon that enveloped him as he stirs the clouds and questions the whereabouts of the moon resembling his beloved. Jae-moon's letter poetically conveys a scene of yearning of a black dragon in the barren sky, symbolizing absence and solitude. It reflects a deep longing and a desire for connection with Ji-yeon. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ji-yeon began to cry, the ache of longing intensifying after he read the letter, leaving him to wonder if he would ever have the chance to see Jae-moon again. Ji-yeon squeezed Jae-moon's letter close to his chest as if embracing Jae-moon's love rather than just the paper. Yeon pressed his lips to the paper, and all the while, tears streamed down his face. The sight of his brother being heartbroken and hurting tugged at Jeon's heart. Yet, his attention abruptly shifted as he caught unfamiliar sounds emanating from outside their home. His face assumed a serious and sharp expression as he contemplated who could be outside their house, especially since getting visitors was rare at this time. Yeon, genuinely worried about the commotion, witnessed Jeon swiftly drawing his sword and throwing open the doors. Jeon shushed Yeon and instructed him to swiftly pack his belongings as they needed to depart immediately. Cloaked entirely in black with only their eyes visible, the figure concealed themselves behind the bamboo, their irritation evident as the siblings displayed a quick response. Jeon was spot on. Siblings, please make a quick exit for your safety. In the open, Yeon carried all they needed while repeatedly inquiring about their destination. Jeon didn't want to waste time and persistently urged his brother to follow him quietly. Yeon spoke up, expressing his readiness to assist his brother for the sake of safety and emphasized the advantage of having two skilled swordsmen. Abruptly, just as Yeon finished his sentence, the sound of a sharp object being unsheathed pierced the air. Before he could comprehend it, his brother swiftly passed by him with his sword in hand. Yeon glanced behind him and witnessed a man in all black impaled through the chest by Jeon. With a heightened sense of seriousness, Jeon urgently requested Yeon's cooperation and stressed the need for them to hurry up and leave. Taking hold of Yeon's arm, Jeon forcefully pulled him along. Yeon was a warrior dedicated to protecting the prince, so he struggled to comprehend how he failed to anticipate the danger. Dread coursed through Yeon as he contemplated the heightened vulnerability imposed by his pregnancy, sending a shiver down his spine. Why are they being hunted? Who is still not satisfied after the whole exile of the Ji family? Is that not enough for them? And more importantly, where will Jeon and Yeon go now? The rain fell thick. In the middle of the pouring rain, Yeon and Jeon were sprinting through the rain-soaked landscape. Yeon accidentally lets go of Jae-moon's letter and wants it back. But Jeon reminds Yeon of their situation and says the letter was on the ground, so the ink might have spread and ruined it. Jeon suggests they let it go. Yeon glances back at the letter he had dropped, the weight of longing and regret etched lines on his features. Despite the ache in his eyes, he understood his brother's practical advice and continued to run with him. Follow your brother and be safe, Yeon. Meanwhile, back in the palace, Jae-moon realizes it has been raining quite hard outside. Jae-moon sat quietly, lost in thought, with his head low and one hand covering half of his face. The crown prince had been thinking about something unsettling earlier. He wonders if it's because the schedule has been pushed back. He's trying to remember when he sent the previous letter, and he doesn't recall ever receiving a reply. As if on cue, one of his servants requests them to come in. Jae-moon allowed them inside his room. Jae-moon is aware that his brother has news for him, so he's anticipating that this servant might be the messenger. As the servant bowed, it confirmed his hunch. With two hands presenting the letter, the servant gives Jae-moon the message. Upon opening the letter, his face contorted with worry and surprise. The letter, sent to the crown prince, reveals that Yeon has received news from the man he loves, June, and that he couldn't help but inform the prince immediately. Fun fact, Gun is used moderately in formal occasions, such as weddings for young, unmarried males. There will be a night of rebellion for June and Yeon's father. This is benefiting from the confusion. Shock registers vividly on Jae-moon's face as if time momentarily halts while he continues reading. According to the news, official Kwon was going to send someone to assassinate the king. It was only a matter of time until someone complained about the king. As the rain continued outside, Jae-moon wishes for his father to be safe in the middle of this rebellion. He knows what the rebellion will do, though, and that's to ruin the whole royal family. Punishment is quite fitting, but sad to see Jae-moon being caught between choosing his family and his people. Jae-moon burns the letter as his emotionless face is pressed against his hand, elbow resting on the desk. He vows not to overlook the unrest. Addressing the servant by his name, Jong-seo, Jae-moon cautions them and advises them to take care soon because the scent of blood will soon fill the air. Jong-seo, please help the prince when this time comes. On a night with no stars and the moon hidden by clouds, a group of men in all black outfits, their faces concealed in hair tightly bound in meat buns, sneaked onto the palace roof. Some of these men are very sneaky and manage to quietly subdue a few royal guards without being noticed. The men who are successfully clearing some of the royal guards navigate their way to the palace's double doors, swiftly open them and welcome their comrades inside. Among them, a man stands proudly in the middle, his broad shoulders and tall frame commanding attention. Now in the middle of a tense standoff with drawn swords, the men in all-black attire assemble into a strategic formation and lock eyes with the royal guards who wore contrasting colored outfits. Jun wants to exchange a few words with his brother before the fight begins. He insists that Yeon must not risk his life, even if his swordsmanship is required for tonight's battle. Yeon reassures his brother that he wouldn't even think of doing that. Defying his brother's plea, Yeon adamantly refuses and pledges to fight alongside the others. Yeon, please. Now's not the time for arguing. You're pregnant. Wide-eyed and fully turning his head away from the enemy, Jun turns toward Yeon and reminds his brother that any harm to him could have dire consequences. Before Jun can finish his warning, an arrow is hurled past the brothers, catching them off guard with its unexpected trajectory. It pierced through their uncle squarely in the chest. Jun's voice rings out in a cry for his fallen uncle, but this also makes him realize the gravity of the moment. Without hesitation, he takes charge, leading the men cloaked in black to rally everyone. In an instant, they charge towards the enemy, launching a swift and coordinated attack. Yeon proves to be a skilled fighter as he engages the royal guards. Despite the chaos around him, he remains unharmed. In the middle of the fight, Yeon's eyes land on something peculiar. Men are walking with their heads low, some with traumatized eyes and others deeply saddened. Yeon is curious about the gathering, especially when there's one military official among them. Yeon stealthily maneuvers behind the walking men, a shadow in their midst. The king should have more than one military official serving him, but he currently has one. His instincts tell him something is off about this arrangement. Yeon, remember what your brother told you. Don't do anything too risky. In the room these men entered, most of them are now swimming in their own blood. On the floor, a lone survivor pleads for mercy. There's only one person who is the culprit, wearing a menacing expression and brandishing a knife. They insist that the pleading man acknowledge official Kwon as a king, asserting that those near death don't have much to say. Swiftly maneuvering behind, Yeon displays impressive swordsmanship as he skillfully dispatches the menacing figure with a single strike. Yeon's face contorts with anger and betrayal upon discovering that Jong Seo, the same person they trusted to deliver the letter to Jae-moon, is the traitor working under official Kwon. Realizing the weight of the betrayal, Yeon's demeanor turns from rage to disappointment as he hears Jong Seo's remarks about the royal family. Despite being in a sticky situation right now, he also realizes he can't fault the prince for putting his trust in his instincts. Suddenly, Yeon feels an unexpected piercing sensation. As he turns, his eyes well up with tears because he knows the voice of his own lover. However, oblivious to Yeon's identity, Jae-moon wears an angry expression, convinced that the mysterious figure in black is a spy working for official Kwon. There arose a significant confusion. Oh no, is this how it'll end? In the middle of the night of bloodshed, the air crackles with tension. Jae-moon's face contorts with anger as he firmly believes he has caught the culprit. Meanwhile, Yeon couldn't believe this was happening to them. Tears stream down Yeon's cheeks as he slides his mask off. In an attempt to bridge the gap of misunderstanding, Yeon calls out to Jae-moon. The recognition in Jae-moon's immediate response is palpable as regret courses through his spine. Slowly turning around to face Jae-moon, Yeon immediately collapses onto his knees. Jae-moon catches him, his voice trembling as he struggles to accept that the person in front of him can't be his Yeon. Desperation sets in, and he yearns to call for a Wom to save Yeon. The Wom is a member of the court who cares for and tends to the king and his family at the palace. Despite his weakness, Yeon grasps Jae-moon's hand, revealing that he did all of this just to ensure Jae-moon's safety. With a feeble smile, he expresses happiness at seeing the prince again, even if only for a brief moment. Tears stream down Yeon and Jae-moon's faces as they cry uncontrollably. Jae-moon pleads with Yeon not to go, blaming himself for the severity of Yeon's wounds. They share a tight hug on the ground. In the middle of their emotional exchange, Yeon reflects on the past, expressing gratitude for the dried persimmons Jae-moon gave him and acknowledging how to open his eyes. Yeon fondly looks back on their childhood and praises Jae-moon's manly and cool qualities even when they were still kids. Overwhelmed, Jae-moon cries out, begging Yeon to stop talking and keeps reassuring him that the wound isn't too bad and he will save him. Jae-moon gently cradles Yeon in his arms, placing Yeon's head on his shoulder. Despite his condition, Yeon smiles and declares that he still needs to keep his promise. Jae-moon pleads with Yeon not to mention the promise, but Ji-yeon asks if he can have a shameful request for him. Jae-moon places Ji-yeon's hand on his cheek, insisting he'll only listen if Ji-yeon stays alive. In response to his plea, Ji-yeon smiles and reassures Jae-moon not to blame himself, urging him to find happiness. That's not selfish at all, Ji-yeon. Even if you're suffering so much, all you think about is your precious prince. As Jae-moon hugs Ji-yeon closely, burying his face in Ji-yeon's neck, he questions why Ji-yeon is doing this to him. Ji-yeon's eyes start to close, and he apologizes to the prince for dozing off. Tears stream down Jae-moon's face as he urges Ji-yeon to sleep early so that they can wake up early, planning for the next day to be like any other, where they go to the mountains, play, and then rest. Despite waiting for Ji-yeon's response, there is no reply. Jae-moon continues calling his name, desperately seeking a response, but Ji-yeon remains unresponsive. Jae-moon's heart shatters with every word he speaks to the unconscious Ji-yeon cradled in his arms. The realization hits him hard that sleep has fully claimed Ji-yeon and he never got to respond. Vainly and coldly, Ji-yeon seems to have left him behind, now unreachable in a place Jae-moon can't reach. Gently, he holds Ji-yeon's head close and contemplates how long this pain will endure and how long his heart will ache. Jae-moon expresses a desire for Ji-yeon to live, even if it means it would be difficult. He struggles to understand why Ji-yeon insists he shouldn't be blamed for what happened to him. Jae-moon remembers Ji-yeon as a good and sweet person who always walked a lonely road. However, Jae-moon struggles to follow Ji-yeon's plea not to blame himself because doing so might lead to forgetting Ji-yeon. Jae-moon desperately clings to the memories, expressing his reluctance to forget Ji-yeon. The fear of letting go of his beloved overwhelms him. Jae-moon persists in awaiting Ji-yeon's response, but the deceased remains silent. Jae-moon dons an all-black hanbok with minimal design, his expression void of emotion and weighed down by misery. This is the year that lost its light, all due to him. Now, Jae-moon stands as a lonely dragon, emerging as the new sun for his nation. The term new sun implies only one possibility. He became the new king. Under the warm rays of the sun, the palace stands tall. Adorned in red hanboks, Jun and his father, Ji Si-young, are summoned to stand before King Jae-moon. Donning such attire signifies that the Ji family is no longer in exile and has gained a favorable standing within the palace. Being straight to the point, Jae-moon announced that the reason he called them is related to Yeon. Despite holding a proper memorial service as the anniversary approaches, he finds himself crying in his dreams. A suspicion lingers in Jae-moon's mind. He wonders if one of them is withholding a secret from him. Hearing this, Jun is visibly shocked. He already knows what was wrong. Unknown to Jae-moon, they have a child. Overcome with guilt, Jun drops to the ground, bowing low and seeking punishment from the king. Confused and a bit irritated, Jae-moon questions Jun's actions and what he could possibly be hiding from him. Unable to meet Jae-moon's gaze, Jun confesses that Ji-yeon was carrying their child. "I'm sorry you've had to find out this way, Your Highness." In his room, Jae-moon is alone, clutching Ji-yeon's clothes, trembling and crying out loud. As he cries into Ji-yeon's clothes, he blames himself once more. The weight of self-blame for what he did to Ji-yeon has always been there. But now he grapples with the realization that he has also committed an unforgivable act towards their child. Desperation fills him as he desperately calls out Ji-yeon's name. The elderly dragon, who lost his mate, was tormented by loneliness and mourning. Jae-moon ascends the throne 20 years later. A tranquil scene unfolds under a bright, clear sky with a pond and small buildings nearby. A little child with a radiant smile joyfully calls out to the king. An elderly man kneels to the child's level, affectionately addressing them as Yule and praising their vibrant energy on this day. Whose kid is this? A man in a red hanbok approaches the elder man and the child, bowing his head as he addresses the elder man as the king. He compares the king's body to jade and advises him to be careful. The king laughs at being referred to as jade, dismissing the man's concern as he focuses on Yule. He inquires if Yule has seen the apricot flower tree, and Yule happily confirms, mentioning that his father showed it to him. According to Yule, the big white flowers are super pretty. The king agrees, remarking that the apricot flower tree is as beautiful as a child. The other man present has red eyes and blonde hair, signifying that this is an older Hwayum-gun. Is Yule Hwayum's kid? They're so adorable. Good genes never fail. Observing the king, Hwayum-gun feels sadness, recognizing that the spirit of Yeon still lingers in the king's heart after all these years. Hwayum-gun and the king engage in conversation, with Yeon asking about the king's plans for the future. The king expresses his current desire for Yeol to ascend the throne and inherit it, hoping that Yeol's rule will bring him peace. Taken aback, Yeon is surprised to hear the king's decision. Sadly, the king reveals that he has been longing for rest for a long time. Despite repeatedly washing his hands, the memory of Yeon's blood lingers in his mind like a deep, dark shade of red mark permanently on his hands. However, the king notes that these days, the stain feels like it's fading. This gives him hope that he will be reunited with Yeon. A bright smile graces his face at the thought of it. Honestly, Jae-moon reveals to his brother that there's not a lot of fight in him anymore. Sorrow is evident in Yeon's eyes as he feels saddened hearing his own brother speak in this manner. Since making Yeol the next in line was his first request from Yeon, he asks for another. He emphasizes that when he's gone, he wants the apricot flower tree be taken care of. Jae-moon remembered the day he gave an apricot petal to Yeon beneath the large and majestic apricot tree. Love filled the air starting from that day onwards. Jae-moon found himself unable to carry on without the unwavering support of his pillar. In the hospital room, the rhythmic beeping of machines echoed. Jae-moon's fingers started to move. Yeon began shedding tears as he comprehended the significance of the unfolding moment. Through his tearful emotion, he called out Jae-moon's name. Jae-moon, confined to his bed and with an oxygen mask on, exerted every effort to turn his gaze directly toward Yeon. Tears welled up as his eyes conveyed a sense of longing. Yeon called his name one more time. He's finally awake. Welcome back, Your Highness. As Jae-moon gradually wakes up, the voice he yearned for and missed so much fills the air. Before him stands the face he longed for, the one he always sought. Attempting to articulate Yeon's full name, tears stream down Jae-moon's face. Fragments of memories flood back. He recalls Yeon calling his name just before his head was struck. Images flash of Yeon tearfully pushing his hospital bed, surrounded by medical staff. Memories rewind to the Joseon era when Yeon wore a bloody yet sincere smile for him. Only when Jae-moon opens his eyes does he become certain that these memories are truly his. Jae-moon feels an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the chance to be with his precious Yeon again. In the hospital room, Jae-moon and Yeon lean toward each other and find themselves both in tears. Yeon expresses immense gratitude that Jae-moon is awake. Softly, Jae-moon uses his voice to apologize to Yeon. Jae-moon sits up, leaning on his bed. As the two lovers embrace each other, he continues to apologize profusely to Yeon, expressing regret for leaving him alone. However, Yeon reassures Jae-moon, stating that he wasn't alone during all this time. The response leaves Jae-moon in a state of confusion. Like the cold wind of realization hits him, Jae-moon sees the catch to having Yeon back in his life. Unfortunately for him, they have kids. Yeon introduces Jae-moon to their children. With green eyes and brown hair like Yeon, a boy in a yellow sweater cries while looking up at Jae-moon. His name is Joo-hyun. The girl in a blue sweater, the older twin, has short black hair like Jae-moon and intense red eyes resembling his. Her name is Joo-hae. They're direct copies of their parents. They're perfect. Jae-moon awkwardly carries Joo-hyun with a big smile on his face, in stark contrast to Joo-hyun trembling and crying in his arms. Mistakenly, Jae-moon calls Joo-hyun by the wrong name, Joo-hae, and introduces himself while complimenting how pretty his baby is. He's wrong, but he's got the spirit. While holding the real Joo-hae in his arms, Yeon corrects Jae-moon by informing him that he's actually holding Joo-hyun, not Joo-hae. Jae-moon takes a quick pause, turning his head towards Yeon. Yeon points with his eyes and clarifies that he's holding Joo-hae. Jae-moon doesn't feel awkward or upset about getting it wrong. Instead, he wears a big smile and faces Joo-hae, apologizing for the mix-up. He points out that Joo-hae seems serious, almost like a general, which leads him to mistake her for Joo-hyun. Yeon playfully pinches Joo-hae's little cheeks, describing her as more like a bodhisattva. Despite appearing as if she would cry when pinched, Joo-hae remains unresponsive. Jae-moon holds the crying Joo-hyun in his arms, drawing him close as he begins to understand the distinct personalities of his children. Despite having an admirable introduction with the kids, Jae-moon kindly asks Yeon if they could put the kids to bed so that they can have a little talk. Yeon readily agrees. Sound asleep, Joo-hae lies peacefully on her back while Joo-hyun leans tenderly towards his sister, his tiny hand placed with utmost care on her chest. Lying side by side to each other, Jae-moon's arm is tenderly positioned under Yeon's head, and he lovingly caresses Yeon's hair. Their gaze meets, brimming with affection. Jae-moon notices something different about Yeon's hair. Curious, He asks if Yeon had a haircut, and Yeon admits that he cut his hair because he felt like he was losing his mind. Feeling a pang of guilt, Jae-moon wonders if Yeon had a difficult time giving birth to the kids while he was unconscious. Yeon confirms it, expressing that he endured the challenge. Overwhelmed by their emotions, they both start to cry and embrace each other in a hug. Yeon is crying profusely, feeling as though he can finally release all of the pent-up emotions that he has been holding in for so long. Through tears, Yeon expresses his deep fears, admitting that he was terrified at the thought of having to raise the kids without a father. He confesses that the constant fear of Jae-moon never waking up left him on edge, and the overwhelming longing for Jae-moon made him feel like he was on the brink of losing his sanity. He's been so strong and held it together for too long. I'm glad he has Jae-moon back in his arms now. Feeling a sense of guilt, Jae-moon tells Yeon that he can cry as much as he needs to. Apologizing sincerely, he acknowledges that he was gone for too long and promises not to be reckless like that again. Displaying a hint of frustration, Yeon scolds Jae-moon and warns him not to be that reckless or it might lead to a divorce. In response, Jae-moon pleads with Yeon not to say such things and repeats his promise. Recognizing that Yeon is still shaken up from the day's events, Jae-moon encourages him to relax and take it easy. Yeon admits that he doesn't want to sleep, fearing that he might wake up to discover that today was all just a dream. Wanting to reassure him, Jae-moon reassures Yeon that this is not a dream, lifts his head, and tenderly kisses his omega. Displaying their deep yearning for one another, the couple decides to ride the sheets. Jae-moon and Yeon embraced each other, savoring the sensation of being close after so long. Slowly but surely, their tough times transformed into moments of positivity. Despite being exhausted, Jae-moon still wants to hold Yeon because it makes him feel like he's back home after a long time. Yeon places their foreheads together and hugs Jae-moon, thanking him for coming back. Their smiles are big and spread across their faces, reflecting genuine happiness that radiates from deep within. This is so sweet. I hope this family can finally have a peaceful time together. It's the next morning, and the kids wear confused expressions as they observe the doctor scolding their parents. Jae-moon and Yeon appear gloomy, bowing apologetically to the doctor. The doctor acknowledges that this is the first instance of a patient surviving. However, it seems like they've been a bit too noisy in their room because complaints were coming from the emergency room next to them, so it's actually a good sign that Jae-moon was getting discharged today. Jae-moon and Yeon bow even lower, emphasizing the sincerity of their apology. Despite expressing their remorse, Jae-moon felt really happy at the idea of leaving the hospital. This is as if time greets him with open arms. Upon Jae-moon's return home, he resumes working out, learns to feed the kids, and enjoys sleeping together with his family. The children nestled in the middle while Yeon occupies the other side of the bed. Normalcy is gradually restored in their lives. Eventually, Jae-moon had to return to work. He stares at the three jade sides and wears a serious look on his face. Of course, there's still work that Jae-moon needs to tend to. Knocking on a door, Jae-moon announces that he'll come to his father's office. Jae-moon's father was pleasantly surprised that Jae-moon decided to visit him. Jae-moon's fingers delicately grasped the three jade sides, retrieving the dazzling gem that gleams. Jae-moon gently lays it on the table between himself and his father, a warm smile spreading across his father's face as he asks Jae-moon if he knows about everything now. Jae-moon nods and declares that he recalls everything, including the day he collapsed, the day before, and Young-min's work. Jae-moon is glad that he can have his memories back, but he isn't happy about remembering what happened with Young-min that day. The day he received their family heirloom, the three jade sides, he began to build their family up. He remembers touching the heirloom that day, and thoughts of random but vivid events flashed through his head. Anger flooded Jae-moon's entire body as he remembered his stranger dying in his arms, recalling that he had once given this same person an apricot petal as a gift, only to witness them perish before him. The dying person had urged him not to blame himself. On that day, when these thoughts overwhelmed him, it became too much for Jae-moon, eventually causing him to pass out. So this is how he lost his memories. Jae-moon explains that he fell and hit his head hard on a nearby table. Because of his father, he remained unaware of what happened that day. His father smiles and reveals the truth. Jae-moon was deeply upset because of Young-min's actions, leading his mother to cry for him when he lost consciousness. The entire family was concerned. Upon discovering that Jae-moon fell when he touched the authentic three jade sides, they realized the gem he now possesses doesn't compare in brightness to the real trilogy. So, his parents attempted to create an imitation as close to the original trilogy as possible. Jae-moon reassures his father that he's fine now. His father mentions that Jae-moon must be curious about the whereabouts of the real trilogy and expresses a willingness to show it to him. Leaving Jae-moon in a dim room, Jae-moon eagerly opens the box, and his eyes widen as he beholds the three jade sides. The trilogy sparkles with breathtaking beauty. With a tender touch, Jae-moon delicately retrieves the trilogy, pressing a gentle kiss upon its surface. In a heartfelt vow, he promises to reunite the precious gem with its rightful owner. Jae-moon arrives home, and in the kitchen, Yeon warmly greets him. Reminiscent of an apricot flower petal drifting down on a spring day, Jae-moon approaches him slowly and marks their eventual reunion. Jae-moon happily presents a box to Yeon, who appears a bit puzzled. As Jae-moon opens the box, Yeon gazes downward and suddenly overcome with emotion, tears begin to well up. With just a touch, the trilogy acts as a catalyst for unlocking a flood of memories from the past that swiftly and vividly flash through Yeon's mind. He remembers Jae-moon as a prince, recalling the heartfelt letters they exchanged. The vivid recollection takes him back to a spring day beneath an apricot tree when Jae-moon gave him an apricot petal. However, the tone shifts as Yeon recalls the somber night when Jae-moon, in a mistaken identity, and believed him to be a spy. The memory is etched with pain as Yeon remembers Jae-moon weeping for him, cradling his injured body. The tears persist, an unspoken connection between Yeon and Jae-moon, as both find themselves overwhelmed with the memories coming back to them. The reunion of Jae-moon and Yeon after years of separation and the haunting memory is a bittersweet symphony. At least they get to be together again. Tears well in Yeon's eyes as he tearfully addresses Jae-moon as Your Highness. In a sorrowful embrace, the lovers hold each other tightly. The weight of Yeon's words hits Jae-moon, who can't fathom that Yeon is using that title again. Overwhelmed with guilt, Yeon breaks down and questions how Jae-moon endured a painful existence without him. He can't bear the thought of his mate, his prince, enduring such suffering after their shared trauma. Jae-moon holds Yeon even closer, unable to respond as he repeatedly calls out Yeon's name. In their tight embrace, the two find comfort in each other's arms. At this moment, they are brimming with joy. Witnessing the couple's emotional moment is so moving that it brings tears to my eyes. In the middle of the day, there stands a house enveloped in beautiful greenery. Clad in warm attire, Jae-moon and Yeon walk hand in hand, expressing a wish for the kids to be with them. Yeon receives reassurance from Jae-moon. The children are happily playing at their grandma's house, dressed as yellow sharks. Jae-moon explains that bringing them along might make Joo-hyun cry. Guiding Yeon carefully around the area, Jae-moon hints at another surprise. Is Jae-moon showing Yeon around their new place? It's beautiful. Eager with excitement, he covers Yeon's eyes with a blindfold and leads him to the undisclosed location. Despite Jae-moon's animated tone, Yeon is left guessing as to what the prince was so excited for him to see. Finally, Jae-moon stops them at a specific spot, urging Yeon to open his eyes and discover the awaited surprise. With great anticipation, Yeon removes the blindfold, revealing his old home from the Joseon era. Nostalgia floods in as he takes in every detail. There were dividers adorned with handwritten messages, traditional cabinets, and ceilings and floors crafted in the classic style of that era. As Yeon explores the house, his gaze falls upon a closed window. Upon opening it, the aged frame emits a soft creak. To his surprise, Jae-moon stands outside, holding vibrant red flowers. This is just like when Jae-moon came through his window during his manifestation. They're really reliving the old days. Your Highness is so romantic. Yeon's eyes fill with tears as he looks at Jae-moon. With a smile, Jae-moon reflects on their journey, expressing gratitude for reaching this moment. Vowing to include and cherish their past and present lives, Jae-moon promises never to lose Yeon again. Extending a hand, Jae-moon earnestly asks Yeon to marry him. Overcome with emotion, Yeon beams brightly after a tearful moment and agrees to marry Jae-moon over and over again. In an intimate embrace, the two confess their enduring love, rubbing their heads together in blissful unity. Immersed in their own world, they find comfort and happiness. Finally, under the swaying apricot flower tree, the dragon and the pearl come together once again. The dragon has finally found his source of strength. I'm really happy that these two are finally getting the happy ending they deserved. I wonder what's the next chapter of their lives. Within a bustling coffee shop in the middle of the morning, Jae-moon and Young-min occupy a table, sitting across from each other. Jae-moon wears a serious expression as he gazes at his cousin. Meanwhile, Young-min avoids meeting Jae-moon's eyes and keeps his gaze lowered and his body tense. What are they going to talk about? So many things have happened between these two already. It's hard to keep track. Jae-moon firmly insists that Young-min explain everything that occurred during the time he was unconscious, starting from the very beginning. Young-min takes a sip from his drink, gaining enough energy to begin talking. He warns Jae-moon not to be shocked by what he's about to reveal. Jae-moon mentions hearing about his lover's depression from Yeon himself, but insists there must be more to the story. He's determined to know the full picture. Surprised by Jae-moon's attention to detail, Young-min pleads for Jae-moon not to share what he's about to say. Frustrated, Young-min promised himself not to reveal this secret, but he knew what had to be done. With his head in his hands, Young-min shares that something unfortunate happened when Yeon was around 7 months pregnant. Oh no, our Yeon can't take a break even for a minute. Young-min discloses that Yeon nearly had a miscarriage. Jae-moon's body trembles upon hearing this. He is left utterly stunned and struggles to believe the painful revelation. Still avoiding Jae-moon's gaze, Young-min continues, revealing that on that fateful day, Yeon's pheromones were messed up. Young-min became concerned about him and gave him some medication that his doctor had prescribed. Yeon didn't look good that day. Young-min could clearly remember Yeon faking a smile when he thanked him for the medication. He goes on to explain that, upon leaving the house, he felt uneasy and returned after 20 minutes to check on Yeon again. As Young-min continues talking, Jae-moon clutches his head in disbelief while his body trembles. The realization hits him hard. While he lay unconscious in the hospital bed, his omba endured a lot of pain. Young-min reveals that when he arrived, Yeon's condition was critical. He had lost a significant amount of blood, and his blood pressure was dangerously low. Recognizing the urgency, Young-min called Secretary Kang for assistance and felt really scared at that moment. He thinks of Jae-moon as his brother, so he has to take care of his family while also adding that he doesn't want to lose his niece and nephew. Jae-moon is visibly shaken, slumping his shoulders, his head and body hunched over the table. He anxiously asks Young-min if there's more to the story. Young-min knew it was bad for Jae-moon's well-being if Jae-moon kept asking for more bad news. Understanding the toll this could take on Jae-moon, Young-min reassures him that the ordeal ended there. Everything was fine after that. Seeing how Yeon and the twins were healthy when Jae-moon woke up, everything did go well. Thank God. As Young-min speaks, he observes Jae-moon gradually calming down. However, he can't shake the memories of what happened that day with Yeon in the hospital. Yeon lay on a hospital bed connected to an IV, while Young-min sat beside him. He covered half of his face, tears streaming down, deeply worried about the well-being of their children. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, he cried uncontrollably, expressing that he was tired already, and asked for a comforting hug from Young-min. Young-min rose and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Yeon sat up and clung to Young-min for comfort. Young-min gently insisted that Yeon must stay in the hospital next to Jae-moon until the birth. Young-min reassured Yeon that everything would be all right. He urged Yeon to rest and not overexert himself, reminding him to stay strong for the kids, Jae-moon, and himself. In a calmer demeanor, Yeon quietly agreed. Young-min recalls Yeon expressing gratitude for him being there, who was convinced that he might not have survived if not for Young-min. Reflecting on the hospital atmosphere, Young-min finds it amusing how some people cry in hospitals while others provide comfort and cheer. He also finds it amusing that Jae-moon brags about his kids while also being shaken up by the past. Don't be a bully, Young-min. Let the man have his moment. Jae-moon is sobbing into a tissue, repeatedly calling out Yeon's name while Young-min silently watches him. Young-min feels a deep sense of relief that everything's fine now. Young-min sighs in relief. He then shares that he cut the twins' umbilical cord and asks Jae-moon if he understands the significance. Visibly saddened, Jae-moon acknowledges what his cousin is trying to say. He had hoped rehabilitation would solve everything, but it hasn't made a difference for him. He carries a heavy guilt, feeling he hasn't done anything right for Yeon, just as in the past. Jae-moon vividly recalls the night when Yeon, still a soldier, fell into his arms. The memory makes him grit his teeth in frustration. Somewhat dazed by Jae-moon's monologue, Young-min offers him a new tissue, advising him to wipe away his tears and head home to Yeon, who will undoubtedly be waiting for him. He humorously points out that Jae-moon's eyes will likely be red. Seeking guidance, Jae-moon asks Young-min what he should do for Yeon. Young-min smiles, admitting he doesn't have a clear answer for that, and encourages Jae-moon to trust his instincts and not be nervous about it. Wise words. Young-min, this women arc suits you very well. Jae-moon's expression brightens. He smiles, agreeing with Young-min's sentiments and agreeing to the fact that he might be nervous. Arriving home, Jae-moon wears a smile as he gently peeks into the room where Yeon and the twins are sleeping. It seems like they were in the middle of playing, and all three of them had peacefully dozed off on the playmat. Jae-moon takes a moment to pick up some toys and books scattered on the floor, tidying up the room. He then carefully lifts the twins away from Yeon. Surprisingly, they remain peacefully asleep, not waking up or crying as their daddy picks them up. Look at them being so tiny next to their dad. Carefully lifting Yeon, Jae-moon transfers him to their bed. Yeon wakes up, feeling the bed beneath him, and acknowledges his lover's return home. Yawning, he asks Jae-moon about his day with Young-min. Jae-moon reassures him that everything went well. Feeling all the love of the world, they share a tender and affectionate kiss. Sensing Jae-moon's cold hands, Yeon comments on the chilly weather outside. Suddenly, his attention shifts as he recalls watching a historical drama on TV. He chuckles as he shares that Joo-hyun called him mother, finding it adorable. Yeon also mentions their daughter, Joo-hae, enjoying tangerines earlier. Yeon's bright smile captures Jae-moon's attention. He acknowledged what his lover was trying to tell him, but he couldn't stop kissing Yeon. Jae-moon draws Yeon close to him. He's aware of his deliberate pace when embracing his lover. In the middle of their intimate moment, he confesses his love for Yeon. Feeling the warmth of Jae-moon's words, Yeon hugs him back and tells him he loves him too. Their hearts beat loudly at the same time. At that moment, Jae-moon makes a heartfelt promise, vowing not to break whatever they have ever again. Everything worked out for them. Everyone's healthy and happy. I hope it stays that way. It was morning, and Jae-moon was settled in his office at the JAM Art Gallery. On Jae-moon's desk, a monitor, a calendar, and a framed picture of Yeon's smile provide a personal touch. Jae-moon notices that it is already October, marking this day as 11 months since that incident with Jeonmyeon. As Jae-moon looks back at the unsettling memory, he recalls Jeonmyeon's menacing smile as he warned him to handle things carefully. The alpha maintains a smile while openly expressing that the mere thought of Jeonmyeon infuriates him. We have the same sentiments, Your Highness. A knock on the door abruptly stops Jae-moon's train of thought. The person on the other side introduces himself as Secretary Kang and asks if he could enter Jae-moon's office, which Jae-moon grants permission to. Without wasting time, Secretary Kang presents Jae-moon with reports and updates on meetings and legal matters. He highlights accusations of serious crimes against an individual during Jae-moon's absence. Jae-moon expresses satisfaction and strongly emphasizes that the accused individual should remain in jail until the end of their days. After tapping on the printed report, Jae-moon commends Secretary Kang for his work and praises him for a job well done. He dismisses Secretary Kang, who bows and promptly exits the office. Feeling the stress of his current work, Jae-moon cracks his neck as a physical response. Jae-moon thought of the Joseon dynasty era and how he had dealt with these particular individuals before, where he could just cut certain parts of their bodies. He wonders why there are so many awful people who take living and breathing for granted in the 21st century. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. How did that prompt an idea, Jae-moon? What do you have in mind? Yeon knocks on Jae-moon's office door and announces his arrival. Upon entering, he discovers the office empty, prompting him to wonder why no one is around. Lost in his thoughts, he fails to notice someone sneaking up behind him. Yeon lets out a scream of surprise as someone hugs him from behind. In the aftermath of the surprise, Yeon's face reflects a blend of confusion and flustered emotions. Yet, he finds joy in discovering Jae-moon, happily rubbing his face against his own. Yeon reminds Jae-moon that he scared him and questions why Jae-moon didn't say anything when Yeon went into the office. The alpha can only giggle in response. Yeon pushes the alpha's face away, demanding that he should make it up for scaring him. That doesn't push Jae-moon away. In fact, he happily asks Yeon if he really wants him to make things right. Yeon reminds him to stay professional since they are in the office. Jae-moon declares that it's his office, and they can do whatever they want. He then proceeds to ask Yeon if he wants foreign food for dinner and mentions that his mom will take care of the twins today. Oh, it looks like Jae-moon made plans already before asking Yeon. Turning to face Jae-moon, Yeon looks pleasantly surprised and questions if it's okay for Jae-moon's mom to take care of the kids so frequently. Jae-moon reassures him, explaining that his mom doesn't mind at all, and this is all because she finds joy in having the kids being cute and sleeping next to them. Still uncertain, Yeon places a hand under his chin and looks unconvinced by the alpha's words. However, the idea of having a quiet dinner alone with foreign food seems appealing. Jae-moon was very proud of himself for convincing his Omega. Jae-moon reminds Yeon that his mom is genuinely okay with looking after the kids. He takes Yeon's hand, placing it over his own, and suggests that they could buy some fruits his mother likes on their way to pick up the kids. A kiss on Yeon's hand causes the Omega to blush. With a beaming smile, Jae-moon proposes that if Yeon agrees to the plan, he should seal it with a kiss. Yeon playfully gets grumpy, thinking his lover is being cheap, especially when Jae-moon is well aware of his good looks. How could you say no to that face, Yeon? Yeon maintains a grumpy expression as he requests Jae-moon to stop laughing and quickly close his eyes. Jae-moon wears a smirk, agreeing to comply with Yeon's request. The lovers then share a sweet kiss, with Yeon's small hand resting on Jae-moon's broad chest. Yeon asks Jae-moon where they are going to eat. Jae-moon happily responds that they're heading to a restaurant he used to frequent when he avoided working overtime back when they weren't in a relationship. Yeon instantly recognizes it as a familiar Korean restaurant. While discussing where to eat, Yeon could not help but get frustrated about his lover's fixation with a certain part of his body. Yeon asked him to cut it out, and Jae-moon only justified himself by saying that he couldn't stop himself. He then switched the conversation by asking Yeon if he's been overdoing it lately. Yeon wears an angry expression as he brings up the issue of not stopping because of the tangerine boxes at home. He scolds Jae-moon and reminds him that he knew he was busy with work, and Jae-moon had promised not to pack the tangerines all by himself, but he still touched the boxes anyway. This is a bit bittersweet, but Jae-moon buys them in boxes so he won't have to go out if Yeon wants tangerines. He's afraid that someone might kidnap Yeon again. Sulking, Jae-moon explains that he made tangerine jam, tangerine juice, tangerine peel chocolate, and tangerine pasta, all while looking like a kicked puppy. Despite Jae-moon's efforts, Yeon points out that there are still 3 boxes left at home, and letting them rot is a waste. Continuing to sulk, Jae-moon warns Yeon that he'll regret it because his body has been in tip-top shape lately. Yeon admits that looking at Jae-moon energizes him in the morning. I mean, who wouldn't want that view when you wake up? This still didn't win the Omega over, though. When Yeon tries to slide away from Jae-moon's embrace, Jae-moon stops him, holding his hand and looking directly into his face. Playfully thinking of Yeon being cute, Jae-moon insists that just because Yeon got fussy, there will be 3 new boxes of tangerines. Unhappy with the idea, Yeon swiftly leaves the office, agreeing to the arrangement but refusing to talk to Jae-moon. I love how there's character development, but there's just that one thing that didn't change about Yeon. Jae-moon sighs and promises to do something about Yeon before even touching the boxes. The cat can bite, Your Highness. You have to be careful. Yeon and Jae-moon arrive at the traditional Korean restaurant, and the food is promptly served. Amidst the meal, Jae-moon happily reminisces about the approaching birthdays of the twins. Yeon notes that October 2 is nearing, and with October 20 not far off, they should start planning a party. Jae-moon turns to Yeon, seeking input on how they should organize it. He contemplates between a dim hall or a royal hall. Aware of birthday party trends these days, Yeon suggests having a themed celebration and proposes a shark-themed birthday. The twin is in yellow shark onesies again. My heart cannot handle such cuteness. Jae-moon leans towards dim halls for a playful atmosphere with the option of having a garden. Yeon expressed that the idea is adorable, but it might become a bit chaotic. While still in the middle of dinner, Yeon sips water peacefully. Suddenly, Jae-moon's demeanor shifts, and he genuinely asks Yeon if they should have another child. Already, Jae-moon. Yeon chokes on his water and accidentally spits it out into his glass. Quickly setting the glass down, he starts stuttering and questions if Jae-moon has lost his mind. Yeon has never considered having another baby yet. Wearing a smile, Jae-moon reassures Yeon that he is just joking. Yeon's entire demeanor undergoes a drastic change as he repeats Jae-moon's words about it being only a joke. Promptly standing up, he wears his coat and gives Jae-moon a frightening smile. Yeon then asks Jae-moon if they could separate their jokes and serious topics from now on and demands that they go home immediately because he's tired. Unable to comprehend this sudden shift in mood, Jae-moon is eager to explain to Yeon that he didn't mean it that way. However, he finds himself at a loss for words. No, are you going to sleep on the sofa tonight, Jae-moon? The sun peeks through the curtains, signaling the start of the day. Jae-moon wakes up to the ringing of his alarm, turns it off, and rises from bed while Yeon continues to sleep. Before leaving the bed, he plants a gentle kiss on his sleeping lover. Jae-moon fulfills his dad's duties by brushing Joo-hae's teeth, and his daughter doesn't make a fuss. Meanwhile, Joo-hyun kindly asks if Jae-moon can brush his teeth, too. Jae-moon patiently informs Joo-hyun that Joo-hae is almost done, and it will soon be Joo-hyun's turn. As time passed, Jae-moon had just finished preparing breakfast for everyone. Yeon finally emerges from the bedroom. yawning as he approaches the table. The kids are in their high chairs, eating on their own. Excited to see his mother, Joo-hyun encourages him to eat too. Yeon asks Joo-hyun if he wants to go to kindergarten after breakfast, and Joo-hyun expresses his enthusiasm. They're such proper kids. I mean, they do have amazing parents. After all. After the meal, the table is clear of food. The kids eagerly head out the door, with Yeon following closely behind. Joo-hae and Joo-hyun happily run outside. Yeon rushes after them, reminding them not to run or else they might fall. In the present, the twins eagerly greet their teacher by the school bus that has come to pick them up. The teacher warmly responds, affectionately calling them Ju and Ju. Yeon stands near the window, watching as the twins board the bus. They wave goodbye to their mother, prompting Joo-hyun to express concern about whether Yeon will be okay without them. Confused, Joo-hae asks Joo-hyun to clarify. He jogs her memory, reminding her of the time when their dad's pheromones hinted that their dad was in a bad mood. The twins were both alphas, so they could already tell. Sitting comfortably inside the moving bus, Joo-hae proposes a plan for them to prepare chocolates to cheer up their dad. Joo-hyun agrees, praising his sister for being smart. As the little ones devise an adorable solution, the reality is that there's something more serious going on between their parents. Jae-moon and Yeon sit across from each other with hot tea on the table. Jae-moon initiates the conversation by asking if Yeon has been preoccupied with something lately. He recalls a recent incident when Yeon wouldn't touch him or even look in his direction after leaving the restaurant. Visibly saddened, Yeon proved Jae-moon's point by not looking him in the eyes while they talked. He confesses that he's genuinely happy Jae-moon is back. However, the mention of having another child triggered painful memories from Yeon's past pregnancy. Yeon expresses his fear that having another child might lead to Jae-moon falling sick again, and this might lead to Yeon being alone once more. The thought of facing such a situation terrifies him. Hearing all of this, Jae-moon becomes serious and attentively listens. Yeon admits that while he is happy to see Jae-moon healthy, the memory of Jae-moon in a hospital bed haunts him. Tears well up in Yeon's eyes. Unable to witness his lover in distress, Jae-moon stands and embraces Yeon from behind, offering his apologies. Jae-moon assumes that his return might feel like a form of saving grace for Yeon, and this could be the best present he could give him. We're so happy to have you back, Your Highness. He confesses that he blamed himself for the pain he caused Yeon and was unaware of the depth of Yeon's sorrow if Jae-moon were to leave. Reflecting on their history, Jae-moon recalls visiting Yeon's grave in the Joseon dynasty era, recognizing that they must be going through the same pain. Jae-moon gently places a hand on Yeon's cheek and acknowledges that he fully understands why Yeon is worried and tearful. Despite the pain they've endured, Jae-moon expresses that he finds Yeon's fear endearing and lovely. He reassures Yeon that, regardless of what may come, he wants Yeon to trust him. As they share this intimate embrace with their heads close together, Jae-moon realizes that they haven't spent much time together lately. With kindness, Jae-moon asks if he can hold Yeon until his heart is full of him. Yeon responds with a playful giggle, telling him to be quiet. Yeon and Jae-moon found comfort in each other's arms. The world outside faded away as they shared whispers of love, finding warmth and comfort in the closeness of their embrace and intimate play. Communication does wonders for a relationship. Well, don't tire yourselves out like last time. As the day unfolded, Jae-moon and Yeon were actively doing the tango on the bed. Despite Yeon's plea for a pause, Jae-moon remained vibrant and enthusiastic. Eventually, exhaustion overcame Yeon, which eventually caused him to pass out. Seeing Yeon being unresponsive in bed, Jae-moon recalled the first few times they did this in the 21st century, and Yeon passed out. With a content smile, he gently lifted the now peacefully sleeping Yeon, cradling him in his arms and wished him a restful sleep. Under the orange afternoon sky, Jae-moon checks his phone for the time as he eagerly awaits his kid's return. As if on cue, the school bus arrived, and the twins were pleasantly surprised to see their dad since they were used to their mom picking them up. Having both of them in their dad's arms, the sweet kids bid farewell to the departing bus. Naturally curious, they asked their dad where their mom was. Smiling, Jae-moon informed them that their mom was resting. Being as keen to detail as ever, Joo-hae detected a familiar scent on her dad. She pressed her face against her dad's chest and remarked that he smelled like their mom. Surprised, Jae-moon listened as Joo-hyun agreed, comparing the scent to candy. So Yeon smells like candy. I could see why Jae-moon couldn't get enough of him. The excited twins, oblivious to the attention they were drawing, exclaimed loudly about their parents' love and the possibility of a kiss. Uncomfortable with the sudden attention they're getting, Jae-moon tries to deflect the curious gazes by running away. He's unaware that other people are complimenting his looks and how cute his kids are. Getting away from the original crowd, Jae-moon brings himself and the twins closer to the street vendors with colorful tents. Excitedly, Jae-moon asks the kids if they'd like some fries and fish cake. Their enthusiastic response is a unanimous agreement on fish cake. Entering the bustling tent, the space is crowded with people engrossed in their own worlds. Jae-moon carefully lets the twins down. Joo-hyun is the first to hop out of his arms. While Jae-moon orders rice cakes and fish cakes, the twins are captivated by the lure of adventure. Joo-hae points to a spot inside the tent, sparking Joo-hyun's curiosity. The duo ventures away, exploring the area outside Jae-moon's awareness as he engages with the shop lady regarding payment. "Your Highness, please turn around. Where are your kids going?" Occupying a table, 3 men can be seen enjoying their food. The taller individuals, a blonde and a redhead, are playfully fussing over a smaller man with black hair who is more engrossed in enjoying the delectable food than them. Amid the trio's conversation, the black-haired man's attention is diverted when he notices 2 little kids approaching with innocent smiles. With confidence, Joo-hae innocently asks the man if he likes fish cakes just like they do. On the other hand, Joo-hyun feels uneasy around strangers. He stuttered while suggesting to his sister that they should leave. Feeling flustered, the black-haired man smiles and inquires if she's talking to him. Before the twins can respond, the redhead unexpectedly grabs the black-haired man from behind and inserts himself into the conversation. Sporting a menacing smile and intimidating eyes, he warns Joo-hae that the attractive black-haired man likes him and not fish cakes. "Sir, why would you pick a fight with a baby? What makes you think this is a fair fight?" Joo-hae is left stunned, unable to move in response to this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Joo-hyun's loud cries resonate throughout the tent, capturing everyone's attention. The blonde man scolds the redhead for causing a mess, but the redhead offers only excuses. Tensions escalate, and a physical confrontation seems imminent. Meanwhile, the black-haired man attempts to comfort the upset children, but just in the nick of time, Jae-moon intervenes. Exerting authority with his voice, Jae-moon demands an explanation for the commotion. The 3 men abruptly cease whatever they were doing to stare at Jae-moon as Joo-hyun rushes to hug his dad, seeking comfort. On the other hand, Joo-hae lingers behind, avoiding her dad's gaze. Tending to the crying Joo-hyun, Jae-moon tenderly hugged him and expressed his apologies for momentarily looking away from them. He was too busy packing up the food, and it caused him to overlook his kids not being by his side. The black-haired man bowed apologetically, unsure of why the child started crying. "Ask your redhead friend over there." "Kind sir." Feeling a bit uneasy about the unexpected situation, Jae-moon reassured him that everything was fine and took the blame for not keeping a close eye on his children. Deciding it was time to leave, Jae-moon lifted Joo-hyun with one arm and allowed Joo-hae to walk on her own as long as she held his hand tightly. Jae-moon and the twins began to make their way out, leaving the 3 men behind, watching them as they walked away. As the night slowly approaches, Jae-moon walks home with the kids, and the street lights begin to illuminate their path. Joo-hyun was sound asleep in Jae-moon's arms, likely overwhelmed by the events of the day, especially encountering a menacing alpha. Understanding that the day had been challenging for both of his children, Jae-moon gently asked Joo-hae to stay close to him next time, hoping to prevent any similar situations in the future. With a frown, Joo-hae genuinely apologized for what happened. Jae-moon smiles warmly as he looks down at his daughter. He gently tells her that it's time to go home now. Phew, what an eventful day. At least the kids are safe, and they get to have bonding time with their dad. What adventures would these 2 get themselves into next? In the middle of the morning, the family is at home. Yeon is playfully chasing Joo-hae and Joo-hyun, insisting that it's time for them to eat. Despite Yeon raising his voice to get their attention, the twins are clad in yellow shark hoodies and continue to run around. To make things more fun, they pretend that Yeon is a shark they need to avoid. In the chase, Joo-hyun falls victim to Yeon's clutches, and now he has no choice but to sit down and eat. Seizing the opportunity, Joo-hae abandons her brother and flees to save herself. With Joo-hyun in his arms, Yeon admires their kids' agility, especially Joo-hae, and playfully compares her to Jae-moon. Yeon attempts to call Joo-hae by her full name, warning that he might get mad. Desperate to hide, Joo-hae spots dad Jae-moon sitting comfortably on the couch with his pen and tablet. Will Jae-moon side with his daughter or help out his precious Yeon? She approaches him, and Jae-moon greets her with a smile, calling her General Shark. Juhei pleads for her dad's help in hiding, and Jae-moon teases her, saying he doesn't want to help disobedient sharks. Flustered, Juhei insists that Yeon made rice with spinach today, which justifies her running away. She promises she's not disobeying, so Jae-moon eventually agrees to hide her. He's so weak for his daughter. However, he warns that if Yeon finds her, she must eat. Jae-moon can't help but notice how much Juhei resembles Yeon at this moment. Jae-moon leaves Juhei inside a blanket, which allows her to hide underneath. However, despite Juhei's efforts, she's still sticking out too much. Already underneath the blanket, Juhei pokes her head outside and whispers to her dad, asking if he can see her. Pretending to be engrossed in his tablet, Jae-moon reassures her that he can't see her at all. Juhei asks again if he can see her because she really wants to hide from her mom since he's mad right now. Jae-moon continues to reassure her that Yeon's not mad and it's okay for her to get caught. Juhei emphasizes that she doesn't want to get caught because she doesn't like spinach. Witnessing this adorable interaction between Jae-moon and Juhei, Yeon can't help but have his heart melt and smile at the scene. Though he's not quite sure where Juhei got her information that he was making spinach rice because he wasn't. Without exchanging any words, Yeon and Jae-moon engage in a pretend act together. Yeon pretends not to know where Juhei is and asks Jae-moon where she went. Jae-moon giggles and replies that he doesn't know. These two are really soulmates. They can metaphorically read each other's minds. Yeon hovers around the blanket near Jae-moon and loudly announces that Juhei doesn't have to eat spinach anymore so she can come out. He adds that she needs to eat, wash, and go to the hot springs with Grandpa. Forgetting whether Yeon is mad or not, Juhei comes out of the blanket and happily asks if she really doesn't need to eat spinach anymore. Yeon opens his arms to take her in, reassuring her that she doesn't have to eat it. He invites her to eat, wash up, and put on new clothes. While holding Juhei in his arms, Yeon suddenly remembers that a package arrived for Jae-moon. Jae-moon mentions that the package contains the item they discussed at work. Yeon was curious about what item. Covering Juhei's ears, Jae-moon whispers that they have to use the item soon. Yeon blushes, falls silent, and suddenly has the rush of feeling nervous. Jae-moon interprets this as a sign to take Juhei away and reassures her that Yeon is fine as long as she eats. Even though Yeon was still absorbing the information in his head, he asked Jae-moon if he could hand over Juhei to him. Jae-moon said that he should be preserving his energy later, so that means Jae-moon can handle the kids just fine. Yeon smacks Jae-moon's shoulder and scolds him for always speaking about inappropriate stuff, especially when the children are around. Playfully, Jae-moon seeks comfort from his daughter and tells her that Yeon is being mean to him. Yeon gets grumpy and demands that Jae-moon leave the kid out of it. Mr. Ji Si-young arrives at their house in warm clothes to pick up the kids. He opens his arms, and the kids immediately rush to hug him. Jae-moon can now call Mr. Ji Si-young his father-in-law without worry, and he tells him to rest a lot and return with the kids soon. Mr. Ji Si-young expresses his thanks to Jae-moon for being worried and assures him that he'll have a nice vacation, calling Jae-moon his son-in-law endearingly. What character development! Right before they left, Juhei and Ju-hyun waved their tiny goodbyes to their parents. With Mr. Ji Si-young and the kids out of the doors, the parents watch as Mr. Ji Si-young refers to the kids as his puppies, and the three happily go on their way outside the house. This prompts the couple to close their doors. Now that the kids are gone, Yeon and Jae-moon find themselves with the time and space to engage in physical activities without worrying about noise or someone looking. They could even use the item from the package. They finally have the freedom to enjoy some private moments together. Yeon admits that though he misses Jae-moon's touches, he's still concerned that he might get pregnant. Jae-moon reminds him that he already took his medication to prevent pregnancy, so he shouldn't worry at all. Yeon is enjoying his time in Jae-moon's arms, but since they are on the topic of pregnancy, he starts wondering when the last time Jae-moon was in a rut. Looking back at his lover, he notices a sinister look on Jae-moon's face. With a smile, Jae-moon reassures him not to worry or be upset. Oh no, could Yeon's suspicions be accurate? In the soft glow of the room, the couple's warmth and the rhythm of their breathing create a quiet symphony of intimacy as their bodies were fitting together like pieces of a perfect puzzle. Jae-moon is overwhelmed with a surge of affection for Yeon. Every glance, touch, and shared moment intensifies the warmth within him. Fueled by affection, Jae-moon bites Yeon on the back of his neck. Caught off guard, Yeon's eyes widened in astonishment. He asked Jae-moon if he had marked him. A delicate black dragon, seemingly sketched with the finesse of a calligraphy pen, adorns the back of Yeon's neck. Jae-moon expresses that they forged an unbroken connection, merging their hearts into one, and observes that their pheromones now share similarities. As he says this, the sweet aroma of their mingling pheromones envelops the couple. In the heat of the moment, Yeon expresses his readiness and eagerness to embrace the prospect of welcoming another life into the world. Choosing the comfort of rest, the couple drifts into a peaceful slumber wrapped in each other's warm embrace. Upon entering the realm of dreams with a mark left by Jae-moon on the back of his neck, Yeon found that his once ominous world, where everything reigned around him, had transformed. In their cozy house, Jae-moon and Yeon find themselves on their bed, smiles lighting up their faces as they flip through Yeon's photo album. Yeon's eyes linger on the pages, reminiscing about the school festivals he used to attend every year. Just by the neighborhood and a short 30-minute bus ride away, the venue holds a special place in his memories. Intrigued by the thought, Jae-moon suggests they might have crossed paths during those school days. Yeon, however, expresses that would have been impossible. Curiosity sparking, Jae-moon questions why Yeon dismisses the possibility. In response, Yeon tenderly embraces Jae-moon, revealing a little-known detail from his past. He confesses that he used to wear glasses but underwent laser eye surgery to correct his vision. The memory of the joy he felt upon seeing clearly without glasses floods back. Yeon explains that he had thick eyeglasses once framing his face, so it would have been impossible for Jae-moon to recognize him. Confident in his ability to remember faces, Jae-moon expresses regret at not having known this detail earlier. He asserts that, had he known, he would have surely remembered Yeon's face from their school days. I need an alternate universe with these two being in school and falling in love. In a moment of sharing their history, Yeon reveals that he believes the first time he met Jae-moon was at the train station. Good times, even before knowing his name, Jae-moon was convinced he had a thing for Yeon. Jae-moon smiles and glances back, expressing his conviction that Yeon was like a cat, moving effortlessly from one location to another. Yeon recollects that meeting most likely occurred before his heat manifested. This must have been the day when Jae-moon quite literally carried him away to safety. With his face buried in his lover's broad shoulders, Yeon flipped through the pages of the photo album and saw a familiar face. Yeon leans in with curiosity written on his face and questions whether the individual with slicked back hair, dressed formally and exuding handsomeness, is Secretary Kang or merely someone who bears a striking resemblance. Jae-moon confirms with certainty and states that it is indeed Secretary Kang. He shares that Secretary Kang was a senior during their school days. Surprised, Yeon remarks that Secretary Kang must have graduated earlier, but Yeon insists that the album he possesses is from their third year. Puzzled, he wonders why Secretary Kang would be present in the album. Jae-moon explains that it's a tradition for graduated students to return each year, either to volunteer or simply enjoy time with current students. The couple stares at Secretary Kang's picture. The picture was taken only a few years ago. In that small snippet of the past, Secretary Kang busied himself with assisting at some of the school booths, particularly overseeing prize distributions. Schoolgirls would approach him excitedly to claim their prizes. It looks like he's popular. Around 12:30, Secretary Kang took a break, enjoying a sandwich and complimentary plum tea. Seated beside him was a girl in a blue tracksuit who noted the increased participation in the festival. She expressed gratitude for his assistance, acknowledging their booth's need for support. In reality, Secretary Kang volunteered not just for the festival but with a deeper purpose, which was to reunite with someone he sorely missed. Sensing his sentiments, the observant girl questioned if he was searching for someone specific. Secretary Kang preferred to keep it private. Look at him being all shy. I wonder who could be causing him to react like this. Unexpectedly, a guy with brown hair and thick glasses interrupted their conversation. He was presenting a package with a wide smile. Yeon in thick glasses. This is a rare sight to see. The girl knew what it was and asked if it was the stamps she had been waiting for. The guy with thick glasses confirmed and cheerfully mentioned his plans to be present at the next year's festival, prompting a cheer from the girl at the idea of meeting again. While the two were stuck in a conversation, Secretary Kang was lost in his thoughts and felt a peculiar sensation, prompting him to gaze toward a specific part of the school. He abruptly stood up, citing a need to use the bathroom, and the girl encouraged him to go ahead. Secretary Kang strolled through the picturesque scenery of the school, contemplating the whereabouts of the person he had been searching for. He pondered on what this individual might be doing. It had been a considerable amount of time since this person last appeared before him since his graduation. At that point, Secretary Kang was convinced that he would gradually forget about this person in the course of this life. Secretary Kang moved through the halls, retracing the familiar pathways where the third-year students would typically be during class hours. He arrived at the door of the third year. Fourth class. Is the person you like in this class? Despite uncertainty about why, Secretary Kong felt an undeniable determination not to let go of the connection he had with this person. At that moment, while Secretary Kong was fixated on the door, it suddenly swung open. A student with intense red eyes stood in front of him and appeared smaller than Secretary Kong. Young-min, hold on. Reuniting like this implies they're destined soulmates. The surprise was mutual as they locked eyes. The student was puzzled by the presence of Secretary Kong but refrained from asking for his name and politely requested to pass through. The student moved past Secretary Kong effortlessly, yet an inexplicable chill lingered in the air as he departed. Secretary Kong couldn't shake the memory. It stood out vividly in his mind. The name Jae Hwa-young echoed in his thoughts. Jae Hwa-young, is this Hwa-young gun? As he gazed at his open palm, he clenched it into a fist with a silent vow to remember his past and embrace his role as a phoenix, which is to persist and ensure the preservation of all. A deep yearning for Jae Hwa-young settled within him. In the men's bathroom, Secretary Kong intervened to rescue Young-min from imminent danger. A confrontation happened, which required Secretary Kong to take forceful measures to remove the threat. This showcases the complex and cruel destiny that was woven into their love story. Discovering Young-min trembling in a corner, Secretary Kong emitted his common blue pheromones as he cautiously approached the now unconscious figure. He observed the sadness etched on Young-min's resting face and felt a pang of sympathy for him. Taking Young-min into his protective embrace, Secretary Kong spoke to Young-min's unconscious form and asked if his actions were providing comfort. Reflecting on the past, Secretary Kong remarked that Young-min hadn't changed from their previous life in the Joseon dynasty era and recalled a time when Young-min bore the name Hwa-young gun. In hindsight, Secretary Kong grappled with guilt over his past actions, regretted his harshness, and acknowledged his own foolishness. They had once shared both affection and pain, reaching a point where Secretary Kong believed it was the conclusion of their love story. However, driven by arrogance and recklessness, Secretary Kong resisted his destiny. His relentless pursuit of power and strength overshadowed his care for Young-min at that time. No, Young-min suffered so much, even in his past life. Ultimately, consequences caught up with Secretary Kong, and he was given a punishment for his actions. Witnessing Young-min's passing in their previous life and not being able to see Young-min for such a long time left a void in Secretary Kong's heart. Secretary Kong, recognizing his deep yearning for Young-min, now desires not only his presence but also his love. Accepting that Young-min couldn't recall their shared history, Secretary Kong found comfort in his own memories. Secretary Kong sincerely wished for a future where they would cross paths again. In the past, Young-min managed to recall Secretary Kong's pheromones, although his eyes were closed and his body weakened. Unable to see his rescuer's face, he could only grasp onto the recognition that these pheromones belonged to an omega, and the scent held a certain familiarity for him. And so starts his obsession with trying to find the pheromones. A few years down the road, Secretary Kong and Young-min coincidentally crossed paths by literally bumping into each other. Despite their eyes meeting, Young-min failed to recognize Secretary Kong and continued walking away. However, Secretary Kong smiled at the unexpected encounter with Young-min. Formerly restricted to facing forward, Secretary Kong now had the chance to walk behind Young-min and observe everything around him. This marked the beginning of a new chapter in their relationship. You have a lot of years to make up for. This also explains why he specifically works closely with Jae-moon. Speaking of Jae-moon, what's Jae-moon's family up to these days? In the bathroom, Yeon holds a pregnancy test indicating a positive result. As time passes, he finds a comfortable spot to sit, but a sad expression takes over his face while he uses his phone. I hope everything's okay. Meanwhile, in the middle of the afternoon at the JM Art Gallery, Jae-moon happily answers a call. His mood shifts from joy to concern as he senses something wrong with Yeon's voice. Jae-moon asks if Yeon is crying. Sobbing hard, Yeon struggles to articulate his words. Jae-moon got worried and asked Yeon where he was at the moment. With his head bowed to his knees, Yeon requests for mandarins. This stops Jae-moon in his tracks, recalling that Yeon doesn't like that fruit. Yeon explains that despite his aversion, the third baby seems to crave them. He pleads with Jae-moon not to make the same mistake and bring oranges again. In the lit parking lot, Jae-moon carefully swings open his car door and promises Yeon not to bring oranges this time. Yeon begs him to drive carefully. While driving, Jae-moon shares words of reassurance with Yeon while also mentioning their two current kids, the dragons. This sparks Yeon to open up about a dream that has been haunting him. With a hint of vulnerability, he asks if he remembers the unsettling nightmare he had previously shared, which involved the recurring image of a dragon. Yeon goes on to elaborate and confesses that he encountered the same mystical dragon once more. Curious, Jae-moon asks whether it's the dream where the dragon weaves tears of blood, referring to Yeon as its mother. Tears stream down Yeon's face as he opens up. Yeon reveals that the dragon appearing in his dreams is none other than their lost child, Hwang, from their past life. Longing colors his words as Yeon emphasizes that this dragon was meant to be their firstborn. Stuck in traffic, Jae-moon takes a moment to absorb this information. He is overwhelmed with the realization that he is going to have his son back. Tears of joy stream down his face as he gazes at the happy look on Yeon's caller ID picture. Tears of joy cascade down Jae-moon's face as he asks Yeon if he needs anything else. Yeon shifts from being serious to flashing a smile on his face as he insists that he doesn't need anything more. However, the unborn baby expresses a desire to feel the presence of their father, which prompts Yeon to caress his stomach lovingly. Determined, Jae-moon declares that he's heading home. Before ending the call, Yeon expresses his love for Jae-moon. Alone in his car, Jae-moon's tears continue to flow, which compels him to cover half his face. Reflecting on his past, he made up his mind not to let sadness infiltrate his family again. Armed with a bag of mandarins, Jae-moon safely reaches home, finding Yeon happily seated on the couch. Yeon is safe and happy. Jae-moon is home on time. I love this family so much. At that moment, Jae-moon solemnly swears to love and protect Yeon from any danger. The memories of Yeon's passing, the weight of his lifeless body in Jae-moon's arms, and the painful act of burying him resurface in Jae-moon's mind. He vows to shield them from the profound pain of loss and to spare himself from undergoing that heart-wrenching feeling again. Yeon rises from the couch and wraps his arms around his lover. Although Jae-moon recognizes the echoes of their past, he is now determined to leave it all behind and treat it as a dream he wishes to forget. Jae-moon's hands gently rest on Yeon's stomach as he makes a heartfelt promise to be by their side forever. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears escape from Jae-moon's eyes as he affectionately refers to their baby as beautiful. In a tender moment, Jae-moon and Yeon share a sweet kiss, their embrace continuing with heartfelt confessions of love for each other. And the air is filled with the warmth of their connection and the shared promise of a future together. As time passes, Yeon's stomach expands, evidence of the growing life within. Anticipating the arrival of their baby, Jae-moon joins in the excitement by searching for baby clothes together. They spend moments watching movies, sharing laughter, and sleeping with Jae-moon's hand gently hovering over Yeon's growing belly. One day, they decide to explore painting together. Attempting to depict a green dragon, Jae-moon playfully teases Yeon and insists that Yeon's creation resembles a snake more than a dragon. Slightly grumpy, Yeon asserts that it is indeed a dragon. Jae-moon chuckles and compliments the painting's beauty while repeating that it still resembles a snake. Also suddenly, the mood shifts when Yeon experiences unbearable pain. Trying to call for Jae-moon, he finds himself ignored as Jae-moon is absorbed in his painting. He says that the paintings don't matter if they're accurate or not as long as he gets to meet his son. In the middle of Jae-moon's oblivious bliss, Yeon crouches in agony and struggles to endure the pain. Still unaware of the distress, Jae-moon questions if his painting is beautiful. However, he has yet to receive a response. Curious, Jae-moon turns around, looking for Yeon, and suggests hanging the paintings in the baby's room. Unfortunately, Jae-moon's peaceful bliss turns to shock and worry when he notices Yeon on the floor. Unconscious, panic sets in, and he screams Yeon's name. The joyous atmosphere was shattered by the sudden turn of events. No, Yeon, you have to be okay. Please wake up. In their house, Yeon collapses onto the floor. The remnants of their painting session created unintended artistic chaos on the floor with spilled water, diluted green paint, and scattered brushes. As Yeon appears increasingly unwell, Jae-moon is taken aback by the sudden turn of events and finds himself momentarily powerless to respond. With urgency, Jae-moon manages to get Yeon to the hospital. Alone, he waits outside the operating room, his head in his hands, consumed by thoughts of Yeon and their unborn baby. The tense atmosphere is interrupted by hurried steps approaching Jae-moon. Looking disheveled and concerned, his parents and Mr. Ji Si-young ask about what happened to Yeon. Jae-moon wears a serious expression and explains that Yeon fainted suddenly. He also added that Jae-moon completed the hospitalization procedures an hour ago while Yeon was taken to the operating room. Jae-moon's mother maintains a calm demeanor and suggests the baby might arrive a week earlier than expected. Considering this is Yeon's second cesarean section, she emphasizes the need for Yeon to replenish energy. As the operating room doors open, a nurse emerges, announcing that it's time to cut the umbilical cord. Is this a successful birth? Please tell me Yeon's okay too. Now in green scrubs, masked and gloved up, Jae-moon entered the operating room. The medical staff congratulates him on the birth of his son and informs him that Yeon has delivered a healthy baby boy, so it's time to cut the umbilical cord, which Jae-moon successfully did. Tears of joy stream down Jae-moon's face as he is presented with his newborn son, carefully placed on a towel. The newborn doesn't cry and lies peacefully with a tiny arm outstretched. Finally, Jae-moon meets his son and tenderly touches the tip of the baby's finger. Congratulations, Jae-moon. Outside Yeon's hospital room, a nameplate proudly bears his name. Inside, Yeon rests in bed, an IV connected to him. While beside him, Jae-moon gently holds Yeon's hand and gives it tender kisses. With a warm smile on his face, Jae-moon affectionately urges Yeon to wake up. His hopeful words fill in the quiet hospital room. The hospital room door swings open, and the twins rush in with their faces lighting up as they enthusiastically greet their dad. Following closely behind them is Jae-moon's mom. Overjoyed, Jae-moon welcomes them with open arms, cautioning the twins to keep their voices down as Yeon is still asleep. With a soft smile, Jae-moon's mom requests that he take the kids to see their new little brother. With eyes wide and mouths agape in awe, Joo-hyun and Joo-hae eagerly ask their dad if they can meet their sibling. Jae-moon happily agrees to grant the twins a glimpse of their baby brother. Inside the nursery, the third baby was swaddled in a towel and gently carried by a medical staff member. Outside, Joo-hyun and Joo-hae peer in. Joo-hyun comments on how tiny the baby is, while Joo-hae observes that the newborn looks as red as Joo-hyun does when he cries. This prompts a grumpy response from Joo-hyun, who questions Joo-hae about her remark. In playful retaliation, Joo-hae sticks her tongue out at her twin, asserting that he was once a baby, too. Jae-moon joins in the laughter, rubbing the twins' hair and enveloping them in a hug from behind. He declares that their family now consists of 5 members. Curious, Joo-hyun asks Jae-moon about the baby's name. Beaming with pride, Jae-moon announces that the newborn is named Jae-joo-hyuk. Thrilled for Jae-moon, Yeon and he have been through a lot, but it looks like brighter days are coming. 2 weeks later, the trees blossom with flowers and fresh leaves. In the living room, Joo-hyun and Joo-hae are dressed in adorable orange oversized sweaters and are hovering over Joo-hyuk. Observing the baby, Joo-hae notices Joo-hyuk's sharp nose. Joo-hyun remarks that Joo-hyuk resembles their dad, while Joo-hae points out that the baby shares the same eyes as their mom. On the couch, the parents were having a good time watching over their kids. Yeon leans over Jae-moon, Jae-moon's arm around his shoulder. Yeon chuckles with Jae-moon as Jae-moon suggests the twins might like Joo-hyuk. Yeon agrees and reminisces about how small Joo-hae and Joo-hyun once were. Hugging Jae-moon, Yeon expresses his happiness when he woke up on his hospital bed and found Jae-moon by his side. He shared that having Jae-moon there was comforting and that it allowed him to sleep well. Becoming a bit grumpy, Jae-moon admits he was terrified that there might have been a chance Yeon wouldn't wake up after an hour of anesthesia. In response, Yeon laughs and remembers how Jae-moon called for a nurse while shedding tears. Sulking, Jae-moon turns to his husband and attempts to express his worries, but Yeon continues laughing. Jae-moon continues to be a green flag. Yeon, stop teasing your hubby. Suddenly, Joo-hyuk starts crying. Jae-moon acts fast, immediately knows what the baby needs, and decides to give the little one some milk. Patted on the head, Yeon expresses gratitude for Jae-moon taking over the task. Determined, Jae-moon grabs the milk and tests its temperature by dripping a bit on the back of his hand. He assures that the milk is just right. Now in the living room, Jae-moon sits on the living room floor with crossed legs, cradles Joo-hyuk, and feeds him from a bottle, urging him to eat well. Fascinated, Joo-hyun joins Jae-moon and asks if he can feel Joo-hyuk. Jae-moon laughs and questions Joo-hyun if he really wants to try it by himself. Meanwhile, Joo-hae approaches her mom. Yeon fixes Joo-hae's hair and gladly invites her onto his lap. He asks if she wants to try feeding the baby, but Joo-hae looks tired and opts to rest. She proceeds to lay her head on her mom's lap, prompting Yeon to encourage her to sleep. During the afternoon, Joo-hyun peacefully drifts off to sleep in his bed in the center of the living room. At the same time, Jae-moon cradles Joo-hyuk and sways gently while standing, coaxing the little one to sleep. When Jae-moon senses that Joo-hyuk has drifted into sleep, he carefully places him back in his bed. Spotting Yeon asleep, Jae-moon covers him with a warm blanket. Close by, Juve has drifted off to sleep next to her twin, inadvertently bothering Joo-hyun's face. Though Joo-hyun is asleep, he doesn't seem bothered enough to wake up and protest. Observing his beautiful family, Jae-moon smiles with contentment. He cherishes this spring and couldn't be happier. This spring, Jae-moon observes that the plum blossoms have bloomed early. The family welcomed Joo-hyuk, and today it turned out well for Jae-moon's family, wishing them more happy days ahead. The room pulsates with an eerie red glow, casting an unsettling atmosphere. At the entrance, claws emerge and inhumanly shaped legs extend outward. A malevolent growl echoes through the room. In the safety of his room, a man wearing an orange jacket screams, his eyes shielded from the monitor and headphones tightly secured. The horror game he's playing has him on edge, and fear grips him intensely. Thank goodness it was only a game. Abruptly, his mood takes a sharp turn as a notification reveals a generous donation. The message referred to him as son, and asked if he was scared while also praising his streaming abilities. The donation is a whopping 500,000 won. The streamer, known as Lord God in the streaming world, is not treated like a deity by his chat. Instead, they laugh, questioning if the donor is his parent and teasing him about his flushed face. Some find him cute, while others focus on the substantial donation. The streamer clarifies that his mom did make the generous contribution and reveals that, despite playing a horror game, he wasn't scared at all. All men do is lie. I see. A beaming smile braces his face as he promises to show off his parents live next time. Another notification pops up, and it carries a message reminding him to go to the movies at 10 p.m. Flustered and trembling from embarrassment, the streamer covers most of his face with his hand. The chat reacts with laughter, teasingly suggesting the reminder must be from a lover while also pointing out how he was so flustered this time. Meanwhile, in the chat, some people try to clarify that this streamer currently lives with his brother, so this message must not be from a lover. He and his brother must be close because he could just drop a message like that. Eventually, the streamer emerges from his room, slams the door open, and angrily shouts Jae Joo-hyuk's name aloud. Jae Joo-hyuk, is this streamer talking about the baby? A man with broad shoulders, light brown hair, and an emotionless expression looks at his phone while sitting on the couch. He addresses the streamer as his lovely brother and asks him what he needs from him. The streamer is fuming with anger and demands that Joo-hyuk not call him that. Joo-hyuk discloses that if their sister hears him talking this way, then she'll surely be upset. Thoughts of their sister send chills down the streamer's spine, making him feel really scared. The sister has black hair and a scary smile like Jae-moon that could only mean the streamer is Joo-hyun. Joo-hyuk instructs Joo-hyun to hurry and get dressed, emphasizing that they have only 40 minutes left. Curious, Joo-hyun asks if Joo-hyuk is already prepared to head out. Joo-hyuk scratches the back of his neck and says that he's ready and comfortable going out with his current outfit. Watching his brother closely, Joo-hyun observes Joo-hyuk's slightly flustered demeanor and tendency to avoid eye contact. He then contrasts his brother's appearance with their confident dad, Jae-moon, which annoys him. Someone, please give Joo-hyun a pat on the back. Despite being somewhat annoyed by the resemblance, Joo-hyun compliments his brother nonetheless. Joo-hyun and Joo-hyuk successfully make it to the cinema and begin searching for their sister. Joo-hyuk points out that she hasn't arrived yet. Joo-hyun speculates that she might have forgotten their plans and overslept. However, the boys quickly notice something behind them. Joo-hyun sighs and questions their sister about what she's trying to do. Joo-hyuk catches her while Juve leans toward him. She appears annoyed and tired, with her head and shoulder hung low. Joo-hyun suggests that she should have told them if she needed to reschedule. Juve explains that not everything was her fault, but she did forget to save a file, which led to a lot of extra work on her end. Radiating positivity to shift the mood, Joo-hyuk offers to buy tickets and popcorn while the twins wait. As Joo-hyuk handles the tickets, Joo-hae and Joo-hyun sit nearby and chat. Juve asks Joo-hyun what he's doing today, and he tells her he tried to tell her he's going home after his stream and a movie date. Juve is glad to hear this and recommends they all go home together after the movie. Observing Joo-hyuk buying popcorn, Joo-hyun compliments his broad back and expresses that he's jealous over the fact that the good genes went to him. This prompted Joo-hae to look back at the past and recalls carrying Joo-hyuk as a baby. However, when discussing growing up, Joo-hae playfully teases Joo-hyun about when he'll stop crying. Getting grumpy, Joo-hyun points a finger at her and asks if she's playing a game right now. Echoing her twin's energy, Joo-hae grabs his finger and playfully challenges him. She advises Joo-hyun not to make their mom worry like before because of his crying. She encouraged him to resemble their baby brother more. Juve had clearly hit the nail on the coffin because Joo-hyun got even more pissed off. Witnessing the twins' banter, Joo-hyuk remains unfazed and unbothered, which means he's so used to them doing this all the time. Carrying the food, Joo-hyuk interrupts them and suggests that they should go in now. Joo-hae rises, affectionately grabs the back of Joo-hyuk's neck, and suggests that she should sit next to him. Holding the popcorn for Joo-hyuk, she witnesses Joo-hyun swiftly hugging their little brother while he casts an intimidating glare and reminds her that Joo-hyuk is his sibling. Caught in the middle, Joo-hyuk is a part of the ongoing banter between the twins. I know they're fighting, but can we take a minute to thank Yeon and Jae-moon for their good genes and hard work? Joo-hyun compliments Joo-hyuk for buying plenty of popcorn for all of them, while Joo-hae asks if it's caramel flavored. The twins assert that they will both enjoy the popcorn. The banter continues as the twins playfully tug at Joo-hyuk's shirt. Joo-hyuk recalls them doing the same thing when he was in primary school and feels exasperated with their antics. Joo-hyuk is suffering from success. The siblings arrive at their parents' home, and Yeon gasps and expresses surprise as he looks at Joo-hyuk. Confused, Jae-moon questions them about whether they actually watched a movie today. Wearing a serious expression and a flashy, fancy suit, Joo-hyuk declares to their parents that he intends to take revenge on his own siblings for putting him in this situation. Unfazed, the older siblings appear proud and happy as they act ignorant of what Joo-hyuk is trying to say. We need to see more of their sibling dynamic. Back in the movie house, Joo-hyuk discovered his shirt was completely torn, exposing his toned chest and abs. The twins were definitely unaware of their own strength and stared at the mess they had created. In a fit of anger, Joo-hyuk emitted his pheromones to accentuate his frustration, stating that he had forgotten how obsessed his siblings could be, even more so than with the movie they were supposed to watch. In a hurry, the twins dashed in one direction. Both did not want to be stuck with their pissed-off little brother and promised Joo-hyuk that they would fetch him new clothes. They instructed him to wait for them in the bathroom. In the present, at their parents' home, Joo-hyun pleads with a smile and brings out all the new clothes he bought for Joo-hyuk as his form of apology. Despite still being annoyed, Joo-hyuk sighs and asks his parents how he looks in a suit. Yeon and Jae-moon burst into laughter, with Yeon even holding his stomach. The couple recalls a similar incident from their children's preschool days. Yeon hugs Jae-moon's arm, reminiscing about the preschool festival where Joo-hyun and Joo-hae ripped Joo-hyuk's clothes off backstage. Joo-hyun was dressed as an angel, and Joo-hae was dressed as the devil but left Joo-hyuk crying and shirtless because they ripped his clothes in half. Yeon notes that the twins managed to find an alternative outfit for Joo-hyuk, but the substitute outfit was a bee costume typically worn by girls. Yeon and Jae-moon laughed at their own baby boy more than the rest of the crowd. Yeon even video recorded that moment. Yeon and Jae-moon gushed that Joo-hyuk looked so cute at that time. They remembered Joo-hyuk going on stage all alone and was very angry when he yelled that someone was going to pay for what happened to him. Back in the present, Yeon and Jae-moon were still laughing a lot at the memory. Yeon remembers that even the speaker was laughing a lot. Filled with happiness and affection, Yeon requests to hug all his babies. Without hesitation, the siblings immediately envelop their mother in a tight hug. At the same time, Jae-moon embraces them all from the outside. At that moment, Yeon senses a change in the air. Their once tiny, warm, and loving hands have grown but continue to hold onto his, now warmer than ever. Yeon cherishes the fact that all his kids have grown up, and amidst shared expressions of love, the family basks in the warmth of their bond. Encore. What a ride. Yeon and Jae-moon faced challenges in their past lives and in the present, but ultimately, they were able to achieve a lot and were blessed with 3 beautiful children.